Chapter 2086. Facing the incomparably powerful Fang Yuan, the variant human goo immortals gritted their teeth as their gazes flickered. Many people looked around secretly, hoping that someone else would show up. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world now. Even Spectral Soul died under his ambush. When the demonic might was at its peak, none of the variant human alliance goo immortals dared to provoke Fang Yuan. No one dared to resist Fang Yuan, but no goo immortals surrendered and offered their headquarters to him. Everyone could see the unwillingness of these goo immortals. Their Grotto Heaven headquarters were where they lived day and night. They were their homes. They were pure sacred grounds in their hearts. If they really offered their homes to Fang Yuan, they would be ridiculed by their fellow countrymen, and the goo immortals themselves would not be able to live with their conscience. Back then, when Celestial Court invaded Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch risked his life and expended his lifespan to activate Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. To save Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother even gave Wuxia the racial inheritance related to the Qian Kun Crystal Wall. All of this proved that these Grotto Heavens in the two heavens had a special meaning to the variant human alliance members. They had extremely high positions in their hearts. But what could he do about it? The world knew of Fang Yuan's strength. He was now the #1 demon, Heavenly Court had been attacked by him, Fate Goo was destroyed by him, and now even Spectral Soul was killed by him. After the pursuit of Fang Yuan, even though Fang Yuan had only recuperated for 10 days, the time was short. The variant human goo immortals present had no doubt that Fang Yuan could exterminate them all. Maybe their only hope was external reinforcements. But what reinforcements could these variant human goo immortals have? Should he look for the Heavenly Court or the Longevity Heaven? What a joke! More importantly, almost all the Grotto Heavens in the two heavens were facing the calamity of the Qi harvest fruits. If they did not join Fang Yuan and allowed these Qi harvest fruits to grow, these Grotto Heavens would definitely die. But if they joined Fang Yuan, the lives of these variant human goo immortals would be given to Fang Yuan. Now that he had boarded the pirate ship, it was easier said than done to get off. Fang Yuan's mercilessness had long been known to the world. Previously, he had sent many subordinates to attack the Middle Continent. After the Fate War, Fang Yuan only cared about escaping, and those subordinates were still wandering around the 5 regions. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan and Wuxia had directly moved Dragon Palace away from Celestial Court, leaving the variant human goo immortals behind in Celestial Court, ignoring them. Who could be at ease following such a leader? Have you thought it through? My patience is limited. Fang Yuan's face was indifferent as he issued an ultimatum. The immortals' hearts shook, many of them turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. Among them, the human goo immortals felt the most regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have turned to the Celestial Court. In today's world, the human race was the hegemon. They would not accept the allegiance of the mutant forces. But if they were all humans, it was a different matter. In fact, after the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, after they left Celestial Court, it was not that they did not want to imitate Night Wolf Heavenly Lord and turn to the Celestial Court. But the other variant human goo immortals were watching them closely. They had no chance at all. Thus, there was a reason why the variant human goo immortals were suspicious of these human goo immortals earlier. It was not without reason. The hall was still deathly silent. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, but the variant human alliance's members were feeling increasing pressure. Fang Yuan did not use any killer moves, but most of the goo immortals felt difficulty breathing. They felt immense pressure. Unable to endure this pressure, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, one of the alliance members, gritted his teeth. He was about to agree and offer his immortal aperture to Fang Yuan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man goo immortal with rank 8 cultivation level. He had his own plans. He knew that Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land. He rarely sent Langya Sect's hairy man goo immortals to fight. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch sided with Fang Yuan because he wanted the same treatment. Hairy men were skilled in goo refinement. They had great value in this aspect. They could preserve the lives of Golden Fur Grotto Heavens members. They could even be put in important positions. It was far better than being slaughtered by Fang Yuan and forcefully annexed. Once Golden Fur Immortal Monarch spoke with the first person, the rest would definitely feel immense pressure. The immortals would follow suit. It was as if a hole had been opened in a huge dam, and the flood would pour out through this hole. But at this time, an alarm sounded. A large number of Eastern Sea Goo immortals had moved out with several immortal goo houses. They were approaching this place. Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Wu Shuai turned to look at the immortals. The enemy is here. Let's fight them first. We will talk after repelling them. The immortals let out a sigh of relief. Normally, when Eastern Sea's righteous path formed an alliance army to attack, these people would be anxious, as if they were facing a great enemy. But now, they felt a sense of relief. They felt a sense of gratitude. Immediately, Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan went into hiding, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian at the lead. The variant human alliance's immortals moved out, facing the Eastern Sea Alliance army on the sea. Eastern Sea's righteous path had many people. Shen Clan's first supreme elder Shen Zongxing, Tang Clan's first supreme elder, and Xie Clan's first supreme elder were personally participating in the battle. There were many immortal goo houses. There were more than 10. Eastern Sea was rich in resources. It was the #1 region in the 5 regions, so it had the most immortal goo houses, even surpassing Central Continent. Of course, there were few top-tier rank 8 immortal goo houses like Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. Like now, among these immortal goo houses, there was only one rank 8 immortal goo house, Jade Cloud Fireworks Warship. It came from Eastern Sea's Hua clan. There were the most rank 6 immortal goo houses, followed by rank 7. The two armies confronted each other in the sky. Eastern Sea Alliance Army's first supreme elder walked out. Xia Clan's first supreme elder, rank 7 goo immortal Xia Reiji. Variant human remnant dares to disturb my Eastern Sea and invade my homeland. You have committed heinous crimes. Today will be the day you die. Xia Reiji shouted loudly with a righteous aura. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sneered, "Cowardly scoundrel, you dare to come and die today." Xiao Hejian also mocked, "Homeless dogs, how dare you speak arrogantly?" Xia Reiji's face turned red from anger. He gritted his teeth. "Variant humans, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. I will go out first. Who dares to fight me alone?" Xia Clan's territory was taken by the Variant Human Alliance. As the victim, Xia Reiji naturally had to go out first. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately said, "A mere rank 7 dares to fight first. Forget it, our Variant Human Alliance disdains bullying the weak. We will send someone with similar cultivation level to fight you." Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's instructions, a rank 7 Snowman Goo Immortal flew out and fought with Xia Reiji. After 3 rounds, Shen Zongxing stood up. "Who dares to fight me alone?" Shen Zongxing had rank 8 cultivation level. His battle strength was publicly recognized to be at the peak in Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world. This time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not dare to be careless. Under Fang Yuan's secret orders, Xiao Hejian went out personally. After Shen Zongxing and Xiao Hejian fought for a while, Eastern Sea Alliance sent out another rank 8 Goo Immortal, but he was not at Shen Zongxing's level. Chapter 2087. The two armies confronted each other, and the 3 battle groups fought fiercely in front of the formation, attracting countless gazes. Xiao Hejian was an expert among rank 8s. In terms of strength, he was at the level of a celestial court member. As for Shen Zongxing, ever since he returned from the Blue Dragon Whale, his strength had also improved greatly. The two of them were equally matched. But in the other 2 battles, the Mutated Race Alliance was at a disadvantage. Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord was defending more than attacking, while the rank 7 Snowman Goo Immortal on the other side was already losing. His opponent was Xia Reiji. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was still Xia Clan's first supreme elder. He had abundant resources and many methods. After a few more rounds, Xia Reiji suddenly shouted, using a fatal killer move towards the Snowman Goo Immortal. The Snowman Goo Immortal could not dodge. Despair appeared on his face. Right at this time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch attacked, using an Ice Path killer move to attack Xia Reiji. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was furious. They moved to protect Xia Riji, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's sneak attack. Using this chance, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch pulled that rank 7 Snowman's subordinate back to his side. Variant human goo immortals truly have no sense of propriety and honor. They lost both in battle and in battle. It was clearly a one-on-one fight, but he actually saved her. Alright, since you don't want to follow the rules, then we'll attack together. Kill all these variant human goo immortals. The righteous alliance of Eastern Sea Alliance was infuriated. Like a raging tide, the whole army charged towards the alliance of the non-human races. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest had a change of expression. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's offense was quite fierce. With more than 10 immortal goo houses as the vanguard, they charged forward in a domineering manner. In comparison, even though the variant human alliance had many rank 8 goo immortals, they lacked immortal goo houses. In this battle, they were at a huge disadvantage with only their physical bodies. At this critical moment, the ant army suddenly appeared, forming a golden torrent that counterattacked the East Ocean Coalition army. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's offense suffered a setback. They were surrounded by billions of ants. Many immortal goo houses were infiltrated by them. They could only defend desperately. Their formation was in chaos. Wu Shuai appeared, even without Dragon Palace. He was an expert among rank 8s. Lord Alliance Leader. The Outsiders Alliance's morale was greatly boosted. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals were shocked. Why is Marshal Wu here? Isn't he with that devil, Fang Yuan? If he's here, where's Fang Yuan? As if answering the Eastern Sea Immortals' question, Fang Yuan's figure also appeared. You're quite courageous. Fang Yuan smiled and casually waved his hand, shooting out a 5-colored beam of light. A rank 7 immortal goo house was hit by the 5-colored light. It shook intensely. After a few breaths of time, it could not resist anymore and retreated rapidly. The goo immortals inside were extremely shocked. They shouted, "This is a compound killer move. It contains the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Fang Yuan snapped his fingers and countless light butterflies flew out. Butterflies of light flew like a torrential rain, attacking all the immortal goo houses in the battlefield. The immortal goo houses unleashed their abilities and resisted with all their might. The light butterfly continued to change colors, avoiding the attacks and entering the immortal goo house. This is also a compound killer move. It contains transformation path and refinement path profundities. We cannot let these light butterflies get close to the immortal goo house. They can forcefully refine goo worms. The Eastern Sea Alliance army screamed in shock. The variant human alliance's immortals were dumbfounded. Fang Yuan alone disrupted the entire Eastern Sea Alliance army. This was pseudo-venerable battle strength. The number 1 demon of the current 5 regions. Fang Yuan, how have you been? At the crucial moment, Qi currents surged like a tidal wave. Qi Sea Ancestor appeared. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's morale finally stabilized. Qi Sea Ancestor finally made a move. He has pseudo-venerable battle strength, only he can fight against Fang Yuan. Qi Sea Ancestor also returned? Didn't he go missing? The variant human goo immortals were shocked. Many had grim expressions. The reason why the Eastern Sea Immortals could form an army to attack the variant human alliance was because of Xia clan's active diplomacy and resource points, and also because Qi Sea Ancestor had secretly returned and gathered the immortals. Fang Yuan, please. Qi Sea Ancestor broke through the heavenly wind Qi wall and went to immemorial white heaven. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Qi Sea, since you have such an interest, I will accompany you. Saying so, he also charged into immemorial white heaven. Nobody dared to follow them. At this moment, the sky above Eastern Sea was in a chaotic battle. Fang Yuan and Qi Sea Ancestor fought in immemorial white heaven. Heaven and earth shook. The sun and moon lost their radiance. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's cold laughter resounded. Qi Sea, I am no longer the same as I was in the past. Let's see if you can block my sword feather blade wings. As soon as he said so, the immortals in the chaotic battle saw countless sword feathers penetrating the heavenly wind Qi wall and descending. enveloping the entire battlefield. Next, countless sword feathers formed snow-white blade wings that slashed rapidly. The immortal goo houses in the battlefield were extremely fragile against these blade wings. Only the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Jade Cloud Fireworks warship could resist them. Xia Clan's Immortal Goo House Whale fishing boat's final layer of defense was cut off. More than 10 blade wings flew in and created a huge wave of attacks. Xia Ruji let out a miserable cry. He was actually killed inside the Immortal Goo House. The immortals were shocked. "Look at my move," crying heart blood. A moment later, Fang Yuan's voice resounded again. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals felt great pain in their hearts. Large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouths, eyes, and nostrils. This was a compound killer move of Blood Path and Wisdom Path. Another move, Lightning Rhythm Flow. A moment later, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in the battlefield again. Thus, formless chi currents flew in the sky. The chi currents weaved into a net, covering all the Goo immortals and Immortal Goo houses. Lightning Path and Chi Path Dao marks were carved on their bodies. Too terrifying. This is a compound killer move of Refinement Path, Lightning Path, and Chi Path. As long as we are inside, we will continue to get injured. Retreat, retreat quickly. The armies of both sides could not fight anymore. They retreated rapidly, not daring to stay in the battlefield for even a second longer. Fang Yuan, after not seeing you for more than 10 days, you have actually improved so much. Qi Si Ancestor's voice resounded. It was filled with shock. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Qi Si, you are still injured. How can you be my mash? Today you will die here. Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was loud and resounded in the world. The Goo immortals on both sides felt a chill in their hearts. Boom boom boom. Next, there was a huge explosion. It was like countless claps of thunder were raging in their ears. The immortals on both sides looked up. They saw that chi waves were surging in the sky, surging everywhere. The color of the world changed. It was like the end of the world. That closed heavenly wind chi wall continued to change shape. The thick chi wall made people think of thin paper. There seemed to be countless wild beasts tearing and dancing on the other side. A large amount of powder fell down. This was heaven-splitting powder. Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan must have broken the sky. Next, the immortals heard Qi Si Ancestor's weak voice. Fang Yuan, it is easy for you to defeat me, but it is wishful thinking to kill me. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Qi Si, where are you going? Next, the terrifying explosions above the immortals' heads showed signs of slowing down. Be it friend or foe, they all let out sighs of relief. The power of the fight between these two great pseudo-venerables was too terrifying. If the heavenly wind chi wall was really broken, the immortals would be exposed to the terrifying aftershocks of their battle. The consequences would be unimaginable. What are you waiting for? Kill! Wu Shuai suddenly shouted, waking up the frightened immortals. Qi Si has been defeated. We need to stall these people and wait for Fang Yuan to return victorious. He will be able to secure victory with a wave of his hand. Kill! The variant human alliance was shaken. Their morale rose to an extreme level because of this. The immortals charged towards the Immortal Goo houses. Using their bodies to attack the Immortal Goo houses was not a wise tactic. But inside the Immortal Goo houses, the Eastern Sea Goo immortals all had ashen expressions. Their bodies and minds were cold. It would be a lie to say they were not afraid. Even the Immortal Goo houses could not give them any sense of security. Retreat! Retreat! Shen Songxing shouted. Without any hesitation, the Eastern Sea immortals turned around and fled. The variant human Goo immortals were most proficient in such battles where they had the upper hand. At once, they chased relentlessly with overwhelming momentum. After chasing for 100 li, Fang Yuan turned around and attacked. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was extremely weak in his hands. Most of the Immortal Goo houses were destroyed on the spot. Surrender obediently and contribute your Immortal Goo. You can still keep your lives. Fang Yuan shouted. Everyone in the variant human alliance, listen up. No one is allowed to attack my captives. In this battle, the variant human alliance won an overwhelming victory. The Eastern Sea Alliance army suffered many casualties, and even more were captured by Fang Yuan. Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals chose to believe Fang Yuan's words. They surrendered and gave up resisting. Chapter 2088. Undeniably, this was a huge victory. Eastern Sea's righteous path is nothing more than this. I wonder if Qi Sea ancestor died in battle? If he died, the whole of Eastern Sea will be ours. The variant human alliance's Gu immortals were all very excited and radiant. Fang Yuan kept the captives while commanding the variant human Gu immortals to clean up the battlefield. Lord Fang Yuan, I, Golden Fur, am willing to follow Lord to conquer the world. I will offer Golden Fur Grotto Heaven to Lord. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch suddenly knelt down towards Fang Yuan, shouting loudly. The group of immortals fell silent. Then, the voices of surrender gathered into waves of sound that continued endlessly. The entire variant human alliance was in awe. Wu Shuai saw this and was secretly happy, while Fang Yuan's expression was still indifferent. The scene in front of them was within their expectations. If Fang Yuan had forced these alliance members earlier, he could have suppressed them, but it would not have been like now, where they were all in high spirits. Fang Yuan and his two clones had made many gains in this plan. One aspect was that Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance's attack brought huge external pressure. The variant human alliance's people were forced to unite. They could sense the vile external environment. The entire human Gu immortal world had deep hostility towards variant humans. On the other hand, Fang Yuan displayed incredible battle strength. He led the variant human alliance to a great victory. This left a deep impression on the alliance immortals that they could not resist Fang Yuan. They were also looking forward to the future of submitting to Fang Yuan. From the perspective of these variant human alliance members, first, each Grotto Heaven had the Qi Harvest Fruit Calamity. If they did not submit to Fang Yuan, they would not be able to resolve it themselves. Second, the outcome of defying Fang Yuan was right in front of them. They could not do such a thing in order to survive. Third, although Fang Yuan was heartless, he was strong enough. Following such an expert would give them a much brighter future than fighting alone. Humans had dominated the 5 regions for a long time. These 2 heavens variant human Gu immortals had endured for so many years, they were already numb to their weak positions. Similar to the morale of the members of the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, they were rather lacking. This could be seen in many of the previous battles. The variant human alliance's Gu immortals had weak battle intent. They focused on protecting themselves. With all these reasons, it was almost certain that the entire alliance of the foreign races would side with Fang Yuan. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to calculate the spoils. Instead, he ordered the immortals, "Next, we need to conquer soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven." The immortals' hearts shook as they once again felt Fang Yuan's dominance and dominance. This battle was not enough to satisfy Fang Yuan's appetite. He wanted to continue fighting and take down the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven and the Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a soul path Grotto Heaven that Spectral Soul secretly controlled when he was alive. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan wanted to take advantage of this and capture them all. As for the previous owner of Night Wolf Grotto Heaven, Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch, he had secretly sided with the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan found out about it and made use of it. Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch was killed by Wu Shuai in Dragon Palace, but in order to conceal the information, they quickly attacked the Celestial Court. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven could only ignore them. Now that Fang Yuan had the time, he naturally wanted to take revenge and annex them. Thus, the Outsiders Alliance once again charged into the primordial onyx heaven in a mighty manner. The army pressed forward, but before the battle started, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven's entrance suddenly opened. With Yi Ji as the leader, the Grotto Heaven Gu immortals came out and knelt before Fang Yuan, asking to surrender. Fang Yuan did not start a massacre. After taking in everyone, he led the army to soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a scene of desolation. It turned out that after Spectral Soul took over Lady Cold Ash's body, he had left An Sun in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven to manage the logistics. After Fang Yuan pursued them, Only Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia escaped from Shadow Sect. After Fairy Myrtle escaped, she immediately contacted Sun and ordered him to retreat. Sun naturally would not retreat empty-handed. Other than emptying almost all of his storage, he even detonated the Qi Harvest fruit before leaving, causing severe damage to Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. The remaining Gu Immortals in Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven finally repaired the hole, but after a few days of rest, they were attacked by Fang Yuan's army. Against Fang Yuan's army, Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven could not resist at all. It was conquered almost instantly. Inside Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, there were still several Gu Immortals left, led by Enchong. These people had not been modified by Spectral Soul. Before Sun left, they had fought with him. They were all injured. Fang Yuan did not reject any of them. He also took these people in as his subordinates. Next, he created a new alliance agreement. Fang Yuan learned from his previous lesson. He no longer used his main body to contact his subordinates. He used Wu Shuai's clone instead. This way, even if a strong enemy captured these subordinates in the future, they could only deduce Wu Shuai's location through the alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's main body would be safe. At this point, Fang Yuan completely took over the variant human alliance. But it was not enough. In many grotto heavens of the immemorial two heavens, the Qi harvest fruits had already grown to a huge size. They were on the verge of self-detonation. Fang Yuan first went to Grand Swine Grotto Heaven. Under the Immortal's gazes, Fang Yuan waved his hand, releasing a white light. The white light coiled around the huge Qi harvest fruit as it turned into mist. The mist surged, obstructing investigative methods. Fang Yuan was still not assured. He ordered the Immortals, "Stay back, don't use any Gu worms, I don't want to disturb my method." The Immortals obeyed. White mist spread, shrouding Fang Yuan's main body. Outsiders could not see the situation inside. Fang Yuan opened the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's entrance. The Qi Si clone flew out. The Qi Si clone came to the Qi harvest fruit, his eyes shining like he was looking at a supreme delicacy. The Qi Si clone stabbed his hand deep into the Qi harvest fruit as he activated a Qi path method. Immortal killer move, Qi Ju revival. This Qi path method was modified by Fang Yuan using Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Qi harvest fruit revival method. When he created the Qi Si clone earlier, he relied on this move. Under the killer move Qi Ju revival, the Qi harvest fruit shrunk rapidly, turning into a large number of Qi path Dao marks that were added to the Qi Si clone's body. If I devour this fruit completely, I will gain about 60,000 Qi path Dao marks. Qi Si ancestor estimated with a joyful tone. This was a huge amount. On average, an ordinary Grand Tribulation could give a Gu Immortal about 7,000 Dao marks. An ordinary Myriad Tribulation could give a Gu Immortal about 80,000 Dao marks. If they were undergoing tribulations, a Qi Path Gu Immortal would need to go through 8 or 9 Grand Tribulations to accumulate 60,000 Qi Path Dao marks. The Dao marks gained from undergoing tribulations are not only the Dao marks of the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path, but also some Dao marks of other paths. Looking at it from another perspective, as long as Qi Si ancestor completely absorbed this Qi harvest fruit, he would have passed most of the Qi path myriad tribulations without any risk. Thus, Qi Si ancestor's gains from absorbing the Qi harvest fruit were huge. Fang Yuan calculated. The Qi Si clone was created from the Celestial Court Qi harvest fruit. It had over 800,000 Qi path Dao marks when it was born. Absorbing 3 of these Qi harvest fruits would surpass 1 million. My own Qi path Dao marks are only at this level. When the Qi Si clone absorbs all the Qi harvest fruits in the 2 heavens grotto heavens, his Qi path Dao marks will far surpass mine. It will accumulate to an unprecedented and terrifying level. Fang Yuan's 1 million Qi path Dao marks were obtained from annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven. The Qi Si clone had to start from scratch and accumulate independently. But by relying on Qi Ju survival and the Qi harvest fruit, his accumulation efficiency was truly shocking. Evidently, for a long time from now on, the Qi Si clone would become Fang Yuan's main clone. In terms of battle strength, it would be on par with the main body. It might even surpass him. There were many factors that influenced a Gu Immortal's battle strength, for example, the Gu Immortal's personal battle attainment, the battle environment, the Gu Immortal's Gu worm ranks, the killer moves, Gu formations, immortal Gu houses, and whether the Gu Immortal had a mature and outstanding combat system. But among these factors, the most important one was the Gu Immortal's cultivation level. 1,000 Dao marks could double the amplification. Excluding freaks like Feng Yuan, Feng Jioge, and the past venerables, on average, rank 6 Gu Immortals had 0 to 9,000 Dao marks. Rank 7 Gu Immortals had 10,000 to 30,000 Dao marks. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had 100,000 to 300,000. Thus, the difference in battle strength between rank 7 and rank 8 far surpassed the difference between rank 6 and rank 7. In the Gu cultivation system, the higher the level, the greater the difference between each rank. Until rank 9 Gu venerables, they were invincible in the world. They could sweep through everything. Why was Northern Plains' old ancestor Shui Hu the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world? He was from the demonic path. He lacked suitable immortal Gu. The main reason was that he had an extraordinary number of ice and snow Dao marks. According to your estimation, how many Qi Path Dao marks does Demon Immortal Qi Ju have? Within the white fog, Feng Yuan's main body asked the Qi Si clone. The Qi Si clone swallowed the Qi harvest fruit as he said, about 500,000. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement. From the battle, all the signs showed that Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Dao marks were inferior to Duke Long's. It was likely that his rebirth was disturbed by Feng Yuan and the Southern Alliance. He was too hasty and impatient. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju had Shiland. Shiland was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. A complete secluded domain of heaven and earth was a rank 9 immortal material. Thus, any Qi Path killer move that used Shiland as the core had terrifying power. Even Spectral Soul could not face it head-on. This was like the reverse flow protection seal that Feng Yuan had once used. It also made everyone feel helpless. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's killer move was outdated and he lacked immortal Gu. The two things that allowed him to have pseudo-venerable battle strength were Dao marks and Shiland. After Shiland was heavily damaged, his battle strength fell by a lot. He was eventually suppressed and imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. The Qi Si clone devoured the Qi harvest fruit and sent it into the Sovereign Immortal aperture. Feng Yuan collected the Qi harvest fruit. The Alliance Immortals saw that the original Qi harvest fruit was gone. There was nothing left at the original location. They cheered. "We are saved, our homeland is saved." As expected of Lord Feng Yuan, he is unfathomable and omnipotent. "Lord Feng Yuan, our headquarters are in danger, please lend us a helping hand." The Immortals cheered. All sorts of flattering words surged towards Feng Yuan like a tidal wave. Even though none of these Gu Immortals could fight, their flattery skills were very profound, and they were improving by the day. Feng Yuan then annexed this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and fused it into his Sovereign Grotto Heaven. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven was a rank 8 transformation path Grotto Heaven. It produced pig-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Feng Yuan's transformation path attainment level was Great Grandmaster. He could naturally annex it. Why did he not annex it before? It was naturally because this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had fused with a 9 heavens fragment. It contained heaven path Dao marks, causing the heavenly spirit to be corroded by providence. It became very stupid and useless. Chapter 2089. Feng Yuan started to create compound killer moves in secret again. His divine sense moved around the Sovereign Immortal aperture. Under the divine sense's gaze, there were all sorts of mortal Gu. He casually took out 2 wind path Gu worms. The rank 1 was called Clear Wind Wheel Gu, while the rank 2 was called Jade Wind Wheel Gu. The former, when activated, allowed the Gu Master's 2 calves to have a ring of light green whirlwinds coiling around them, increasing their movement speed. The latter was one of the results of Clear Wind Wheel Gu's refinement. It could form a pair of jade green whirlwinds, like 2 bracelets on the Gu Master's arm, increasing their movement speed. I currently lack movement methods in battle. Why don't I use this as a foundation and create one? Feng Yuan had an inspiration. He fell into deep thought. Ever since he fought with the Qi-Si clone in the immemorial Two Heavens, he had a need for this. Although he was plotting with the Qi-Si clone to harm Eastern Sea's righteous path and the variant human alliance, Fang Yuan and the Qi-Si clone had fought for real. If not for that, how could such a terrifying scene be created? After all, the main body and the clone's fight had split the sky, causing heaven-splitting powder to fall. In this friendly fight, Fang Yuan displayed all sorts of killer moves. He had excellent performance. Even the worst was average. His performance was average. Although there were no surprises, there were no disappointments either. This fight made Fang Yuan feel his own inadequacies. Although he had already created many compound killer moves, most of them were offensive and defensive, he was still lacking in terms of movement. The two wind path goo worms gave Fang Yuan an inspiration. In his imagination, when he activated a wind path goo worm, 2 rings of wind would condense under his feet. The rings of wind would revolve continuously like 2 wheels of wheels. As long as he activated them for a period of time, the rings would rotate faster, and Fang Yuan's body would also move faster. Let me see, how many wind path immortal goo do I have? Fang Yuan had few wind path immortal goo, but in the battle not long ago, Fang Yuan had obtained many wind path immortal goo. The members of the Alien Race Alliance also had some. In the worst case, Fang Yuan could extort the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path to get wind path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's choices were too wide. Soon, Fang Yuan obtained many wind path immortal goo from his subordinates. They were all rank 7. After thinking about it and referring to many wind path immortal goo recipes and wind path killer moves, Fang Yuan successfully created his wind path killer move. After the initial activation, 2 rings of wind formed under the Goo Immortal's feet and could move the Goo Immortal's body. After testing the killer move for a while, Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He noticed the biggest flaw. Although this killer move would become faster and faster, the starting speed was too slow, and it needed to be sustained for a period of time before the speed increase would show some improvement. How to improve it? This was actually a common problem with wind path killer moves. Regardless of whether it was a gentle breeze or a violent gale, they all needed a process to grow to their maximum power. Of course, there were many ways to maximize the power of the attack right from the start. If one's wind path attainment level was high, they could modify the killer move structure to an extremely exquisite level. Or they could sacrifice a lot of time to prepare and erupt in one go. Or they could expend more immortal essence to increase the power of the killer move. However, Fang Yuan tossed all of these methods to the back of his mind, because they were all common methods. Fang Yuan was interested in Fire Path. Fire Path's explosive performance far surpassed Wind Path's. In terms of explosive power, Fire Path was one of the best among all the paths. After choosing a few suitable Fire Path immortal goo, this compound killer move was successfully modified. Let's call it Windfire Wheel. Fang Yuan casually used a name. Windfire Wheel killer move had explosive power. It could accelerate rapidly and become faster and faster, and most importantly, it did not expend much immortal essence and did not require much mental effort. Fang Yuan tried it again and was quite satisfied. All in all, Windfire Wheel was already outstanding among rank 7 killer moves. It could trample on 70% of the current killer moves. However, if this killer move landed in the hands of other Goo Immortals, it would be different. Basically, no Goo Immortal would be stupid enough to use it. Because just the internal friction of Wind Path and Fire Path would cause this killer move's effect to fall to rank 6. Using the immortal essence of a rank 7 killer move, it would only have rank 6 power. In the eyes of other Goo Immortals, this killer move would be the lowest of the lowest. This was the advantage of having over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. The internal friction of different Dao marks was greatly reduced. Many killer moves were reborn in Fang Yuan's hands. And most importantly, the difficulty of Fang Yuan's derivation of the compound killer move was greatly reduced. If it were an ordinary Goo Immortal who cultivated Wind Path, they would not be stupid enough to use Fire Path Immortal Goo as the 2 cores to create a killer move like Windfire Wheel. At most, they would use some low-rank immortal goo of other paths as support, and they could not use a lot of them. The most common method was to use a vast number of fire path mortal goo to reduce the internal friction. But this way, the number of goo worms in the killer move would increase, the difficulty of activating it would increase, the mental burden would increase, the overall evaluation of the killer move would also fall. Killer moves needed to be practical, the number of goo worms could not be too high, the immortal essence burden could not be too high, the effect had to be good, and there could not be any obvious flaws. Thus, creating killer moves was an extremely difficult and huge project. But in Fang Yuan's hands, compound killer moves could not only use 2 cores, they could also use 3 cores, 4 cores, and many other cores. Wind path was not good at eruption, he could use fire path and choose freely. The space for creating and modifying killer moves of a single path was limited. Compound killer moves were even more so, because of the internal friction. In the history of goo cultivation, compound killer moves were far fewer than the killer moves of a single path. Killer moves of a single path had always been the orthodox path. But Fang Yuan's situation was completely different now. Because of the low internal friction in his derivation of compound killer moves, the space for him to create and modify killer moves was much larger than ordinary goo immortals. The number of paths in the world reduced the difficulty of his derivation of killer moves by several times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan was able to rapidly devise a large number of compound killer moves in a short period of time. Don't forget that he had a vast number of goo recipes and killer moves, so even though his wind path and fire path attainment levels were not high, he could refer to them and easily devise a killer move like Windfire Wheel. When sparring with the Qi-Si clone earlier, Fang Yuan had used Sword Feather Blade Wings, Heart Crying Blood, Thunder Charm Thread Flow, 5 Technique Rainbow Light, Refinement Butterfly killer moves. They were just a small portion of the outstanding killer moves in his inventory. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks, even though it was a small number, it truly opened up a whole new world for Fang Yuan. Since ancient times until now, countless heroes and experts in history had only dabbled in this new world. After exploring a few steps, they were powerless and unable to continue. But with the support of Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan could take a dozen steps, or even 100 steps. He could easily obtain unprecedented achievements. The Heavenly Dao is inclusive and pays attention to the balance of all living beings. It is truly wondrous. In the next few days, Fang Yuan secretly created and modified compound killer moves while leading Qi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai to sweep through the grotto heavens. Most of the Qi harvest fruits in the variant human alliance were devoured by Qi-Si Ancestor, some were left in the grotto heavens. Fang Yuan annexed a total of 3 rank 8 grotto heavens, Transformation Paths Grand Swine Grotto Heaven, Time Paths Time Difference Grotto Heaven, and Rule Paths Freshness Grotto Heaven. These 3 grotto heavens had abundant resources and deep foundations. They were located on heaven vein nodes and were taken care of by Providence for many years. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. He cleverly split these 3 grotto heavens and placed them in different areas of the sovereign immortal aperture. For example, Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had 2 super resource points. One was the Rolling Waterfall Cliff, the other was the Needle Forest Snowfield. In the Rolling Waterfall Cliff, there were large numbers of desolate beast jumping pigs. These jumping pigs could not walk, they only knew how to jump. When they grew to a certain stage, their bodies would become fat, they would come to the highest cliff and jump down. There was a huge waterfall hanging on the cliff. The water in the waterfall was boiling hot. It contained a vast number of fire path and water path Dao marks. It was steaming hot all year round. When the jumping pigs jumped into the waterfall, 10% of them would die from the corrosion of fire path and water path Dao marks. The remaining 90% would have their skin and flesh split open, they would have their bones broken and blood splattered. They barely survived. But after that, as long as the jumping pigs survived, they would break through their bottleneck and grow into dead fat pigs. Dead fat pigs would no longer be desolate beasts. Their life forms would break through to another level. They would become ancient desolate beasts. The number of dead fat pigs and jumping pigs in the rolling waterfall cliff was quite sizable. The number of dead fat pigs produced every year was basically the largest in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. And in the Needle Forest Snowfield, there were bold swine that lived and reproduced. Bold swine were immemorial black pigs, even their bones were black, they were as large as mountains and moved slowly. The Needle Forest snowfield was huge. Fang Yuan naturally placed it in Kokitahara, causing Kokitahara's area to increase by 20%. And there were more than 500 bold swine of all sizes. Fang Yuan became the world's largest pig farm owner in one leap. As for Time Difference Grotto Heaven and Freshness Grotto Heaven, they each had a super resource point. Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal aperture had suffered heavy losses from the myriad tribulation. But after annexing these 3 Grotto Heavens, there was an immediate improvement. The development rate rose to 25%. This development rate was slightly higher than before the myriad tribulation. Previously, the sovereign Immortal aperture only had one super resource point. It was Dang Hun Mountain, which produced Guts Goo. After that was the dragonfish business. Fang Yuan invested in it many times before it became a giant resource point. Fang Yuan developed the sovereign Immortal aperture by forcefully taking Hei Fan Grotto Heaven and Qi Si Grotto Heaven. But how could these 2 Grotto Heavens be as stable as the variant Human Alliance's Grotto Heaven? Providence took great care of the latter. On the other hand, it was Fang Yuan's development, like the Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit, Seagull Soil Beach, and 5 Light Mountain. They were all newly established, there was little investment, their development time could not compare to the variant Human Grotto Heavens. Finally, Fang Yuan focused on raising humans and variant humans later on. He did not put his energy into proper resources. After annexing them, the sovereign Immortal aperture's subsequent arrangements were very complicated. Fang Yuan handed them to the humans and variant humans in the Immortal aperture. He himself started to refine the heaven path Dao marks inside. As for Qi Si Ancestor, he returned to Qi Si. Xia clan's surviving Gu Immortals were in Qi Si. They cried tears of joy when they saw Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor was still alive. This was the best news. Eastern Sea's super forces sent their representatives to Qi Si. After getting this news, they let out sighs of relief. Without Qi Si Ancestor, they could not deal with Fang Yuan. This defeat is all because of me. Qi Si Ancestor took the initiative to take responsibility. Cough, cough. Don't say that, Ancestor. The one who wanted to attack the variant Human Alliance was my Xia clan. Sigh, I have let down my friends who died in battle. Qi Si Ancestor raised his head and sighed. His eyes were slightly red. Qi Si Ancestor, you should focus on recuperating now. Whatever resources you need, the whole of Eastern Sea will support you fully. Eastern Sea's Shen Clan Gu Immortal spoke. The other super forces representatives also nodded without any objections. Under everyone's gazes, Qi Si Ancestor coughed out another mouthful of blood. He sighed. The most important thing now is to recover from my injuries. Most of the immortal friends of the 2 heavens who have attached themselves to me still have the scourge of the energy harvest fruit in their homes. Let me get rid of these Qi harvest fruits first. The immortals were extremely moved. Many of the 2 heavens Gu immortals had tears in their eyes. Qi Si Ancestor, you are truly the role model of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Chapter 2090. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. A brand new time path Immortal formation was set up. It was at the crucial moment. Go! Fang Yuan's divine sense moved. A large lump of epiphyllum nectar was sprinkled over. This was a rank 8 time path Immortal material. At the next moment, profound light flashed, turning into countless light specks that spread rapidly. Boom, it was like the explosion of silver-white fireworks. The light specks quickly dissipated without a trace. It was as if the formation that Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort to set up had completely failed. However, when Fang Yuan activated his investigative killer move, he saw a phantom pool floating in the air. This pool resembled the Year Essence pool, but it was not big. It was only 10% of the Year Essence pool's size. Fang Yuan observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction. The formation was quite successful this time. He willed. The rank 8 Year Essence pool in the Mini 9 Heavens opened its floodgates. A tributary of the River of Time flowed down, merging into the newly constructed pool. When the water of the river of time in the pool reached a certain level, it started to move on its own. The water flowed out of the pool and poured into the ground below. At the bottom of the year essence pool was a thick white fog. In the shallow pool covered by the fog, there was a large number of desolate plants, extreme marsh flowers. Some of these flowers were like flower buds. They were as big as houses. Some were in full bloom, their petals connected into one, shaped like a trumpet. From the center of the flower, traces of white fog spread out continuously. This was the flower mist extreme marsh shoal that Fang Yuan had meticulously created. The food of rank 8 Immortal Gu regret was fresh extreme marsh flower mist. The tributary of the river of time flowed down, causing the entire extreme marsh flower mist shoal's time to accelerate. The water of the tributary of the river of time continued to spread, but a light blue translucent wall of light appeared around the flower mist shoal. Thus, the effect of time acceleration was limited to the area covered by the wall of light. Success, it is perfect. Fang Yuan inspected it several times. He was very satisfied that there were no problems. The light blue translucent wall of light was a method that Fang Yuan had obtained from Time Difference Grotto Heaven. All of the resource points in Time Difference Grotto Heaven were like this. They were surrounded by the wall of light. The flow of time inside was many times faster than other places. As a result, Time Difference Grotto Heaven's production of time path resources was extraordinary. Fang Yuan added years subpools on top of the original foundation. Each subpool was responsible for regulating a time path area. The rank 8 year essence pool was like the main dam, while these year essence pools were like the auxiliary dam. The tributaries of the river of time that were drawn in from the river of time first entered the year essence pool, then the largest one spread throughout the immortal aperture, while many other tributaries entered the auxiliary dam to speed up the production of resources. In this way, Fang Yuan's resource output would increase by more than 10 times. Of course, this method was not only used to speed up the production of resources, it could also be used on goo worms. In the time path zone where time slowed down, goo worms' food requirements fell by a lot. This method had little effect on other goo immortals. The reason was simple: conflicting Dao marks. Time path partitioning was essentially a time path method. If the goo worms affected were of other paths and had higher ranks, the effect would be smaller. Fang Yuan had the unrestrained heavenly scar, which could reduce internal friction. After trying it out, he found that the effect of this method was gratifying. On one hand, it reduced the food requirements of goo worms. On the other hand, it increased the production of resources. Fang Yuan's goo worm food crisis was over before it flared up. Qi Si ancestor left, but these few days, Fang Yuan was not idle. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals died in battle. The immortal apertures and blessed lands that were left at the bottom of the sea were almost all devoured by him. As for the grotto heavens in the immemorial 2 heavens, Fang Yuan intended to keep them for now. On one hand, the sovereign immortal aperture needed food. By annexing a grotto heaven every once in a while, the calamities and tribulations would start anew, allowing Fang Yuan to make arrangements more flexibly. On the other hand, the grotto heavens were like potted plants that grew qi harvest fruits. Even though there was little hope, if the qi harvest fruits continued to grow, not only would they suppress the variant human alliance, they could also nourish the qi si clone. As for the 3 grotto heavens that Fang Yuan devoured earlier, they were necessary. Fang Yuan had too little immortal essence. He needed to replenish it in large amounts. Rank 8 Goo immortals relied on immortal Yuan stones to replenish immortal essence. The best way was to produce it themselves. But immortal apertures relied on the immortal aperture origin core to produce immortal essence. And the strength of the immortal aperture origin core depended on the immortal aperture's development. To raise its development, Fang Yuan had to devour 3 grotto heavens. The Fate War had expended a large amount of Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves. After that, Fang Yuan could not rest. He moved around the Qi tides, searching for a way to deal with the heaven path Dao marks. After finding a way, Fang Yuan entered the celestial court and was immediately pursued. During this period of time, Fang Yuan fought too frequently. Almost all of his battles were against peak experts of the immortal world. They were too intense. By now, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had fallen below the warning line. He needed to rest and recuperate for the time being. He could not fight anymore. Thanks to the year essence pool that I snatched, I have no lack of time path methods to speed up the immortal aperture's time. Otherwise, my immortal essence would have been used up already. It is a pity that I do not have the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, otherwise, I would not have to worry about this. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal Goo could produce immortal essence. In history, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who possessed it had the most immortal essence reserves among venerables. Ever since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable started cultivating, he had never been worried about the burden of primeval essence and immortal essence. In contrast, his enemies often fell into a predicament of running out of primeval essence and immortal essence when fighting against Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence now. It was delaying his recovery. He explored dream realms, he needed immortal essence. He cultivated soul path, he needed immortal essence. He had lost many immortal goo, he needed to refine them quickly. He had a large number of low-rank immortal goo, he needed to refine them. Injured immortal goo needed refinement path methods to recover, he also needed immortal essence. Because of his lack of immortal essence, he needed to save some for emergencies. Fang Yuan's cultivation could only be put aside for now. Only the compound killer moves concept, because the difficulty was too low, he could barely continue with it. Experimenting with new killer moves also needed immortal essence. But just this alone was within the range of what Fang Yuan could bear. Other than accumulating immortal essence and deducing compound killer moves, Fang Yuan was also relocating resource points and gathering immortal materials. The resource points in the 2 heavens grotto heavens that could be moved, Fang Yuan tried his best to relocate them. After all, these grotto heavens were left in the immemorial 2 heavens, their defensive range was too wide. If someone attacked, it would be hard to defend against them in time. A vast number of immortal materials were organized and stored in several warehouses in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan imitated Celestial Court. He built several large open warehouses and also several expensive hidden warehouses. The variant human goo immortals received the care of Providence. They were truly rich. Among them, wood path immortal materials were the most abundant. Because Xiaohe Jian and Green Forest Great Sage were mini-man, other than them, there were 2 other wood path grotto heavens. There were also many other paths immortal materials. But what made Fang Yuan pleasantly surprised was that the number of luck path immortal materials he collected was also astonishing. For example, the luck path ancient desolate beast rolling cat, after collecting them in small batches, Fang Yuan found dozens of them in the end. This kind of cat was very exquisite. An adult could make it roll on it with just a stretch of their hand. Rolling cat was very adorable. It had snow-white fur, pink paws, large black eyes, and its meow was very tender. Meow meow meow, it made people's hearts itch. There was also Lucky Jade. This was in rank 8 luck path immortal material. It emitted a dazzling light at all times and contained dense luck path Dao marks. Tooth water was also a type. It looked no different from ordinary spring water on the surface, but if one drank it, it would get stuck in the gaps between the teeth. Not only would it be extremely uncomfortable, it could even cause the goo immortal's luck to plummet and fall into a trough. The variant human alliance does not have luck path cultivators. But these people were able to create a paradise under the influence of humanity, living in seclusion and reproducing. They naturally have great luck. Not to mention that they are also under the care of Providence. Fang Yuan thought about it. These luck path immortal materials could be explained. These luck path immortal materials were very valuable to Fang Yuan. They came at the right time. Because he needed to refine a large number of luck path immortal goo to raise cooking luck pots level. Cooking luck pots level was still too low for the current Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan predicted that there would be a large number of immortal materials and even immortal goo in the future. Because those Eastern Sea goo immortal captives were still imprisoned in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's extortion letters had already been sent to all of Eastern Sea's forces. After Eastern Sea's righteous path leaders received the letters, they sent them to Qi Si Ancestor, hoping to hear his opinion and ask for his help. Qi ancestor had just visited the two heavens grotto heavens and devoured all the Qi harvest fruits. Right now, his Qi path Dao marks had broken through 2 million. In less than half a month, the Qi clone's strength had increased explosively. The Qi clone did not react. He would hide this card for now, for as long as he could. If those Qi harvest fruits can grow again, that would be great. Qi ancestor was looking forward to it, but he knew that the possibility was not high. Because Qi harvest fruits were produced because of the impact of the Qi tides. Almost all of the grotto heavens were located on heaven veins. That was why there was a huge problem. During the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, the 5 regions Qi tides had already stopped moving. The fusion of the 5 regions Qi was almost complete. Qi ancestor was also pondering over his own cultivation. He did not lack Dao marks or immortal essence, he lacked killer moves. Qi ancestor only had a few killer moves that he could use. Even though he obtained Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the Qi path killer move Celestial Court was too familiar, he needed to modify it. Qi ancestor's ambition was not just this. He wanted to create a combat system that was suitable for himself. Killer moves were scattered and could be used to bully some rank 8 experts, or some pseudo-venerables. But against people like Spectral Soul and Duke Long, he needed an outstanding combat system. The main factor that influenced a Gu Immortal's battle strength was cultivation level. But killer moves, Immortal Gu, Immortal Essence, timing, geography, and people were also influential factors. For example, special killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal could allow Gu Immortals to fight above their ranks. Combat systems were also part of this. For most Gu Immortals, combat systems were not necessary. Because just these factors were enough to create a difference in battle strength, Gu Immortals would be able to determine the victor. But to Fang Yuan and Qi, it was something they could not lack. Because cultivation level, killer moves, immortal Gu, and other normal factors could not determine the victor, everyone was about the same. At this time, whoever had a mature and outstanding combat system was very important. Fang Yuan's extortion letters were passed around for a while before they all landed on Qi ancestor's table. Qi ancestor did not even look at them, because he knew the contents of these letters. My injuries are not light, I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Qi ancestor's words made Eastern Sea's righteous path lose the will to resist Fang Yuan. If Qi ancestor did not take action, who could resist Fang Yuan directly? They had to hand over the immortal materials and redeem their clan's Gu Immortals. Qi ancestor added, I have already contacted the Celestial Court, maybe they will send reinforcements. Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu Immortals had complex emotions, they could not say anything. After all, Qi ancestor was heavily injured. He even contacted the Celestial Court for Eastern Sea's righteous path members. He did not ignore them. As a lone cultivator who was close to the righteous path, Qi ancestor had already done a good job. As for Xia clan's Gu Immortals, they were obediently resting in Qi's formation. Their first supreme elder had already been killed by Fang Yuan. The remaining Gu Immortals were very obedient. They were not obedient earlier, especially when the variant human Gu Immortals escaped from Central Continent. These Xia clan Gu Immortals were very excited at that time. They thought that the chance to reclaim their homeland was here. In the end. Chapter 2091. Eastern Sea, Hot Spring Blessed Land. Ever since Fang Yuan subdued the variant human alliance, he had been in closed cultivation in Xia clan's headquarters. The Dragon Man clone, Wu Shuai, represented him, managing the alliance's daily affairs. I have seen your contributions, you may leave. Wu Shuai's voice could be vaguely heard in the hall. This subordinate takes his leave. At the next moment, the door opened as 2 mini-man Gu Immortals flew out. They were Xiaohe Jian and Green Forest Great Sage. After leaving the hall, the respectful expressions on their faces faded, replaced by expressions of regret and helplessness. The reason the 2 immortals were summoned was because Fang Yuan wanted their would path immortal Gu. Under Wu Shuai's persuasion, The two immortals had to offer their wood path immortal goo. Green Forest Great Sage transmitted, complaining, "Lord Xiao, what do we do? My forest goo is the core of many killer moves. Without it, I can barely fight." Xiao Hejian's expression was ugly. "You only lost rank 7 forest goo, but I offered up rank 8. The two immortals were not willing to contribute, but the situation was pressing. What could they do? In fact, this situation had been happening frequently recently. The alliance members were furious, but they did not dare to go against their superior's will. "The announcement is here. The announcement is here." An excited voice entered the ears of the two Miniman Goo immortals. The two immortals moved and arrived in front of an information path Mortal Goo house. On this information path Mortal Goo house, there was a board with 3 words at the top: Contribution Board. Looking down, Xiao Hejian was ranked first. His contribution points were in 4 digits. As for Green Forest Great Sage, even though he was not in the top 3, he was in the top 10. Green Forest Great Sage was overjoyed. "Lord Xiao, look, you are first." Alliance leader did not lie to us. He really recorded our contributions to the alliance. He was depressed earlier, but his mood was much better now. Xiao Hejian snorted coldly, feeling disdainful. "This is just the method of the higher-ups to exploit us. To think that this demon Fang Yuan has such political skills. Sigh, it is a pity that I do not have his peak battle strength. There are still Qi harvest fruits left in my own headquarters. Given the current situation, what else can I do besides following behind Fang Yuan?" Xiao Hejian's strength was extraordinary, and he was not inferior to the experts of the Celestial Court. Unfortunately, with his strength, he could only bow his head in front of Fang Yuan. He was unwilling, but what could he do? The situation was stronger than the people. Contribution Board? Soon, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest learned of this important news. During this period of time, alliance members have often been summoned and given immortal goo. Even Xiao Hejian was not spared. "What should I do?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch showed worry on his face. "My name is not on the contribution board yet. As the Vice Alliance leader, this is not a good thing." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slightly anxious. But he was reluctant to hand over the ice and snow immortal goo. "How about this? I'll gather a batch of immortal materials and offer them up." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly made up his mind. Fang Yuan could force his subordinates to hand over their immortal goo. But if he did that, it would be too unsightly. The hearts of the people that were gathered after much difficulty would disperse. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's earlier ploy would be a waste of effort. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path overlord, he was also well-versed in the righteous path. Setting up a contribution board could resolve many conflicts. It could also motivate others. Of course, the essence was still the same: the strong plundered the weak. On the same day that Fang Yuan set up the contribution board, a huge matter happened in Qi Sea. All of the Eastern Sea Righteous Path Goo Immortals gathered together and elected Qi Sea Ancestor as the alliance leader of the Eastern Sea Righteous Qi Alliance. The variant human alliance led by Fang Yuan had become a huge threat to Eastern Sea's super forces. Especially after the recent defeat, Eastern Sea's super clans were even more wary and worried about Fang Yuan's forces. Facing the bullying of the strong, the weak naturally had to band together. Under Fang Yuan's coercion, all of the super forces wanted to band together. As for the alliance leader position, there was no way to fight for it. All of the super clans supported Qi Sea Ancestor. Only pseudo-venerable battle strength Qi Sea Ancestor could contend against Fang Yuan. The Qi Sea clone was not modest. The current situation was already within his calculations. "Since I am the alliance leader of the Righteous Qi Alliance, I will act for the big picture. I hope you will not disobey my orders." Qi Sea Ancestor said solemnly. We don't dare, we don't dare." Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Immortals replied. "There are 3 important matters now." Qi Sea Ancestor said in detail. "The first is to create the Alliance's treasury. Each clan needs to hand over a certain amount of resources, not just immortal materials, but also immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. The second is to set up the Alliance Contribution Board and Mission Board. They must be fair and just. Everyone who contributes to the Righteous Qi Alliance will know about it. The affairs of the Righteous Qi Alliance should also be handled by competent people. The third is that the members of the Righteous Qi Alliance should help each other. If there is a betrayal, the other members must work together to eliminate the traitor. There must not be any leniency or tolerance. That's right. The Immortals agreed. They knew that only by doing this could they truly create the foundation of the alliance. Otherwise, the Righteous Qi Alliance would only exist in name. It would be better not to create it. Qi Si Ancestor organized the first group meeting. The first was the exchange of true inheritances. The clans would exchange their talents. Some clans had many refinement path Gu Immortals. Some clans were strong in wisdom path. Such cooperation could indeed rapidly increase the strength of the entire Righteous Qi Alliance. The second was to discuss how to negotiate with Fang Yuan to redeem the Gu Immortals of the various clans. All the clans hoped that Fang Yuan could return the Gu Immortals in one piece and keep their immortal apertures. For this, they were willing to make concessions in terms of ransom. The third was to use the Righteous Qi Alliance's name to publicly contact the Celestial Court, hoping to cooperate with the Celestial Court to form an even stronger alliance to eliminate Fang Yuan and the Variant Human Alliance. After receiving this information, Wu Yong sat in his study room for an entire afternoon. During this period of time, Wu Yong first eliminated the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, raising his reputation to a whole new level. But soon, news of the battle between Fang Yuan and Qi Si, as well as the defeat of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, spread all over the world. The subsequent development of the situation made Wu Yong feel like it was too much for him to take in. Eastern Sea formed 2 alliances and entered a standoff. Lord, Wu Bachong asked for an audience. Seeing Wu Yong's grim expression, Wu Bachong knew what was going on. His tone became gentler. The change in Eastern Sea's situation was a heavy blow to Wu Yong's ambitions. Wu Yong had originally planned to invade Eastern Sea after unifying southern border. But now, Eastern Sea's situation had undergone a complete change. Not only were there 2 alliances, Fang Yuan was also occupying a corner of Eastern Sea. His might was overwhelming. Wu Yong's grand strategy was about to be implemented, but it was already showing signs of failure. Lord, are we still going to attack Mushroom Man Paradise? Wu Bachong asked. Wu Yong's gaze flickered. He was too familiar with Wu Bachong. He asked directly, what happened now? Wu Bachong handed over an information path Mortal Gu. Wu Yong took a look. He crushed the information path Mortal Gu in his hand as his fist slammed on the table. With a loud sound, the paper and brush were scattered. These cowards, scoundrels. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. The information showed that a large number of southern border clans had secretly contacted Lu Wei-yin. The reason for this was obvious. Fang Yuan displayed the might of the number 1 demon in the world. These super forces were afraid. They might not want to collude with Fang Yuan, but Lu Wei-yin had cooperated with Fang Yuan not long ago to kill Spectral Soul. Thus, these super forces secretly contacted and colluded with Lu Wei-yin. This was the way of survival for super forces. On the surface, they were irreconcilable enemies with the demon Fang Yuan, but in the dark, they communicated with each other. If something unexpected happened in the future, there would be a trace of friendship and a way out. Lord, the demonic forces are rampant now. Since Lord has the ambition to conquer the world, why not endure for a while and wait for a good opportunity? Wu Bachong urged. Wu Yong fell into silence. He was clear about his plan. He knew the pros and cons of it. The Gu cultivation world had always respected the strong. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable, who single-handedly led humanity to overthrow the rule of the variant humans in the 5 regions. Looking at the current situation, Fang Yuan, Qi Si Ancestor, and several other pseudo-venerables were leading the world. The result of their conflict would influence the politics of the 5 regions. Using the alliance of the weak to defeat the strong? History had already proven that this was a dead end. Conflicting Dao marks made them lose their advantage in numbers. Since ancient times, there were many wise people who worked hard in this area. Ancient battle formations and immortal Gu houses were created because of this. But what happened? Looking at the Fate War, the main characters were always Duke Long, Fang Yuan, Feng Jiuge, and others. They were all Gu immortals. Even Demon Judgment Board, Dragon Palace, Di Zongxing, and others were just supporting characters. Wu Yong's plan was not to ally with the weak to resist the strong. He wanted to gather enough resources through the alliance so that he could cultivate on his own. He wanted to raise his cultivation base and battle strength to the pseudo-venerable realm, or even the venerable realm. Developing a force was only one way to become stronger. Gathering resources and suppressing enemies was ultimately still based on the individual. Looking at the history of the 5 regions, superforces were just vassals of the strong. The rise and fall of a superforce was decided by the state of the strong. After a long while, Wu Yong broke the silence, saying, "Wu Ba Chong, your suggestion is very reasonable. All right, let's put aside the plan of attacking Mushroom Man Paradise for now. There are a few things we need to do now," Wu Yong said as he tapped the table with his fingers. "First, actively search for all kinds of inheritances and try to find venerable methods from them, so that we can resist existences like Fang Yuan in the future. Second, spread rumors about Fang Yuan's strength, emphasize the conflict between Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court, and try to lure them into fighting each other." Chapter 2092. Central Continent. Flowing silver-blessed land. Spare my life. Leave, the enemy is Demon Immortal Ziwei. She is not someone we can fight. We were so unlucky, we had just attacked and Demon Immortal Ziwei came. The Central Continent Gu Immortals sighed as they escaped in panic. "Did I say you could leave?" Fairy Myrtle smiled coldly. Purple light shone from her body. The light illuminated half the sky. Most of the Central Continent Gu Immortals died. Only one escaped alive. Fairy Myrtle was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, a Wisdom Path Great Expert. Against these rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals, she displayed battle strength that left them in despair. After easily slaughtering the Gu Immortals, Fairy Myrtle hooked her finger. The souls of the Gu Immortals were brought to Wuxia. After devouring them, Master's soul foundation will rise greatly again. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Wuxia was depressed, his morale was low. "Sigh, even if my foundation is strong, so what? My main body is dead, only this split soul of mine is left." "Master, don't be discouraged." Sun quickly persuaded, "I brought almost all the soul path resources in Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. They are your cultivation resources." During this period of time, Sun had already met up with Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia. After persuading Wuxia, Sun said to Fairy Myrtle, "Lady Ziwei, did you let that transformation path Gu Immortal go on purpose? Why did you do that? Did you want him to attract more Gu Immortal enemies?" Sun's soul was modified by Spectral Soul. He was extremely loyal to Wuxia. He would object to anything that went against Wuxia's interests. Right now, he was looking at Fairy Myrtle with a questioning gaze. Fairy Myrtle smiled coldly, ignoring him. Wuxia quickly eased the atmosphere. "If I am not wrong, that transformation path Gu Immortal should be Warrior Steel Rush. He is Fang Yuan's subordinate. He was originally a Gu Immortal in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. After the Fate War, he has been roaming outside." Sun frowned, feeling indignant. "Fang Yuan killed Master's main body. He is our mortal enemy. We should not let him go." Wuxia sighed. "Fang Yuan's demonic might is overwhelming. He has completely subdued the variant human alliance and occupied Eastern Sea. During the battle with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance, he displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength. He has completely broken free from the Heaven Path Dao Mark restriction. Now, he is summoning his subordinates back. Which super forces would dare to stop him? Even the 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent turn a blind eye to it." Fairy Ziwei continued, "Fang Yuan is crafty and despicable. He is ruthless and ruthless. He slaughtered his entire clan when he was young to raise his aptitude. He is Dragon King, Clan Dragon Army. Whether at battle or not, or Dragon King Gu, he wore King Chin Chin. Even if we kill this Warrior Steel Rush, how much damage can we cause to Fang Yuan? Damn it. Sun clenched his fists, realizing, this demon has already gained momentum, we cannot shake him. Not only that, even getting rid of his subordinates was a huge risk, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take the opportunity to investigate. Since this demon has recovered his battle strength, why is he not fighting to the death with Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle analyzed as she plundered flowing silver-blessed land. I am suspicious of Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves. It is likely that he lacks immortal essence now. Earlier, when he fought Qi Si Ancestor, he was bluffing. So now, he is recuperating. Are you sure? Sun heard this and his eyes shined. Maybe we can make use of this. Fairy Myrtle fell silent again. Wuxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. Do you know what our greatest gain from fighting with Fang Yuan is? What is it? It is Fang Yuan. We cannot use common sense to judge him. According to the intensity of the previous battles, it is reasonable for him to lack immortal essence now. But no one knows how many methods he has, how much venerables helped him in the dark, or what methods he has in his rebirth memories. Even his main body died. Now that we managed to escape, we should not provoke him. Wuxia persuaded. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Wuxia's words did not hurt her, but she was worried about Wuxia's morale. Fang Yuan was always out of the ordinary. He displayed shocking performances time and time again. Right now, Wuxia was filled with fear. This was not the demeanor of the great spectral soul demon Venerable. Wuxia was not only a split soul of spectral soul, he was also the master that Fairy Myrtle and Sun were loyal to. They were looking forward to his rise. To boost Wuxia's morale, Fairy Myrtle thought for a while before saying, Fang Yuan is a terrifying person. After all along, he has been pressured by various forces. Be it the Venerable's forceful suppression or the pursuit of the Celestial Court led by me, he has been living a miserable life for a long time. He has been in a precarious situation. The way I see it, Fang Yuan is only a pawn. The Venerables who supported him had already given up on him the moment Fate Gu was destroyed. Not only did they give up on him, they even destroyed him. Be it the restriction of Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks, or the pursuit of Spectral Soul, they are all evidence. But now, Fang Yuan broke free and killed Spectral Soul. He got rid of the Venerable's arrangements and obtained freedom. He never had time to develop his business properly, but now he does. Right now, he is growing stronger every minute and second. He is growing stronger at an unfathomable speed. Even though I am a wisdom path great expert and have fought with Fang Yuan many times, I cannot estimate how strong he will be the next time he attacks. But no matter how strong he is, as long as he does not become venerable, he is not invincible. Fairy Myrtle changed the topic. Wuxia smiled bitterly. Maybe the next time Fang Yuan attacks, he will already be a venerable. Fairy Myrtle smiled. It is not so easy to become a venerable. Since ancient times, there have only been 10. How to become a venerable is a huge secret. All sorts of clues show that the venerables who helped Fang Yuan did not tell him this secret. Is that so? Sun clapped, saying happily, this is great. If Fang Yuan does not become venerable, he will only be a pseudo-venerable. Even though his battle strength is strong, there is a limit. Be it Qi Si Ancestor or Divine Emperor City, they can deal with him. Wuxia let out a breath of turbid air. This means that as long as Fang Yuan does not become venerable, we will still have hope? Fairy Myrtle nodded. Even though Fang Yuan is strong, there are many things restricting him. Once Fate Gu is destroyed, the universe will be in chaos. Demon Immortal Qiju can revive. Can't the past venerables do the same? That doesn't make sense. Demon Immortal Qiju is only a pseudo-venerable. Sun's heart shook. Lady Ziwei, you were once in charge of Celestial Court. Do you have some clues? What venerable revival? Fairy Myrtle shook her head. This is only my deduction, there is no proof. But one thing is clear. When a Gu Immortal revives, the stronger they are, the harder it is. Demon Immortal Qiju used up a grotto heaven to revive. He also used the Qi harvest fruit. Even so, because of the severe interference during the revival, Demon Immortal Qiju's strength fell after reviving. It is different from the records of celestial court. The revival of a venerable is thousands of times more difficult than Chiju's revival. As Fairy Myrtle said this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's image appeared in her mind. She had many suspicions. These last days, even though she, Wuxia, and the rest were wanted, Celestial Court did not pursue them much. Thinking about it, even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements appeared during the Fate War, they were not focused on protecting Celestial Court. Under the control of Genesis Lotus Will, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City combined to form Divine Emperor City, but before and after the Fate War, it had remained in Central Continent, not moving at all. Not long ago, the battle proved that Divine Emperor City could fly. As for the bamboo forest image that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable set up at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, after devouring many Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts, it flew out of Celestial Court, vanishing without a trace. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had left behind all sorts of methods, but Fairy Myrtle felt that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's focus was not on defending Celestial Court or protecting Fate Gu, but on other areas. Fang Yuan must have sensed this, that's why he did not attack Divine Emperor City. Fairy Myrtle looked at Eastern Sea. Someone first leaked the news in Jewel Yellow Skies, after which, rumors of a battle between Fang Yuan and Celestial Court spread like wildfire. Right now, the entire 5 regions Gu Immortal world had a saying. The battle between Fang Yuan and Celestial Court in Divine Emperor City would decide who the ruler of the world would be. Wu Yong was only the beginning. Western Deserts Gu Immortal world, Eastern Seas Gu Immortal world, Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, and even the Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens had strong motives. They were secretly adding fuel to the fire. This plan isn't bad. But what kind of person is Fang Yuan? Why would he fall for it? Fairy Myrtle sneered. In the chess game of the world, there were countless living beings, but only a few people competed. Even though Fairy Myrtle did not have the strength to participate, as a wisdom path great expert, she had such foresight. After plundering Liquid Silver Blessed Land, the Liquid Silver inheritance was also obtained by Fairy Myrtle. This was a metal path inheritance. It was created by Central Continent's rank 7 Gu Immortal, Silver Horn Immortal. To Fairy Myrtle, it did not have much value. In Wuxia and Sun cultivated soul path, true inheritances did not have much value as a reference. What was truly useful to them were some immortal materials in the Blessed Land. After confirming that they did not leave anything behind, Fairy Myrtle and the other 2 immortals left. Immemorial Black Heaven. Under Bing Sichuan's lead, He Lulan arrived at Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven actually had such a trump card. He Lulan was inwardly shocked. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house in front of her was far larger than Calamity Luck Altar. The grand dark golden palace gave off an unwavering aura that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. I brought you here to meet someone. Bing Sichuan brought He Lulan deep into Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. You are? He Lulan stared with wide eyes at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun who was sitting on a cushion. The strong reaction from her bloodline and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's appearance allowed He Lulan to quickly confirm the identity of the person in front of her. She immediately knelt on the ground and paid her respects. Unfilial descendant pays respect to Ancestor Giant's son. Good child, get up. Immortal Zombie Giant's son smiled kindly. He Lulan, who was in a turbulent mood, was immediately supported up by a formless and gentle force. She had just stood up when she heard Immortal Zombie Giant Sun say, "You are my outstanding descendant. If you want to talk about unfilial, He Tribe's Gu Immortals are truly unfilial. They are afraid of death. They actually sided with an outsider, that 100 Legs Jr." Chapter 2093. When Bai Ningbing barely managed to open her eyes, the first thing she saw was a gentle yellow light. "You're awake too." A familiar voice resounded in her ears, but she could not hear it clearly. After a few breaths of time, Bai Ningbing's vision became clear. She saw Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress beside her. Bai Ningbing felt weak all over. She barely supported her upper body with her hands. "Where is this?" She looked around and found that she was in a cave. The cave was very peculiar. It was shaped like a ball. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals were at the bottom of the ball. The inner wall of the spherical cave was made up of sparse yellow soil. From time to time, there would be waves of red light that condensed into a bloodline-like red flowing light in the yellow soil. Wait, these are... Bai Ningbing's expression became bewildered. She found that in the walls of the spherical cave, there was an immortal material embedded at regular intervals. The first thing she found was a piece of copper material in front of her. The copper material was tough and domineering. It was inserted into the soil and flickered with a cold metallic luster. Isn't this the rank 7 immortal material domination copper? Bai Ningbing recognized it. Then, she noticed that there was a piece of iron that was as white as snow not far from Ba Tong. This metal had a higher aura than domination copper. It was a rank 8 immortal material, white snow iron. How can this be? Where domination copper is produced, there should not be any other rank 7 copper materials. But I only took a rough look. There are at least 5 pieces of rank 7 copper materials here. Moreover, white snow iron has always been produced from rooster iron ores. Why is there only 1 piece of white snow iron here? It seems that even Bai Ningbing cannot recognize the peculiarity of this place. Black Tigress said in disappointment. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. We only woke up a little earlier than you. We are also very curious about this place. This place is too mystical. It seems to be a storage room for immortal materials. Not just metal path immortal materials, there are also other paths. Look over there. Fairy Miao Yin pointed to the left of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked over and saw that in a small piece of soil on the left, there were more than 10 big round radishes. I know, these are white wine radishes. White wine is produced from radishes. Even though they are rank 6, food path immortal materials are very rare. Bai Ningbing said. Look over here. Fairy Miao Yin pointed again. Bai Ningbing discovered a gust of wind. The wind condensed into a ball the size of a string ball. It was dark green in color, and the sound of the wind was very low. Bai Ningbing had once obtained the Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and had followed Bai Feng Yuan's side for a long time. When she saw this ball of wind, she narrowed her eyes and recalled its records. This is heavy eerie wind, a rank 8 wind path immortal material. It can only be found deep underground. Even celestial quartz goo immortals desire it. Metal path immortal materials domination copper, white snow iron and others, food path immortal material white wine radish, wind path immortal material serene heavy wind. Other than these, Bai Ningbing and the rest also found red snake iron, orchid life chi, sleeping dream soil and others. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest noticed a little fox above their heads. Its furry fox tail and hind legs were trapped in the soil. When it saw that Bai Ningbing and the others had discovered it, it curled up into a ball in fear and let out a soft whimper. The 3 female immortals widened their eyes. They were stunned for a while, then they said in unison, Jade Fox Mist Infant. This was a rank 8 transformation Dao transformation immortal material. It was recorded in The Legends of Rinzhu. What is this place? Jade Fox Mist Infant is already extinct. To think that there would be one here. The 3 immortals soon found purple manor soil. This was a rank 8 immortal material. The soil was in the form of purple granules. Purple smoke was rising from the surface. The purple smoke was only half an inch tall. At the top of the purple smoke, the smoke condensed into even smaller granules and scattered on the purple manor soil below. This purple manor soil is absolutely extinct. Because its effect is too powerful, it has only appeared once in history. Fairy Miao Yin said with certainty. Purple manor soil had extraordinary effects. Putting a trace of purple smoke into an aperture could raise one's cultivation level. And if purple manor soil was put into an immortal aperture, as long as there was enough of it, it could also raise a goo immortal's cultivation level. After the 3 immortals searched for a while, they found that there were many types of immortal materials here. Even though the amount of each was small, the total value was still huge. The most abundant immortal material here is crystal essence. Earth path crystal essence, water path crystal essence, lightning path crystal essence and so on. Could this be the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth? Hu Land? Black Tigress guessed. Fairy Miao Yin shook her head. Even though the legends of Rinzhu did not record it clearly, since Hu Land is on par with Xi Land, it should be similar to demon immortal Qi Ju's Xi Land. Bai Ningbing smiled. This is truly amazing and mysterious. There are actually heavenly crystals here. Aren't heavenly crystals a product of the 9 heavens? We should be deep underground right now. The 3 immortals continued to research and soon overturned their previous conclusion. So the most abundant immortal material is not crystal essence, but the large amount of earth blood meridians buried in the soil. Every once in a while, the earth blood meridians would shine with flowing light, like blood vessels growing and spreading in the ground. Because of it, Bai Ningbing found the red flowing light earlier. Following the earth blood meridians, the 3 immortals found the source. They also saw their greatest discovery: a small and exquisite black-yellow heart. With it as the source, there was a large amount of earth blood meridians in the shape of a net. The 3 immortals looked at each other and shook their heads. They could not recognize the origin of this black-yellow heart. But clearly, this is a luck path immortal material. It is rank 9. It is the most valuable immortal material here. There are no traces of human activity here. Nature's uncanny craftsmanship can leave people speechless at times. The world is vast. It is truly mysterious and interesting. It is truly marvelous. If we Gu immortals do not live marvelously, it would be like living in vain. What is the point? Bai Ningbing praised endlessly. Fairy Miao Yin saw Bai Ningbing's expression and sighed helplessly in her heart. Bai Ningbing's nature was to focus on herself and pursue excitement. She did not care about life and death, not to mention morals and ethics. Fairy Miao Yin originally disliked Bai Ningbing, but in the previous battle, if not for Bai Ningbing's desperate battle, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit would have already become the Celestial Court's prisoners. Black Daughter said, "This is great. With these immortal materials, they will definitely be of great help to Master." The master she was referring to was naturally Fang Yuan. Fairy Miao Yin looked at her and sighed helplessly in her heart again. She knew Lady White Rabbit was about the same as Bai Ningbing. They were both normal people. Lady White Rabbit's true inheritance was extremely strange. It was a top-quality dual-path cultivation method. Lady White Rabbit cultivated light and dark paths. She used the concept of extreme light as darkness and extreme darkness as light. When Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level was rank 6, once it changed, Lady Black Tigress would have rank 7 cultivation level. When Lady White Rabbit had rank 7 cultivation level, Black Tigress would have rank 8 cultivation level. But this inheritance had a huge influence on a cultivator's mental state and emotions. Lady White Rabbit was pure and kind, while Black Tigress was ruthless and ruthless. They were 2 extremes. Not just that, once they acknowledged and worshipped someone, it would accumulate deep in White Rabbit and Black Tigress hearts. It would be engraved in them and could not be changed. After the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lady Black Tigress worship towards Fang Yuan increased even more. Because even Spectral Soul was ambushed and killed by Fang Yuan. Hearing that Black Tigress wanted to offer the immortal material to Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing's expression turned grim. A dangerous light shined in her eyes as she took a step forward. "You actually have such a foolish thought? You are calling me foolish?" Black Tigress raised her eyebrows, retorting angrily, "You think I am afraid of you? You too." Fairy Miao Yin quickly stood between the two. "It was not easy for us to escape here. We risked our lives to obtain freedom. We cannot use it for internal strife. What we need to consider is what to do next." Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress were persuaded. They snorted coldly. The 3 immortals continued to explore. They dug through a small part of the wall. Through the small hole, they could see the violent earth chi outside. It was still rumbling intensely. "We are still inside the earth vein. What do we do? With just our strength, even if we work together, the risk is too high." This discovery caused the 3 immortals to sink into worry. Thankfully, this place did not restrict communication with the outside world. The 3 immortals successfully communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. They quickly learned about the aftermath of the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan. as well as the turbulent situation in Eastern Sea during this period of time. Black Tigress was overjoyed. Master is finally out of danger. He has become the #1 demon lord in the world. Fairy Miao Yin was a little worried to think that Celestial Court still had a trump card like Divine Emperor City. Even someone as strong as Demon Immortal Chiju was defeated. Sigh, Celestial Court's foundation is truly too deep. Black Tigress snorted coldly. What is a mere immortal goo house? The methods are fixed, it is hard to modify them. As long as Master can probe all of Divine Emperor City's methods, it will be easy to destroy this immortal goo house. Black Tigress's eyes shined. She said with a firm tone, I want to return. Master has already sent word to recall his subordinates. I want to return immediately and continue to follow Master. Fairy Miao Yin nodded, agreeing with Black Tigress's idea. She knew that the 5 regional walls were gone, Fate Goo was destroyed, the future would be a chaotic world. To survive in this chaotic world, it was best to rely on experts. Fairy Miao Yin naturally knew of Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and cruelty, but she had no other place to go now. Compared to Black Tigress, Fairy Miao Yin's loyalty towards Fang Yuan was very limited. She was more concerned about herself. Thus, when Fairy Myrtle captured Fairy Miao Yin cooperated with her. But the situation was different now. Fang Yuan was publicly recognized as the #1 demon immortal in the world. Even the Celestial Court was suppressed by him. Even if Fairy Miao Yin joined another force, who would dare to take her in? Were they not afraid of Fang Yuan finding out and taking revenge? Bai Ningbing sneered at the 2 girls. It seems that you still want to follow Fang Yuan? Hee, do you have any brains? Who caused you to end up in this situation? Wasn't it Fang Yuan who abandoned you? If he could abandon you once, he can abandon you a second time, or even a third time. Why do we always need to rely on others? This is the best chance for us to regain our freedom. Even though our alliance with Fang Yuan still exists, Fairy Myrtle has already suppressed us. Everyone thinks that we died in battle, even the Celestial Court is kept in the dark. You still want to go back? Fairy Miao Yin sighed. Bai Ningbing, don't forget our identities. We are wanted demonic path Goo immortals on the Demon Judgment Board. The righteous path of the 5 regions want to capture us. Everyone wants to kill us. If we don't join Fang Yuan, what else can we do? If we fight alone, we will be discovered one day. Goo immortal experts will come to hunt us down. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. If we escape, it will be very exciting. Don't you look forward to it? Fairy Miao Yin rolled her eyes. Black Tigress snorted coldly, saying, even if Master Fang Yuan abandons me again, I will do it willingly. Chapter 2094. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan's months of preparations, Immortal Aperture time, had reached the crucial moment. At the center of a square pond, there was a small pavilion. Following Fang Yuan's thoughts, a goo worm slowly flew towards the pavilion. This immortal goo was round like a pearl. It was the size of a goose egg. There were countless markings on the pearl, constantly changing, like a myriad of blooming lotuses or moving clouds. It was Blood Asset Immortal Goo. This goo was created by Land Spirit of Langia by combining some of the Blood Path Goo recipes in jewel yellow skies. Blood Asset Immortal Goo could protect a portion of the immortal materials or goo worms during the goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, these immortal materials or goo worms could be restored using Blood Asset Immortal Goo afterwards. Blood Asset Immortal Goo was originally rank 6, but not long ago, under Fang Yuan's hard work, he had used the long hair refinement path formation to advance it to rank 7. Blood Asset Immortal Goo slowly flew to the top of the pavilion. There was a golden throne there. Thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind like tidal waves. This step might seem simple from the outside, but in fact, in order to reach this final step, Fang Yuan was spending 100,000 thoughts every second. With a soft sound, Blood Asset Immortal Goo finally landed on the golden throne. Shortly after, Fang Yuan expended his immortal essence. The golden throne produced an attractive force that firmly fixed Blood Asset Immortal Goo in place. Blood asset Immortal goo burst out with a dense blood light. The bloody light was like flowing water, quickly flowing down from the roof of the pavilion, soaking the original white jade pavilion in a vermilion color. After it dyed the entire pavilion, the blood-red light continued to spread, covering the calm pond water. The pool water turned bright red, like blood. The surface of the pool water started to have slight ripples. Splash, splash, splash. The ripples collided with the 4 stone walls at the outermost area, but they immediately vanished, becoming calm again. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was finally constructed. Fang Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had been tense for a month. He finally relaxed. He immediately felt a strong sense of exhaustion seeping out from his bones. My mental energy consumption is too great, and my immortal elemental energy consumption is not small either. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. He was dispirited, and he just wanted to ignore everything else and fall asleep. He did the same. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights straight. His spirit had finally recovered. Fang Yuan immediately probed the 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refining Pool with his spiritual force. After checking for a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Everything was flawless. For the sake of constructing this refinement pool, he'd exhausted tremendous effort and racked his brains. After paying such a price, the 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refining Pool was definitely the pinnacle masterpiece of the refining path. Fang Yuan combined Regret Pool, Refinement Cauldron, Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, and other refinement path-related Immortal goo houses and Immortal formations, ingeniously creating the design of 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. The Regret Pool was one of the 3 pools in the world. Along with the Heaven Pool and the Wine Pool, they were famous in the 5 regions and left their names in history. When goo immortals refined Immortal goo here, if they succeeded, the success mark would be preserved here. When the Immortal goo was destroyed, Regret Pool could be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved success mark to refine the Immortal goo again. The success rate was often as high as 50 to 60%. Sun Ming Lu, one of the 7 extremities of Northern Plains Longevity Heaven, imitated Regret Pool and constructed the Super Goo Formation Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation to refine rank 8 Fortune Rivaling Heaven Goo for Old Ancestor Xuehu. Refinement Cauldron was Long Hair Ancestor's proudest masterpiece. It had the power to forcefully refine Immortal goo. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Langya Blessed Land relied on it to defend against 7 waves of attacks. It forcefully refined the Immortal goo of the goo immortals who invaded the Blessed Land and captured countless people. And the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation was Langya Sect's strongest foundation, the essence of its trump card. The formation was extremely outstanding, only Hairy Man goo immortals could control it. In history, Long Hair Ancestor had used this formation many times to refine Immortal goo for Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Before the Fate Formation, Fang Yuan also relied on this formation to advance his Immortal goo on a large scale. If not for Fang Yuan's refinement path and time path attainment levels reaching Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, he would not have been able to think of such a design plan. Just this 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool's design plan was absolutely unprecedented, and it was very likely that no one would be able to replicate it in the future. And the price that Fang Yuan paid to construct this Immortal goo house was even more shocking. Firstly, Fang Yuan completely dismantled the unique Long Hair Refinement Path Formation that had a long history. The core rank 8 Immortal goo Advanced Refinement was still used as the core, becoming a part of the foundation of 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Secondly, Fang Yuan used rank 8 Immortal goo Regret to take the essence of Regret Pool and construct the small pavilion in the pool. Next, Fang Yuan specially constructed a Year Essence sub-pool outside, drawing a tributary of the River of Time into the square pool. To achieve this step, Fang Yuan arranged 3 rank 8 Time Path Immortal goo, Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn, from 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Finally, Fang Yuan directly placed the incomplete form of Refinement C into the pool. Refinement C was an important investment of the land spirit of Langya, It wanted to create a future refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth. To successfully place the incomplete form of refinement C, Fang Yuan also placed the rank 8 Immortal Gu water refinement inside. The entire 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had 4 cores. They were the rank 8 Immortal Gu advanced refinement, water refinement, regret, and the rank 7 Immortal Gu blood asset. Thus, it was called 4 elements. The number of supplementary Immortal Gu directly broke through 20, early autumn, mid-autumn, and late autumn were the 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu at the forefront. As for the other Mortal Gu, there were over 100 million of them, their types were as diverse as the sea of stars, it was simply unimaginable. Fang Yuan placed almost all of his refinement path Immortal Gu into it. There were also many time path Immortal Gu, wisdom path Immortal Gu, and so on. Fortunately, he controlled the variant Human Alliance and extorted Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance. He had an abundance of suitable Immortal Gu. With such a shocking investment, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had the long hair refinement path formation, regret pool, refinement cauldron, refinement C, and other abilities. It fused the flesh body blood refinement method, 7 kill blood path Gu refinement method, Bei Luo ice refinement method, and so on. It could unleash refinement path killer moves like slumbering lightning python, wind grind, reflecting snow, muffled thunder stone drum, dragon-shaped ice and snow, heavenly light rotation, refinement snake lifespan flower, omnipresent 4 Cs, and even take a step back to broaden the sea and sky. Once 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool appeared, it became the number 1 refinement path Immortal Gu house in the history of Gu cultivation. It was indisputable, it had no rivals. If news of this spreads, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool will definitely be able to compete with Divine Emperor City and 88-point Xianyang Tower for the number 1 position in the ranking of Immortal Gu houses. Divine Emperor City was the sacred land of human path, while 88-point Xianyang Tower controlled northern plains, achieving the golden rule of the Huang Jin bloodline. And 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was not inferior. It fused the essence of human path and hairy man nature Gu refinement path. With it, not only would the cost of refining Immortal Gu fall sharply, the success rate of Gu refinement would also be unimaginably high. Whoever controlled this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would have an endless supply of Immortal Gu. However, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool is not complete. It only focuses on Gu refinement and has almost no offensive, defensive, movement, or other abilities. Moreover, in this world only I, Fang Yuan, can construct it. Other Gu immortals are powerless even if they get the blueprint. If a Gu immortal saw Fang Yuan's blueprint, they would praise it profusely and gasp in amazement at first. But once they looked deeper, they would curse and feel disdain in their hearts, feeling that this idea was fake and almost nonsensical. That was because the design of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool did not consider the situation of conflicting Dao marks in most aspects. Only in the sovereign immortal aperture, because of the negative impact of conflicting Dao marks, could 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool go from an ideal to a reality. In fact, as long as Fang Yuan brought 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool outside the immortal aperture, this Immortal Gu house would collapse on its own because of the severe internal friction and the intense conflicting Dao marks. Even before Fang Yuan had 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, it was not enough to construct this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had devoured Grand Swine, Fresh Heavens, and Time Difference Grotto Heavens, these 3 rank 8 Grotto Heavens, and after refining their heaven path Dao marks, he was able to reach the minimum standard of constructing 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. These 3 Grotto Heavens had fused with 9 Heavens fragments, and the 9 Heavens fragments contained heaven path Dao marks. Time Difference Grotto Heaven had over 700,000 time path Dao marks, and over 800 heaven path Dao marks. Fresh Grotto Heaven had over 1,600,000 rule path Dao marks, and over 1,900 heaven path Dao marks. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had the most Dao marks, over 3,200,000 transformation path Dao marks, and over 3,300 Heaven Path Dao marks. Chapter 2095. These grotto heavens in the two heavens had a vast number of Dao marks. These Dao marks did not come from tribulations, but from the contributions of generations of Gu immortals. For example, soul-pacifying grotto heaven had more than 7 million Dao marks. With so many soul path Dao marks, the grotto heaven had a large number of super resource points. The original soul-pacifying grotto heaven only had 100,000 soul path Dao marks. After it annexed a large 9 heavens fragment, it had no tribulations or tribulations. With the support of Providence, soul-pacifying grotto heaven produced Gu immortals generation after generation. These Gu immortals were all humans. Even though they could choose any path they wanted to cultivate, most of them chose soul path. Because the grotto heaven had many types of soul path resources, it could be said to be blessed by heaven. Even if Gu immortals chose other paths, they were few in number. It was much harder for them to obtain cultivation resources of other paths than soul path. In fact, the immemorial two heavens were not a place that ordinary rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals could explore. Normally speaking, only a few rank 7 experts and ordinary rank 8s could explore the immemorial two heavens, taking risks and collecting a certain amount of resources in the wild. And when these soul path Gu immortals died, their immortal apertures would fuse into soul-pacifying grotto heaven. These Gu immortals did not have sovereign immortal apertures. When they fused their immortal apertures, there would be a lot of internal friction and losses. But because the main Dao marks were soul path Dao marks, the gains from the fusion were greater than the losses most of the time. Over the years, the accumulation of generations had resulted in the astonishing accumulation of more than 7 million gold coins today. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was the largest investment that Fang Yuan had made since he started cultivating, from the 500 years of his previous life until now. He invested his entire refinement path into it. He even involved time path, rule path, wisdom path, blood path, and others. With 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Fang Yuan's refinement path strength rose sharply. He became the #1 person in the world. Adding on his quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, even in the long river of history, Fang Yuan was definitely among the top 3 in refinement path. But time path, rule path, and other aspects, because he invested a lot of immortal Gu, his foundation fell. During this period of recuperation, peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress had not been repaired yet. Its immortal essence storage was already out of danger. Many immortal Gu had been sacrificed, but because of the increase in the Dao marks of the main paths, Fang Yuan's overall battle strength rose instead of falling. Fang Yuan's life became better. In the past, Fang Yuan was in a precarious situation. He was schemed against by the Venerable One and forced to move forward, and the celestial court chased after him everywhere. But now, Spectral Soul was dead, celestial court and longevity heaven were also recuperating. Fang Yuan no longer had any external pressure. He could formulate his cultivation plan more easily. Looking at it from a long-term perspective, creating the 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refining Pool was absolutely profitable. Next is to refine a luck path immortal Gu and reach rank 8. Fang Yuan looked at 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool with a smug expression. He already had a plan. When Fate Gu was still around, the world had 9 lives and 1 luck. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Luck Path's influence had increased sharply. Especially when the 5 regions' chaotic war was inevitable, the more chaotic the situation, the more effective Luck Path would be. I have an unprecedented amount of immortal materials now. I already have the strength to refine rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu. But it is still too early to create a complete refinement. See, I have the strength to refine rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was pondering when he suddenly obtained Black Tigress information from Jewel Yellow Skies. They are still alive, they are still trapped in the earth vein. Interesting, they are hiding in treasure ground. Very good, treasure ground is one of the 10 earths. Each treasure ground is filled with immortal materials, especially a rank 9 Luck Path immortal material, Pet Heart. It is suitable for my current situation. Fang Yuan could not help but feel joy. A rank 9 luck path immortal material could naturally refine a rank 9 luck path immortal goo. But just one treasure ground pet heart was far from enough. Most of the luck path immortal materials in Fang Yuan's hands were rank 7, only a few were rank 8. They clearly did not have the foundation to attempt to refine rank 9 luck path immortal goo. But using rank 9 immortal materials to refine rank 8 immortal goo could slightly increase the success rate of the goo refinement. With pet heart, Fang Yuan was like a tiger that had grown wings. Southern Border, Qi Clan Headquarters. The current first supreme elder of Qi Clan slammed the table, gritting his teeth. Outrageous. This rank 7 goo immortal looked quite young, his skin was pale, he had a pair of dark circles around his eyes due to excessive drinking, his face was filled with anger. It was Qi Bang. He was Qi Chu Yu's son, Qi Chu Yu had supported him greatly, he was the next first supreme elder of Qi Clan. Even though Qi Chu Yu died in the Fate War, because he had made sufficient arrangements, Qi Bang succeeded in ascending to the position. After Qi Bang ascended to the position, he felt very different from before. Previously he was under his father's protection, Qi Chu Yu was there to protect him. But now he had to face the pressure directly. This time, Southern Border's super force, Yang Clan, gave him a difficult problem. The cause of this matter was a sound path inheritance. This sound path inheritance was called Qi Jia. It had a long history and was famous. It had been passed down since ancient times. The previous Qi Jia inheritor only had rank 7 cultivation level, but 2 generations ago, he was a rank 8 goo immortal. That was to say, this Qi Jia sound path inheritance could allow someone to cultivate to rank 8. It contained huge benefits. Most importantly, this Qi Jia inheritance was in Qi Clan's territory, but it was very close to Yang Clan. Qi Chu Yu died in battle. Qi Clan lost their only rank 8 goo immortal. Qi Clan was now weak internally. Yang Clan attacked decisively, invading Qi Clan's territory and surrounding the inheritance ground. They were currently actively exploring that sound path blessed land. Qi Clan had to respond to Yang Clan's actions. Their territory was invaded. This concerned Qi Clan's reputation. If they did not deal with it properly, Qi Clan's reputation would be ruined. It would be extremely embarrassing. However, what could the Qi family do to protect their face? Could Qi Clan repel Yang Clan's invading forces? Could they fight? How could they fight? If they could not fight, what could they do? This was Qi Bang's problem. What do you three think about this? Qi Bang asked the 3 rank 7 goo immortals in front of him. Qi Depai raised his voice and said, "Of course we are going to counterattack and kill all these Yang family dogs." Softer, softer. Qi Bang quickly waved his hand, looking at Qi Gue who was beside him. Qi Gue frowned. "First Supreme Elder, we need to consider this. What are you afraid of?" Qi Depai stared with wide eyes. Yang Clan does not have any rank 8 goo immortals. Only 2 rank 7s came this time. If our Qi Clan does not retaliate, we will be the laughing stock of the entire Southern Border righteous path. Qi Gue sighed. Don't think that they are just 2 people. They are indeed famous experts. One is Yang Yinguang. He specializes in soul-freezing profound light. He is hard to defend against. The other is Yang Wenkue. He cultivates wisdom path and information path. He is the brains of Yang Clan. According to our investigations, Yang Clan's other goo immortals are guarding Yang Clan's territory, but it is hard to say if Yang Clan secretly mobilizes them. Even if Yang Clan is not in disguise, we need to consider Yang Clan's immortal goo house. Since Yang Clan invaded our territory, they might have already mobilized their immortal goo house. They are just hiding in the immortal apertures of the 2 Yang Clan immortals, waiting for action. Qi Bang nodded, looking at Qi Shang. What do you think of this? Qi Shang was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome face, but his gaze was somewhat dazed. Qi Shang? Qi Shang? Qi Bang called out softly. But Qi Shang acted like he did not hear him. He looked ahead with a dazed expression. The 3 immortals in the room looked at each other, sighing together. Evidently, Qi Shang's mind was wandering again. He was the genius with the highest chance of becoming a formation path great grandmaster in Qi Clan. He was known as the formation fanatic. he often became absent-minded. In order to think about a formation path problem, he even forgot to eat. If not for the clan's care, he might have forgotten to eat and starved to death while immersed in his thoughts. Qi Shang ignored Qi Bang. Qi Bang was furious inwardly, but on the surface, he had to treat him kindly. Before participating in the Fate War, Qi Chuyu had specially called Qi Bang into the study room and secretly instructed him. Qi Shang was the best helper his father had left for Qi Bang. In fact, the 3 Qi clan rank 7 Gu immortals in the study room were Qi Bang's trusted aides. But these aides could not help Qi Bang solve his problem. Qi Bang asked around, but in the end he still had to make the decision. Right at this time, an information path Gu worm was transmitted from Jewel Yellow Skies. Qi Bang's divine sense entered. After quickly reading it, his eyes shined with joy. Great! Wu clan's Wu Yong has heard of this and is willing to cooperate with our Qi clan. After expelling Yang clan, we will tell the clan that we do not want anything, and Wu clan will even send an immortal Gu house to assist us. But we need to form an alliance agreement with our clan. We need to build many immortal formations for Wu clan's resource points. There is such a good deal? Qi Gue was greatly surprised. Wu Yong's conditions were very generous. He was secretly moved. What do the two of you think? This time, Qi Bang ignored Qi Shang. He only asked Qi Depai and Qi Gue. Qi Depai cupped his fists. We will follow First Elder's decision. Qi Gue hesitated. Our clan relied on Wu clan to defeat Yang clan. It looks like we have a huge advantage now, but Wu Yong is a formidable character of the current generation. Why would he make a losing deal? Qi Depai said, have you forgotten? Back then, Wu clan was weak. Yang clan seized Wu clan's poisonous waterfall and attacked Wu clan's fake corpse mountain. In the end, our clan's Lord Qi Chuyu used an immortal Gu house to force them to retreat, before Wu clan seized back the poisonous waterfall. Wu clan and Yang clan have enmity. Qi Bang slapped his forehead. Right, Qi Depai is right. Speaking of which, Wu clan has been trying to rope in our clan. Back then, when the dream realm of Tian Mountain was still around, every time Wu clan did an immortal opportunity business, they would drag our Qi clan along. Wu Yong is a formidable character. Even though my father has passed away, our Qi clan still has value in roping him in. This time, we might as well let Wu clan bleed for us. Our Qi clan will enjoy the fruits of their labor. Qi Gue saw that Qi Bang had already made his decision. He could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart. He thought about it and added, this time, if we form an alliance with Wu clan, we will need to consider Ba clan's feelings and opinions. That's right, Ba clan. Qi Bang sighed, feeling a huge headache. Super forces had been around for a long time. Their relationships were complicated. It was very complicated to deal with them. There were many restrictions. Ba clan had always wanted to become the overlord of southern border. They wanted to replace Wu clan. Ba clan and Wu clan were not on good terms. Chapter 2096. My Qi clan encountered difficulties this time, but Ba clan did not say anything. Even at the crucial moment of my ascension, Ba clan interfered in the dark, wanting to support Qi Suji. But ever since this Qi Suji married Ba clan's female immortal, his ambitions have grown by the day. Qi Bang recalled, his tone was filled with hatred. Saying so, he slammed the table. I have decided, I will agree to Wu clan's alliance. As for Ba clan, I will write a letter and explain. I hope they can understand. The news of Qi Bang agreeing to the alliance reached Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Qi Bang is nothing to worry about. Evidently, Wu Yong's plan was progressing smoothly. Qi Chuyu died. Qi clan was weak internally. As for Ba clan's dynasty change, the original first supreme elder Ba Shirba was captured by Fang Yuan. His immortal aperture was taken away and he had to recultivate. Bada's ascension caused a huge commotion in Ba clan. Wu Yong acutely sensed the flaws of these two clans. The matter of the dominant inheritance was a chance that heaven sent to Wu Yong. How could Wu Yong not grab it? Great news, great news. At this time, Wu Ba Chong suddenly asked for an audience at the door. Come in. Wu Yong spoke. What's the good news? He had rarely seen the steady Wu Ba Chong so happy. Wu Bachong said. When Wu Bei was exploring Wukong Pit, he unexpectedly found a large amount of dry clear qi. Wu Yong was slightly dazed before cheering. This is indeed good news. Before Wu Du Xiu died, she had 3 regrets. First was the fierce gorge 7 ghosts. Wu Yong had already killed them all. Second was that she did not refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal gu. Wu clan had already prepared for many years to refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal gu. They only lacked one main material, dry clear qi. Wu Bei unexpectedly obtained dry clear qi. It was enough for Wu clan to refine 8-faced prestige wind gu. Wu Bei is indeed my clan's lucky star. He deserves it. Wu Yong thought about it before speaking. 8-faced prestige wind gu is a rank 8 immortal gu. If we want to refine it, it is a huge matter. We need to take it seriously and make many plans. Wu clan is putting in all their effort to refine gu. Wu Yong said this and sighed. Refining a rank 8 immortal gu is difficult. Even Fang Yuan, with Langya Blessed Land's help, would find it hard to refine rank 8. This is a serious matter. Even though we have prepared all the immortal materials, we still have to consider it carefully. Wu Bachong's heart gradually calmed down. My lord is right. This subordinate was too rash. Wu Yong remained calm and rational, which made Wu Bachong admire him even more. Finally, Wu Yong said to Wu Bachong, let's put aside the matter of refining 8-faced prestige wind gu. Qi Bang has already agreed to form an alliance with my clan. What I need to do now is to pressure the Ba clan so that they can't even fend for themselves and interfere with this matter. Wu Yong had planned ahead and had already begun to eliminate the obstacles ahead of time. It was another round of planning and arrangements. Wu Bachong left the study room, inwardly praising, Lord Wu Yong is so astute. Why would my Wu clan need to worry about not being able to succeed? Several days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone was sitting in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Rise. The time path clone suddenly shouted as rank 8 immortal essence poured in crazily. Rumble. In the square pool, the blood-red pool water suddenly rushed towards the sky like an upside-down waterfall. The whole of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool let out a buzzing sound as it was pushed to the limit. The blood waterfall rushed to the sky and formed a whirlpool at the top. The whirlpool rotated rapidly, emitting a bright radiance. After the whirlpool absorbed a large amount of blood water, it gradually calmed down. Eventually, an immortal gu flew out of the whirlpool. The whirlpool dissipated, the blood waterfall also fell into the square pool, only a thin layer of blood water was left at the bottom of the pool. The blood light faded like a tired bird returning to the forest, returning to the top of the pavilion in the pool. That was the location of blood asset immortal gu. Fang Yuan's time path clone regulated his breathing for a while. With a thought, the immortal gu floating in the air descended and flew into his palm. This immortal gu had the appearance of a dung beetle, commonly known as a dung beetle. Its entire body was golden in color. Its body was divided into 3 parts: head, chest, abdomen, and tail. Its head was like a crescent shovel, and there were paddle-like tentacles on both sides. Its chest and abdomen had horizontal ridges, and its tail was oval. There were 2 pairs of legs on its chest and abdomen, and 1 pair on its tail. Each tentacle was very thick, and there were hard black spikes at the ends of the tentacles. It was dog shit luck immortal gu. After Fang Yuan's refinement, it had already risen to rank 8. Dog shit luck immortal gu was the core immortal gu of cooking luck pot. Giant Sun Immortal created luck path and left behind 3 great true inheritances: self luck, all living beings luck, and heaven and earth luck. Cooking luck pot was the peak creation of the self luck true inheritance's essence. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his luck path immortal gu into cooking luck pot immortal gu house. This time, he completely dismantled cooking luck pot and started to refine the luck path immortal gu inside. Dog shit luck immortal gu was his first choice. Fang Yuan had only tried to refine it for the first time and succeeded. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had a 50 to 60% success rate when refining rank 8 immortal gu. This probability was extremely terrifying. If news of this spread, the whole Gu immortal world would be shaken, Longevity Heaven and the Celestial Court might even launch a frenzied attack. With rank 8 dog shit luck, Cooking Luck Pot's rank had already risen to rank 8. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, they would have stopped while they were ahead. But Fang Yuan was far from satisfied. He still had to refine Qi Luck Immortal Gu, Connect Luck Immortal Gu, Luck Planning Immortal Gu, Luck Inspection Immortal Gu, and others. The Time Path clone continued to activate 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. As rank 8 Immortal Essence was rapidly expended, the nearly dried up pool water started to rise again. This pool water was the refinement water of Incomplete Refinement C, combined with the water of the tributary of the River of Time. Using Water Refinement Immortal Gu as the core refinement path method, it formed a mystical creation. The Time Path clone opened the hidden door of the Immortal Gu House's storage, throwing the Luck Path immortal materials into the pool one by one. Among them was Favor Heart. Fang Yuan had already brought Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin back. He used the killer move Fixed Immortal Travel. The current Fang Yuan had too many Dao marks in his body. Jade Flow Pearl was no longer useful. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had created compound killer moves with great success. He had already modified Heaven and Earth Travel. With the help of over 9,000 Heaven Path Dao marks, Heaven and Earth Travel directly transported Fang Yuan to the vicinity of Treasure Ground. At the center of the vast Earth Vein, Fang Yuan leisurely endured the pressure of the Earth Vein as he stored the entire Treasure Ground into his immortal aperture. Bai Ningbing had already left. Fang Yuan did not care about her. There was no need to waste time on her now. After refining Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu, the rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material Favor Heart shrunk a little. This time, the pool water washed away a layer of its surface and fused it into the pool water. Using the immortal material like this was already an extremely ingenious method. Blood red light spread from Blood Asset Immortal Gu again, covering the whole pool. The pool water rippled as the immortal materials inside completely melted, mixing with the blood red pool water. After a while, everything was ready. 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool's efficiency in processing immortal materials was extremely shocking. The Time Path clone lightly tossed Luck Inspection Immortal Gu into the pool water. The second round of refinement had begun. Immemorial Black Heaven, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. In He Lulan's blessed land, a tribulation had just ended. He Lulan showed joy on her face. The gains from this tribulation were considerable. She could not have survived it by herself, but with Giant Sun Immortal's guidance and Bing Sai Chuan's personal protection, He Lulan easily passed the tribulation. I have not been in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace for long, but these last days, I have already passed several tribulations. My strength has been rising rapidly. This is simply a rapid progress. My premonition was not wrong. It seems that Longevity Heaven is really trying to nurture me. He Lulan observed her immortal aperture. After her first meeting with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Bing Sai Chuan used a time path method to increase the flow of time in her immortal aperture to an astonishing degree. At the same time, Longevity Heaven provided He Lulan with a vast amount of strength path immortal materials. There was no danger of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. With such an abundance of strength path immortal materials, they naturally triggered strength path tribulations. Meanwhile, Longevity Heaven had the strongest luck path method in the world. It was of great help in passing tribulations. He Lulan could win without doing anything. With the second largest super force in the world behind her, He Lulan was highly regarded by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. She deeply felt the advantage of relying on a force. She did not need to worry about nurturing Gu or refining Gu. She also did not need to pay attention to collecting Gu recipes, killer moves, and so on. Someone would send them to her directly. Even the management of the immortal aperture and the arrangement of resource points were planned by specialized wisdom path Gu immortals. He Lulan only needed to ponder on using Gu and train her killer moves. Although she was the second generation of an immortal, her life was full of difficulties and obstacles. After encountering Fang Yuan, she wandered from place to place, facing many life and death situations. Thus, after being nurtured, besides being extremely grateful, she cherished this opportunity even more. She deeply understood how rare and precious such an opportunity was. She cherished every minute and second of her time. Excluding the necessary rest, she diligently trained every day. Every once in a while, Immortal Zombie Giant Son would summon her to evaluate and give pointers. This time, Immortal Zombie Giant Son could not bear to watch He Lulan's masochistic cultivation method. He consoled, "He Lulan, my descendant. Don't be too hardworking, everything in the world needs to be balanced. Gu Immortal cultivation is the same. If you continue like this, your heart will be tense, it will not be beautiful." Facing Immortal Zombie Giant Son, He Lulan still persisted in her thoughts. "Lord Ancestor, what is this bit of hard work? In the past period of time, I have been cultivating beside Fang Yuan and personally witnessed his hard work. Everyone thinks that he obtained his current achievements because of the Venerable's help. But in my opinion, even without anyone's help, just this character of his is enough for him to stand out and cause trouble." Immortal Zombie Giant Son was slightly stunned before nodding with a smile, feeling even more admiration towards He Lulan. "It seems that you treat Fang Yuan as your enemy, your goal, and someone to surpass. Very good, to have such spirit, as expected of my giant son's descendant. But if you want to surpass Fang Yuan, the difficulty is as high as a mortal ascending to heaven. I won't hide it from you. In this period of time, Fang Yuan's strength has been rising rapidly. The degree is extremely shocking." He Lulan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Son in confusion. Immortal Zombie Giant Son explained, "Although luck inspection Immortal Gu is not with me, this space suppression heavenly palace of mine contains a killer move similar to luck inspection. Moreover, because I have been here for so long, I can see the luck of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. In this period of time, I have repeatedly seen that in the direction of Eastern Sea, in the direction of Xia clan's headquarters, luck is rising continuously. The momentum is so fierce that even I have rarely seen it. Spectral Soul, the Celestial Court, and my Calamity Luck Altar failed to kill Fang Yuan. He finally got a chance to recover. He has the help of several venerables, he has excellent character, and has been reborn many times with rich experience. The more time he has, the higher he will grow. If you want to catch up to him, you will need to work hard to have a trace of hope." He Lulan had a solemn expression as she asked with a firm tone, "Ancestor, please enlighten me, what method is it?" With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fang Yuan's refinement path strength was definitely among the top 3 in all of history. This advantage had just been displayed, but it was already extremely terrifying. The benefits he could bring were unimaginable. At least, Fang Yuan was clear that even long-hair ancestor, who had cooperated with Giant Son Immortal, did not have such a high success rate. The new problem in front of Fang Yuan was that he was worried that if he succeeded in refining rank 8 Immortal Gu, there would be too many rank 8 Immortal Gu in the future, and there would be a problem in feeding them. The difficulty of feeding rank 8 Immortal Gu was not small. Back then, to feed Regret Gu, Fang Yuan had created a huge flower mist extreme marsh. But Fang Yuan had already prepared for this. His wisdom path attainment was silently supporting him. Previously, Fang Yuan had used time difference grotto heaven to spend a lot of resources and effort to create your essence subpools, forming time path zones that covered the entire sovereign immortal aperture. With these zones and over 9,000 unrestrained heavenly marks, it would greatly alleviate the problem of feeding rank 8 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan willed as he activated rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot to check his own luck. Cooking Luck Pot floated above his head. It had been floating slightly in the past, but now, it was not moving and was rotating on its own. In the past, Cooking Luck Pot's rank was lower than Fang Yuan's cultivation level, so Fang Yuan could not check his complete luck. He could only check a portion of it inside the pot. But now, Cooking Luck Pot could store all of Fang Yuan's luck. Fang Yuan finally saw the full appearance of his luck. Right now, his luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was small, it was tall and straight, as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the bottom of this dense pillar of pure silver light, there was a cloud of yellow gas, like dust flying in the air, vaguely protecting it. And above the silver pillar, there were 3 clouds. One was black as ink, one was golden, and one was shining with starlight. Such a scene made Fang Yuan fall into deep thought. After a long while, he sorted out his thoughts and observed his luck again. But this time, he did not pay attention to himself, he paid attention to the luck of the clones outside cooking luck pot. Among the clones' luck, the one with the greatest aura and vastness was naturally the Qi-Si clone. Qi-Si ancestors' luck was like a vast ocean. Milky white Qi currents moved, forming endless waves. The Qi-Si clone's luck scene is the same as his name, it is the image of Qi-Si. Fang Yuan knew the reason. The luck scene was closely related to the individual's condition and foundation. Qi-Si ancestors' Qi-Si luck did not just come from his title, it was also because he guarded Qi-Si and controlled the Qi-Si formation. And most importantly, a few days ago, Fang Yuan had completely transferred the killer move Unlimited Qi-Si to the Qi-Si clone. Because the Qi-Si clone was trying to create a combat system, it wanted unlimited Qi-Si as the core. The Qi-Si clone has over 2 million Qi Path Dao marks, it also has many Qi Path Immortal Gu, it has the complete Primordial Origins Qi Path True Inheritance, it is also the leader of the Righteous Qi Alliance, it has a high status and authority. With all these factors, it has such a vast white Qi-Si luck. But even though this white Qi-Si is huge, the Qi currents inside are chaotic and chaotic, it will expose the hidden danger of the Qi-Si clone. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully, he felt that this danger came from 2 aspects. First, the Qi-Si clone was trying to create a combat system, his thoughts were chaotic. If he succeeded, he might be able to adjust the Qi-Si. But if he failed, he might still be in chaos. Second, the Qi-Si clone's identity. The relationship between the main body and the Qi-Si clone was not exposed yet, but there was a danger of it being exposed at any time. Demon Immortal Qiju, who knew the inside information, was already suppressed by Divine Emperor City. And once this secret was exposed, it would be a huge blow to the Qi-Si clone. Thus, the Qi-Si luck felt like it was about to collapse. The Qi-Si clone is my strongest clone. It has rank 8 cultivation level and pseudo-venerable battle strength. That is why it has such a vast milky white Qi-Si luck. But from the looks of it, the Qi-Si clone has a flaw, it has limited room for improvement. Fang Yuan compared his pure silver pillar of luck with the milky white Qi-Si luck. He could clearly see that the pure silver pillar of luck was rising, but the Qi-Si luck's foundation was not stable, it could only stabilize the situation. Chapter 2098. Other than the Qi-Si clone, it was Wu Shuai's luck. The scale of his providence had been greatly weakened. Because Dragon Palace was destroyed and could not be rebuilt in a short period of time, the 4 dragon generals had all died. Even Di Zongxing was suppressed inside the celestial court. Right now, Wu Shuai's luck was still in the form of a flying dragon. This was closely related to Wu Shuai's Dragon Man identity. If one looked closely, they would find that Wu Shuai's flying dragon luck was made of ants. Countless ants gathered into one, forming the ant dragon luck. Wu Shuai is managing the variant human alliance for me. Other than researching his own enslavement path methods, he is trying to raise his battle strength by another level. That is why there is an ant dragon phenomenon. Fang Yuan looked at the Time Path clone's luck. The Time Path clone's luck was still in the form of a small river of time. But compared to before, the river of time was much wider, waves were surging on the surface. Zhan Budu's fish eagle luck did not change much either. But Li Xiaobai's luck had a huge change. Originally, his luck was like a blossoming flower, there was a thin layer of nectar in the flower's stamen. This showed that Li Xiaobai's cultivation had made progress. But now, his luck's appearance had changed, it had turned into a white wall. There were already 3 poems on the white wall, they were of different lengths. Looking at them carefully, it was clear that Li Xiaobai had created 3 exquisite poems. Every word of the poem was pitch black, it was even clearer on the white wall. Around the white wall, There were also countless black ink characters that were about to fly up the white wall. This is the poem Wall Luck. Fang Yuan had a realization. Ever since Li Xiaobai received the bookhouse inheritance, he went on an unstoppable path, becoming famous in the world. Not only did he change his vital goo, he even roamed the world and collected poems. He even created his own creation. The poems that came over formed 3 killer moves. These 3 information path killer moves made him the publicly recognized #1 goo master in profound literature Grotto Heaven. He became a goo immortal seed favored by countless people. Some even said that he was a rare genius in the Grotto Heaven in 100 years. Li Xiaobai was so outstanding, he naturally attracted old Immortal Huayu's attention. All the signs showed that old Immortal Huayu had decided to nurture Li Xiaobai with all his might. The Qi Si clone and Fang Yuan's main body were aware of Li Xiaobai's situation, but they did not interfere and only watched from the sidelines. Back then, Fang Yuan created Li Xiaobai because he wanted to obtain the information path inheritance in profound literature Grotto Heaven to help him make up for his lack of information path. However, because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven, it was strictly supervised. Fang Yuan could not support it greatly. Li Xiaobai could only manage it with difficulty. In the end, Fang Yuan had already gone through the Fate War, the Pursuit Battle, and after killing Spectral Soul and getting rid of the Heaven Path Dao marks, Li Xiaobai's situation finally showed signs of improvement. And Profound Literature Paradise was also in the Righteous Alliance, so the majority of the content of their information path true teachings could be obtained through the internal exchanges of the Righteous Alliance. The world had always been like this. Sometimes plans couldn't keep up with changes, and sometimes changes couldn't keep up with plans. This way, the chess piece Li Xiaobai had a new arrangement. Therefore, Fang Yuan would let him be and let him develop naturally. Finally, it was the pure dream clone's luck. Four Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was built. A large number of Grotto Heavens were waiting to be devoured. Fang Yuan's strength would continue to advance rapidly. Why would he take the risk and fight Divine Emperor City to the death at this time? After inspecting his and his clone's luck, Fang Yuan understood even more things. Cooking luck pot could greatly increase the luck of Fang Yuan's main body and clone, but Fang Yuan did not do so. Firstly, his main body and clone were in good condition. After going through the previous predicament and tribulation, their luck had risen on its own. It was a blessing in disguise. So there was no need. Secondly, it not only expended immortal essence, but also Fang Yuan's main body's luck. After all, he was spitting out the luck of the pot to his clone. Next, I should refine Wood Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan immersed himself in goo refinement once again. As for why he chose Wood Path, the reason was simple. Fang Yuan had collected a lot of Wood Path immortal materials. They could support the refinement. Xiao He Jian and Green Forest Great Sage of the Variant Human Alliance were both Miniman rank 8 goo immortals. Their Grotto Heavens were Wood Path Grotto Heavens. They had offered sufficient Wood Path immortal materials. I should first raise Immortal Goo Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus to rank 8. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. In the newly added Roaring Beast Painting World, a camp was being constructed. The location of the camp had been chosen after careful consideration. Not only was it located on a dangerous mountain, it was also beside a river. Zhao Shu Yi stood on a rock, commanding 100 craftsmen to work at full force to construct the camp. Although Craftsman Gu has weak battle strength, it has a lot of uses. Fairy Bai Xia, who was standing beside Zhao Shu Yi, expressed her feelings as she looked at the bustling construction site. Zhao Shu Yi immediately raised her head, saying proudly, "Our Fairy Bai Xia has great insight. Craftsman Gu's prospects are much higher than Thief Gu, Soldier Gu, and Arrestor Gu. Other than modifying immortal materials and constructing Gu houses, they can also refine Gu." Fairy Bai Xia nodded. "That's right, if not for your craftsmen, how could we have built 10 camps and ventured deeper into the Roaring Beast Painting World? But how can you control so many craftsmen alone? The amount of mental energy involved was far too great. You also used Organization Gu?" Organization Gu was a type of human path Gu worm. It could allow human goo to form an organization. Fang Dichang's sect token goo was of this type. Zhao Shu Yi laughed heartily, not concealing anything. That's right, I used the guild token goo to construct a guild. I brought the guild leader goo with me. I chose more than 10 high-rank craftsmen goo and gave them worker goo. I also gave 1 vice guild leader goo, so I still have 3 on me. No need to rush. When my guild continues to expand, there will be a place for me to use them. While the two were talking, an emergency bugle was suddenly heard. Fairy Bai Xia's expression changed slightly. Another beast group is attacking. Zhao Shu Yi said indifferently, Shao Qi Xing and the rest are here, there is no need to worry. Sure enough, at the next moment, Shao Qi Xing's voice resounded in the whole camp. Everyone attack. Bam 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 bam. After a series of muffled sounds, large amounts of white smoke were blown away by the wind, and the spacious camp was filled with troops. The soldier goo with the largest number, the squad leader goo, the sergeant goo, the higher-level centurion goo, and even the 1,000-man commander goo were all used. Shao Qi Xing's army had increased in size during this period of time. Divine Emperor City was truly the paradise of human path cultivation. The army charged towards the beast tide. The two sides were like 2 huge waves, colliding with each other. Chapter 2099. Gang Leader. Gang Leader. Fang Dichang walked into a dark corner of the camp as 2 or 3 beggars came forward to pay their respects. Fang Dichang naturally had the appearance of a beggar. His clothes were tattered and he was filthy and smelly. The 10 children of human path formed an army and went deep into the newly appeared growling beast painting world. They were the vanguard. Every once in a while, they would construct a stable camp and a large number of logisticians would enter, providing ample supplies to the army of the 10 children of human path. Fang Dichang followed them secretly and mobilized Beggar Gang to find an opportunity. What's the current situation? Fang Dichang asked. Our gang members have been following the vanguard army. Gang leader, the situation is good. We collected a lot of beast corpses and valuable furs. We are going to be rich. But because of this, we had a conflict with some caravans and escort agencies. Fang Dichang frowned. What are the casualties of our gang? The beggar gang he created developed very quickly. Not only were the members his own human path goo worms, they also took in many beggars from Divine Emperor City. Hearing the number of casualties, Fang Dichang's frown deepened. Although beggar gang is easy to develop and beggar goo is the cheapest human path goo worm, their battle strength is too low. They are at a disadvantage against caravans and escorts. Only by being united and having the advantage in numbers can we not suffer losses. Fang Dichang sighed inwardly. Beggar gang looked huge, but its strength was not much. In the future, when dealing with the 10 children of human path, beggar gang was not reliable. Fang Dichang entered the 10th camp, but at this moment, the 10 children of human path had already moved further ahead and were constructing the 12th camp. Now, we can only place our hopes on the beast tide. The deeper we go into the growling beast painting world, the stronger the wild beasts. Fang Dichang's only hope was that the 10 children of human path would be defeated by the beast tide. Not only would they be defeated, they would be defeated and suffer heavy injuries. Only then would Fang Dichang have a chance. There is no other way, my strength is low now, the only thing I can rely on is beggar gang. The 10 children of human path are goo masters and have primeval essence. So their human path goo worms can only last for a short period of time. But I am using Xin Shang's immortal essence. It is equivalent to having unlimited primeval essence, thus I can maintain these beggar goo. As Fang Dichang thought of this, his vision suddenly darkened and a feeling of weakness rose from the deepest part of his body. Fang Dichang quickly took out human will goo and placed it in front of his nose, inhaling deeply. Immediately, a wave of human will was absorbed into his body, fusing with his original will. Fang Dichang's current body was formed from beggar goo. He had no soul and only a will. Willpower had always been difficult to sustain, especially when he was thinking. It would quickly consume his willpower. Thankfully, Divine Emperor City's painting world had already developed human will goo. The human will produced by human will gu could transform into any human will. With this help, Fang Dichang's will was able to exist and remain active. At this moment, in the deepest part of the howling beast murals, a vivid and lifelike will floated in the air. He wore a white robe and a green handkerchief. He had a gentle temperament and a smile on his face. It was Genesis Lotus Will. And beneath his feet, Mao Li Chiu was sprawled on the ground, its entire body curled up, bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Not just that, there was even a powerful force extracting Mao Li Chiu's Dao marks. Bullshit, Genesis Lotus, if you have the guts, let me out and let's have a good fight. Mao Li Chiu roared. Genesis Lotus will shook his head. Mao Li Chiu, are you still unwilling to admit defeat? You are in a desperate situation. Unless Giant Sun Immortal revives and comes back to save you, you will die for sure. And you know very well that this is simply hopeless. Only by surrendering will you have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the weaker your strength will become. Until you die. Genesis Lotus will persuaded Mao Li Chiu to surrender. His tone was calm and his expression was gentle. Mao Li Chiu roared in anger. Then come, Grandpa Mao doesn't want it anymore. I will give you all my Dao marks. Genesis Lotus will was stunned. At the next moment, Mao Li Chiu not only let go of its defense, it even stimulated its body and cooperated with the external suction force, throwing away its own Dao marks. Within the dazzling profound light, countless Dao marks spread out in all directions, entering the roaring beast painting world. Some Dao marks landed on the ground and turned into giant beasts of all shapes and sizes. Some Dao marks flew in the sky and gathered into balls, turning into ferocious birds that covered the sky. The painting world was extremely mysterious. It could draw out external Dao marks and use them as paintings to form all kinds of birds and beasts. But now, with Mao Li Chiu's full cooperation, the number of beasts it created increased sharply. It soon surpassed the safety limit. Not good. Genesis Lotus Will's expression changed slightly. It did not expect Mao Li Chiu to be so impulsive. It was suppressed in the painting world. Even though it could not attack, it still had the strength to defend. If it defended with all its strength, it could last for a long time. Thus, Genesis Lotus Will came to persuade it to surrender. To Mao Li Chiu, the most rational way was to hold on, allowing the painting world to wear down its strength bit by bit, to buy as much time as possible. Like what demon Immortal Chi-Ju did, it was suppressed by Divine Emperor City. It could not escape by itself. But it could leave hope for the future. Who could say for sure what the future would be like? But Mao Li Chiu was not rational. It exceeded Genesis Lotus Will's plan. An unprecedented ferocious beast tide rapidly formed. It charged over 100 li and pounced at the army of the 10 children of Human Path. The 10 children of Human Path only took a glance before their expressions changed. Retreat! This beast tide is too ferocious. Even if we use all our strength, we are definitely not their match. Retreat! The urgent matter now is to preserve our strength and wait for a revival. The 10 children of Human Path were all elites. They hurriedly retreated. But retreating was not easy. The beast tide surged forward like a tsunami. Many birds and beasts were extremely fast. They entangled the army that was opening a path. The 10 children of Human Path fought fiercely. They finally made a bloody path. They successfully retreated to the 11th camp. Half of the army was gone. They suffered heavy losses. But the beast tide continued to surge forward as if it was endless. The camp was built successfully and had thick defenses, but soon, it was on the verge of collapse under the ferocious attacks of the beast tide. Heavens, it seems we have completely enraged these beasts. This beast tide is so ferocious, even if all the beasts from before are added together, they cannot compare to 10% of this beast tide. Retreat again. The 10 children of Human Path retreated to the 10th camp. Fang Dichang had already retreated in advance. Fang Dichang had already informed him that the beast tide was too powerful. The 10th camp would definitely not be able to withstand it. Although he wanted to find a chance to take revenge, he did not want to risk his life. In fact, with just beggar sex strength, even if they risked their lives, they might not be able to take revenge. The 10th camp also could not withstand it. It was quickly overwhelmed by the beast tide. The 10 children of human path could only retreat again and again. The beast tide also paid a price, but the scale was too huge. This price was completely bearable. In the end, everyone was chased out by the terrifying beast tide. The camps that the 10 children of human path had painstakingly built were all destroyed. Not a single one of the 10 children of human path survived. The other characters in the painting worlds were even more heavily injured. The people who retreated were in a sorry state. They were filled with fear and shock. The city gates were closed. The guards on the city walls had solemn expressions. The beast tide had already reached the city. The ferocious beasts did not stop. They attacked the city fiercely. The offensive and defensive battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The city actually could not hold on any longer. Many times, giant beasts climbed the city walls and killed their way into the city, causing large numbers of casualties. At the crucial moment, a large number of Divine Being soldiers appeared and participated in the defense, repelling the beast tide. The Divine Being soldiers are already under our control. That's right. This was Divine Being Palace's killer move to begin with. After we succeeded in slaughtering the Immortal, the Divine Being soldiers became our helpers. The 10 children of human path were pleasantly surprised, but also extremely regretful. Their losses were too severe this time. Almost all of their previous accumulations were wasted. The only fortunate thing was that they did not suffer any casualties. They were still alive. Fang Dichang was no longer in the city. He had retreated to the rear. Beggar Sek's losses were not small either. The defeat that Fang Dichang hoped for had happened, but the extent of it was far beyond his expectations. The 10 children of human path helped each other and were united. He could not find a chance to attack them. After the beast tide disappeared, large numbers of wild beasts returned to the roaring beast painting world. They scattered everywhere, making the roaring beast painting world far more difficult to explore than before. The painting world was also like a giant beast licking its wounds. The claw that stretched into the roaring beast painting world earlier was almost shattered. I did not expect the roaring beast painting world to be so dangerous. This means that the other painting world should also be of a similar level. Xianxia found Fang Dichang. The two exchanged information. Fang Dichang told Xianxia about the information that Beggar Sect had gathered, like the extent of the 10 children of human path's losses, as well as Yi Fan and Hong Yi's performance in this battle. Xianxia told Fang Dichang a huge discovery. Xianxia was the person who explored the deepest. He saw the transformation of the beast tide with his own eyes. Using Dao marks to paint, painting path methods are truly profound. But in this case, Fang Dichang analyzed, it seems that a powerful enemy of the celestial court is being suppressed in the depths of the roaring beast painting world. The battle between the beast tide and humans is essentially a method to weaken the enemy and increase the suppression. Xianxia agreed with Fang Dichang's analysis. He said to Fang Dichang, I wonder who is being suppressed inside? It is at least a rank 8 Gu Immortal. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. We might be able to cooperate. This time, the losses of the army were too severe. Almost less than 10% survived. It is impossible to form an exploration army in a short period of time. Should we use this chance to go to the depths of the painting world? Fang Dichang shook his head. Those wild beasts do not recognize anyone. Xianxia nodded. In this painting world, there is not much difference between immortals and mortals. It seems that we can only wait for the exploration army to be formed again. Only then can we use this chance to go deeper. Just as the battle between humans and beasts in the painting world stopped, Fang Yuan secretly came to Mushroom Man Paradise. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully refined to rank 8. Fang Yuan also grasped a large number of compound killer moves. The Qi Si clone had repeatedly invited the Celestial Court to form an alliance army to suppress Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. But even though the Celestial Court agreed, they did not take any action. Such an attitude made Fang Yuan even more convinced of the current grim situation. The entrance of Mushroom Man Paradise opened. Lu Wei-yin personally led Fang Yuan into the depths of the Blessed Land. Chapter 2100. Gulp gulp. The tea was boiling, wisps of yellowish-brown steam rose from it. In a small wooden house at the top of the mountain, there were two experts who could influence the world sitting opposite a tea table. One was the #1 demon in the world, Gue Fang Yuan. The other was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Wei-yin. His overall battle strength might not be at pseudo-venerable level, but his defensive methods were comparable to pseudo-venerables. The windows were wide open. The fresh mountain air entered his lungs, mixed with the fragrance of the tea. Fang Yuan gazed into the distance. Outside the window was a scene of green mountains and clear waters. It was like a paradise. White cranes flew, spirit apes cried, desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen. They were all docile. There were tree houses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains. Smoke rose from chimneys, chickens crowed and dogs barked. It was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the air, there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil. They could float in the air naturally. Each of them had their own unique characteristics and different environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red light. There were also waterfalls that flowed down continuously until they merged into a wide river on the ground. And the mountain that Fang Yuan was on the ground. It was the highest peak of the Mushroom Man Paradise. The moment Fang Yuan sat down, he asked Lu Wei-yin, "Is Spectral Soul still alive?" Lu Wei-yin only smiled and did not answer. He buried his head in making tea. The tea was ready. This was extreme peaceful mind tea. It was made from rank 8 immortal materials. The fragrance of the tea was fresh. It seemed to be mixed with the smell of soil after rain. The tea, this residence, and this Mushroom Man Paradise complemented each other perfectly. They were not ethereal, they were not high and mighty immortals. They were filled with the joy of a farmer, they were filled with ordinary vitality. "Please." Lu Wei-yin placed the cup in front of Fang Yuan with both hands. The tea in the cup was boiling hot earlier, but after a few breaths of time, the heat completely dissipated. It became cold tea. Fang Yuan took a small sip, but Lu Wei-yin directly raised his bowl-like teacup, raising his head and drinking a big mouthful. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He immediately understood and copied Lu Wei-yin's drinking method. Gulp. His Adam's apple moved as Fang Yuan swallowed a mouthful of tea. This shout made Fang Yuan feel very different. The tea was not cold. Instead, it had a warm coolness that instantly permeated Fang Yuan's internal organs. The hot and dry air in his heart was swept away. The tea was clear and refreshing, with a hint of sweetness. Fang Yuan gulped down the tea in his bowl. "Good tea." He put down the teacup with a surprised look on his face. Just by drinking a cup of tea, his body had gained over 1,000 Earth Path Dao marks. When Gu immortals undergo a heavenly tribulation, they would only gain 750 Dao marks on average. On average, the Earth Calamity would earn 250 Dao marks. This bowl of Taikang heart-calming tea actually gained so many Dao marks. It was like a Gu immortal risking their lives to undergo a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Lu Wei-yin said slowly, "This Mushroom Man blessed land was saved by Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It was modified into a paradise. There were no calamities or tribulations since then. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable even left behind a virtue true inheritance here. This Mushroom Man Paradise was thus renamed Virtue Paradise." Before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a venerable, he cultivated here. It was no wonder he could fight against spectral souls so fiercely. Fang Yuan looked outside the window at this Mushroom Man Paradise. His original evaluation of the foundation in his heart couldn't help but rise by several levels. With this food path method, it was extremely beneficial to Gu immortal cultivation. There were many Gu immortals in Virtue Paradise. These Gu immortals' battle strength far surpassed others of the same rank. And from start to finish, Lu Wei-yin had only taken action alone. He had never ordered the Blessed Land's Gu immortals to show themselves. This person's shrewdness and forbearance made Fang Yuan look at him in a different light. Sensing the deep meaning in Fang Yuan's gaze, Lu Wei-yin waved his hand and said humbly, "Fang Yuan, Don't overestimate me and this virtue paradise. Even though we have this food path method, the price to use it is too high. Virtue paradise is rich in earth path resources. Other than me who cultivates earth path, most of the goo immortals here are mushroom men who cultivate poison path. There are also several human goo immortals who cultivate wood path and water path. This food path method is not very efficient. For example, this extreme serene mind tea expended a large number of rank 8 earth path immortal materials to gain hundreds of earth path Dao marks. Of course, Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body. His Dao marks do not conflict. His gains in earth path Dao marks should be extraordinary. Lu Wei-yin concluded, even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable said in his True Inheritance that this food path method is nothing compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and others. The methods of venerables could change heaven and earth. They were extremely grand. For example, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise. He created the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Wisdom Path and toyed with Providence. She truly established the foundation of the Celestial Court for 10,000 years. Giant Sun Immortal left behind his bloodline. He built 88-point Xianyang Tower and occupied the whole of Northern Plains as his courtyard. Red Lotus Demon Venerable plotted for 1,000,000 years. He destroyed Fate Goo. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind methods to create Divine Emperor City. He deduced human path in the painting worlds and established the foundation of human path. These were all world-changing achievements that affected not just one generation, but the development of the entire world. Fang Yuan frowned slightly hearing Lu Wei-yin's words. He had some guesses. He asked directly, since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable mentioned Genesis Lotus in his final words, did he know that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was going to create Divine Emperor City? Lu Wei-yin nodded. When Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled the world and saved lives, he learned of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind Divine Bean Palace to restrain Spectral Soul and plot against him before he became venerable. Qing Chao's core is hatred goo. It is nurtured by Divine Bean Palace. Qing Chou and Divine Bean Palace have a close relationship. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's original plan was to merge Qing Chou, Divine Bean Palace, and Emperor City during the Fate War to form Divine Emperor City and protect the Celestial Court. However, an accident happened before that. Fang Yuan cooperated with Fang Clan to chase Qing Chou away and snatch Divine Bean Palace. After that, even though Divine Bean Palace merged with Emperor City, it lacked Qing Chou. Without Qing Chou, Divine Emperor City did not have enough battle strength. Genesis Lotus Will, who was inside, probably wanted to protect his human path research. He did not participate in the battle in Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had a complex expression. So that's it. Genesis Lotus plan was originally perfect. During the Fate War, Qing Chou could sense the location of Spectral Soul's remnant soul. It had rank 9 hatred goo and pseudo-venerable battle strength. Not only could it help Duke Long protect the Celestial Court, it could also exterminate Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan unknowingly destroyed this plan. Qing Chou was originally nurturing hatred goo in Divine Bean Palace to strengthen itself. But after it was chased away, this process was interrupted. Later, during the Fate War, Qing Chou lacked battle strength and was separated from Divine Bean Palace. When the Fate War ended, Genesis Lotus will contacted Qin Ding Ling, Red Heart Traveler and 9 Spiritual Fairy worked together to capture Qing Chou and bring it back to Celestial Court. Thus, the truth was, it was not Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who schemed against Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan who destroyed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan first. This caused Genesis Lotus will to have no choice but to act suddenly during the battle to mend the plan. Then, why was Fang Yuan willing to accept the alliance agreement and cooperate with Fang Clan to chase Qing Chou away? The key was Great Thief Immortal Goo. After obtaining Great Thief Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan used Ghostly Concealment as the core, Great Thief Immortal Goo 7 and others as supplementary to create Great Thief Ghost Hand, forcefully stealing Qing Chou's rank 8 Soul Beast token. Without Soul Beast token, Qingchao's strength fell greatly, Fang clan won in the end. And where did great thief Immortal Gu come from? Chapter 2101. So, thieving heaven demon Venerable did not just use heaven form, he also used this method, I just did not notice it. Fang Yuan muttered. Suddenly, he had a thought asking, is Qingchao not dead yet? Fang Yuan's pursuit battle ended and Divine Emperor's city flew over to join the battle. Was it really just to suppress demon Immortal Qiju and longevity heaven? Fang Yuan was thinking about the few pieces of Qingchao's corpse. What was Divine Emperor City's main objective? This was something worth discussing. Lu Weiyin's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I only figured this out after I returned here to recuperate for a long time. What was the main reason for Divine Emperor City joining the battle? At that time, Rank 9 Hatred Gu had no aura. It seemed to have been completely destroyed. However, Qingchao is a life form formed from a killer move. I cannot be sure if it is dead or alive. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is truly unimaginable. It is truly a sight to behold. To be able to turn a killer move into a legendary immemorial beast, this method was too profound. Even Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin could only stare at it, they could not understand it. Lu Weiyin continued, I cannot deduce Qingchao's situation. But I know Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation very well. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, I'd like to hear the details. Lu Weiyin finally returned to the main topic after keeping them in suspense for so long. He answered, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current situation can be said to be dead, but also alive. Because his true body has always been hidden in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan nodded, sighing, as I expected. Spectral Soul's self-detonation had already made Fang Yuan feel something amiss. After he refined all the Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan reflected on it, he had even more doubts. The great Spectral Soul died just like that? After all, Spectral Soul was the most heaven-defying existence among the Venerables. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Zombie Alliance was still around, Shadow Sect was in hiding, and Spectral Soul secretly controlled Celestial Court. Duke Long still hadn't appeared. It was obvious that he had been killed by Spectre. He had even plotted to kill Feng Jioge and seized the opportunity to invade Langya Blessed Land. He had manipulated the situation and was the biggest mastermind behind the 5 regions' chaotic war. As long as Great Dream Immortal Venerable was not born, he, Spectral Soul, would be the biggest winner. Therefore, Fang Yuan invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land and killed Feng Kim Hong with Song Zhong's help. Who is Feng Kim Hong? When Feng Kim Hong was young, Dream Wing's Immortal Gu took the initiative to join him. It was the seed of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Who was Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. As long as fate was not destroyed, only his hands could change the situation. Who was Song Zhong? On the surface, Song Zhong was Song Zixing's son, but in reality he was his blood fetus. As for Song Zixing, he was called Blood Dragon, a member of the Shadow Sect, a clone of Ghost. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many inside stories. At that time, Fate Gu was not destroyed, Demon Immortal Qiju could not revive, the other Venerables could only stare at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul rampaged and eventually, Providence had no choice but to choose Fang Yuan to return to the past to change everything. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, on the surface, Fang Yuan succeeded in stopping Spectral Soul. But was that really the case? When Spectral Soul learned that Fang Yuan had revived, he immediately understood that it was Providence's doing. If he followed his original plan, even if he could control the Celestial Court and manipulate the 5 regions' chaotic war, he would still be obstructed by Providence. If Fang Yuan was not enough, a second or third otherworldly demon would revive. Spectral Soul would never be able to stand at the peak of the universe. Thus, he changed his mind. At that moment, he started to cooperate with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Eventually, he gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to Fang Yuan and created a complete otherworldly demon. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul wanted to take back the sovereign immortal body. His plan was perfect. He did not lack soul path attainment level. He had the sovereign immortal body. He could annex soul pacifying grotto heaven and others. He could rise up again in an instant. This way, he would be ahead of all the venerables. He would have the initiative. The advantage of being first was unimaginable. Once Spectral Soul succeeded, he would be the sole ruler. The entire universe would be trampled under his feet. But he did not succeed. Red Lotus demon venerables schemed against him. While the Heaven Path Dao marks restricted Fang Yuan, they also protected Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul did not obtain the sovereign immortal body. There was a huge difference in his development. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven attacked at the same time. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables Inheritor Lu Wei-in also joined the battle. They finally killed Spectral Soul. Looking back at Spectral Soul's plan, Fang Yuan thought, if he was Spectral Soul, what would he do? Thus, he soon found a huge flaw in Spectral Soul's plan. It was too risky. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto and destroyed the Blessed Land, capturing Spectral Soul alive and taking away the door of life and death. Spectral Soul's life and death were in the hands of the Celestial Court. If Fairy Myrtle did not covet information and clues and killed Spectral Soul, wouldn't that be terrible? If it were Fang Yuan, he would not have made such an arrangement. What about Spectral Soul? Even if he had the greatest killing nature, he would not be a fool. Thus, the biggest possibility was that Spectral Soul was not Spectral Soul's true body. If Fang Yuan was in Spectral Soul's position, he would do this. Use a clone to disguise as the main body and be captured by the Celestial Court. On one hand, it could lower or even dispel the enemy's guard. On the other hand, the clone was also a trap. Fairy Myrtle fell for it in the end. Thirdly, the clone's information and true inheritances were far inferior to the main body. Even if it was captured, it would not provide too much information to the enemy. Finally, even if the clone was killed, it did not matter. The main body would still be intact. Regarding Spectral Soul's suspicions, Fang Yuan had two pieces of evidence. The first piece of evidence was Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju was a crucial person in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. The sorrowful winds blew outside the Gu house, causing it to creak. From time to time, Fan Chun Yao would need to replenish the Gu worms, replacing those that died from the sorrowful winds. We have wasted so much, we have wasted so much. Fan Chun Yao made a fuss, feeling heartache. Along the way, just defending against the sorrowful winds has cost us so much. Are there really good things in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range? Chen Yindao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I cannot guarantee that. But as long as there is a trace of hope, we have to do this. Some time ago, there was a Gu Immortal battle in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. We might have missed out on something that can help us ascend. Once Immortal Ascension was mentioned, the other three Gu Masters' breathing became rough. As long as we become immortals, who would dare to attack us for immortals? We will not be hunted down. Once we become immortals, won't those high and mighty female Gu Masters be at our mercy? Ha! Look at you! After ascending to immortal, what's so good about mortals? We will be able to attack fairies. The Gu Masters looked at each other as they snickered. What they did not know was that the Celestial Court had already cleaned up the battlefield. All the immemorial year beast corpses and other corpses were taken away. When the four arrived at the ruins of the collapsed mountain range, they searched for 7 days and 7 nights but did not find anything. Right when the four were furious and were about to leave, they finally found something. There is a person here. Come quickly. What's so strange about a person? There are many corpses here. It is a villager living in the mountain. No, this person is still alive. And there is a phenomenon around him. What? The other three Gu Masters went up and saw that Wang Xiao'er's eyes were shut, but he was still breathing. Chapter 2102. This was the last day of the month. I let out a breath of turbid air and felt relieved. I had finally completed the small goal that I had mentioned earlier. This month, one chapter a day, stable and never absent. It was very difficult. There were many times when I almost could not persevere. There were many aspects of life, and it would always require time and energy. It was impossible for me to write a book like I did when I was still a student. I was an adult, and the adult world was filled with something called not easy. On the other hand, the following chapters of The Legends of Rinzhu had taken up a lot of my time and energy. Next month, a new chapter of The Legends of Rinzhu would be released to everyone. The difficulty of The Legends of Rinzhu increased the further one went, almost doubling. This was because many of the images and concepts that had appeared in the previous chapters could not be used anymore. To be able to compose The Legends of Rinzhu while completing the goal of one chapter a day, even I feel that I was lucky. Thankfully, I persevered and completed it. The pressure was too great. For most of the month, I slept after midnight. There were many days, especially this week, where I would compose until 3 or 4 at night. The main text of 5 million words needed an ending, too many holes to fill in, too many clues to collect. But this month, I had already filled in a lot, and a few clues were being collected. Most of my energy was spent on The Legends of Rinzhu. Sometimes I panicked. Because I could not find any information on The Legends of Rinzhu, there were many times when studying it did not yield any results. Most of the time, what broke the barrier was just an idea, or something that I learned 10 days ago, or a sentence that I accidentally read. The main text could be controlled, but The Legends of Rinzhu could not be controlled. The uneasiness brought about by this led to immense mental pressure. Many times, I would lie on my bed and try to sleep, but I could not fall asleep no matter what, so I would get up to compose. I would think until my body and mind were exhausted, and I would throw myself on the bed to sleep. The results were clear. I was rather satisfied with the quality of this month's updates. Be it the structure of the actions or the description of the side chapters, they were all taken into consideration. Especially the standard of the broken chapters, it had increased by quite a bit. The Legends of Rinzhu also had a new chapter. At the beginning of the 10th month, there would be a huge show in Crazed Demon Cave. The early stages of the plot were already half done. One last appeal. I hope that all the readers will support the original version of Gu Dao Master as much as possible and try to read it. It takes me at least half an hour to think about a chapter and a few hours to write it. However, readers might spend less than 10 minutes reading, and the fees they paid were only a few cents. Many Chidian coins were even given as gifts. The 3 elders of the celestial court had no choice but to take action to block the calamity and tribulation for Red Lotus. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Let me think, are human path methods also a way to break the heavenly Dao blockade? Earlier, Fang Yuan had used human path methods to disrupt the heavenly Dao's evolution and gain time to make a move. He was very experienced in this aspect. Lu Wei nodded. That's right. Human path methods are also a good way to break the heavenly Dao blockade. Precisely so, the venerables of the past have a common point. They obtained their insights from The Legends of Rinzhu and created top-tier human path killer moves. After chatting for a while, facing Fang Yuan's questions, Lu Wei said everything he knew without holding anything back. After Fang Yuan understood the criteria for becoming a venerable, he fell into deep thought. He thought about it carefully and found that there were only 2 things that restricted him from becoming a venerable. One was attainment level, the other was breaking the heavenly Dao blockade. The latter could be followed. Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot in terms of luck path and human path methods. He only needed to improve and develop them. The truly troublesome thing was attainment level. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster seemed to be very close to true Supreme Grandmaster, but it was actually very difficult to reach. If the environment allowed it and he had enough time, Fang Yuan could cultivate and comprehend it. He believed that in his lifetime, he would reach Supreme Grandmaster in a certain path. But now, the shadow of the Venerable's rebirth had already shrouded his future. Is there a way for me to break through this? Dream realms? Clearly not. Fang Yuan had already discovered that the dream realms in his hands came from spectral soul demon venerable, but he could only raise them to great grandmaster level. True meaning? Don't tell me, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true meaning can allow me to reach Earth Path Supreme Grandmaster? As if sensing Fang Yuan's thoughts, Lu Wei-yin shook his head. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's legacy can only allow you to become an Earth Path Great Grandmaster. However, Paradise Earth's true inheritance already has a way to resolve this. Fang Yuan looked at the smiling Lu Wei-yin as an eerie light flashed in his eyes. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Lu Wei-yin said, Fang Yuan is familiar with the legends of Renzu. You must know about Primordial Domain, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. Actually, as long as one reaches Primordial Domain, anyone can become a Supreme Grandmaster of any path. Primordial Domain? Fang Yuan was moved. You know where it is. Chapter 2104. Primordial Domain is still at the lowest level of Crazed Demon Cave? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was filled with countless thoughts. There were indeed records of Primordial Domain in the legends of Renzu, but the description was vague and ambiguous. It depended on how the reader interpreted it. Even if Primordial Domain has such power, is it hidden at the lowest level of Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan could not believe Lu Wei-yin's words. But there was such a possibility. Fang Yuan had been to Crazed Demon Cave before. He deduced from the traces that Paradise Earth had not only been there, he even created a Dao field there. Fang Yuan could not enter the lowest level, but Paradise Earth was an immortal venerable. His abilities could not be estimated. If all of this is true, then it's true. Then Paradise Earth's objective is Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan's mind was in turmoil, but his expression did not change. Lu Wei-yin observed his expression and sighed internally. This Gyue Fang Yuan is truly the #1 demon in the world. No wonder he is the target of Providence and the Venerables. To convince him, just this is not enough. Lu Wei-yin had to continue. Crazed Demon Cave is indeed at the lowest level. Primordial Domain is very special. It is both the beginning and the end. It contains the supreme profundities of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable used it and rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu as the core to deduce the world and create new heaven path Dao marks. In a way, the importance of Crazed Demon Cave is even more important than Celestial Court. Lu Wei-yin spoke slowly, revealing even more secrets. 1,000,000 years ago in the Olden Antiquity era, the first Demon Venerable of humanity, Limitless Demon Venerable, attacked Celestial Court and threatened to destroy Celestial Court, forcing star constellations will to gamble on the chessboard. The chessboard was connected to Crazed Demon Cave. During the battle between the two venerables, sparks of thought collided and created new heaven path results. These results were sent into Crazed Demon Cave through the chessboard, helping limitless deduction. Star Constellation's shadow pretended not to know, but in fact, she was already prepared and beat him at his own game. Generations of venerables like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal had all visited Imperfection Regret Pavilion. They knew about the battle between two venerables and the importance of Crazed Demon Cave. In the Fate War, the figures of the two venerables who were playing chess dissipated in the Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but this was only the end of the gamble between the two venerables. The final battlefield that would decide the outcome of the battle was still the Crazed Demon Cave. The venerable ones of the past were aware of this, so they all got involved. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Green Lotus Dao Field in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Savage Wilderness Great World, while Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also created Yellow Earth Great World. In this way, the situation became even more complicated. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This has been one of my doubts for a long time. Why did a portion of the Venerables spend so much effort to build a Dao Right Hall in the 8th layer of the Crazed Demon Cave to protect a large world? Could it be that they also want to make a move against the Origin Realm? Venerated ones have already become venerated ones, so the Origin Realm isn't a necessity for them. Wait, that might not be the case. A flash of lightning seemed to flash in Fang Yuan's mind. It tore through the layers of fog and allowed him to see a small part of the truth. Ha! Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster meant that the Gu Immortals' understanding of the path had reached the limit of heaven and earth. They had touched that ceiling. They had almost comprehended all of the profundities of the path. But there were still some corners that they had yet to reach. And Supreme Grandmaster attainment level meant that not only did they comprehend all of the profundities of the path, they could also innovate. At this level, every time a Gu Immortal advanced, it would be an unprecedented feat. It would raise the upper limit of the entire path. It would even be an advancement of heaven and earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's former wisdom path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was no longer the same today. Even though her will and providence were intertwined together, and she constantly studied Celestial Court's wisdom path research results, it was the same. Not to mention the fact that Star Constellation's will and clones could not be equated. Celestial Court's wisdom path research results were only a portion of the entire wisdom path. Only when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain would her wisdom path attainment level reach Supreme Grandmaster and become a Dao Lord. What is a Dao Lord? Fang Yuan heard of a new concept from Lu Wei-yin. Chapter 2105. So this is the secret of the Venerable's invincibility. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This trip to the Mushroom Man Paradise was really not in vain. Fang Yuan learned a large number of Venerable secrets. At the same time, he had some guesses about Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's goal. At this point, all of Fang Yuan's luck inspection guesses were indirectly verified. His luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was small, it was tall and slender, shooting straight into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the bottom of this pure silver pillar of light, there was a lump of yellow qi that seemed to be protecting it like dust. And above the silver pillar, there were 3 clouds. One was black as ink, one was golden, and one was shining with starlight. These 3 clouds all showed signs of obstructing Fang Yuan's soaring luck. The black cloud should be corresponding to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After all, the current Shadow Sect only had a few members. Their threat had fallen sharply. The starlight cloud should be corresponding to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had most likely revived. It was ethereal and mysterious, filled with the aura of wisdom. There was also the golden cloud. Needless to say, it should be Giant Sun Immortal. During the Fate War, there was an attack from Giant Sun that shook heaven and earth from northern plains all the way to Heavenly Court. It was incomparably domineering. In the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, even though they lost a legendary immemorial beast, Longevity Heaven's strength did not fall greatly. Their foundation was still intact. The Huang Jin family was in existence like the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They dominated northern plains and controlled the entire northern plains in the hands of the Giant Sun Immortal bloodline. An Kray's Demon Cave was in northern plains. It definitely could not avoid the forces of Giant Sun Immortal and Longevity Heaven. Maybe Giant Sun Immortal chose northern plains to create Longevity Heaven not because he is a northern plainsman, but because he wanted to make arrangements around Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he thought deeper. If it were him, he would probably do the same. If Fate Gu was not destroyed, everything would be over. But if Fate Gu was destroyed, the Venerables would have a chance to revive. By then, whoever occupied northern plains and encircled Crazed Demon Cave would have the advantage. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Wei-yin again. Since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created Yellow Earth Great World, did he help me become venerable so that I can help him revive? Lu Wei-yin nodded with a smile. Indeed. Back then, Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable blessed the world, but his main true inheritances were only left in the 5 regions. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance is here. Eastern Seas Paradise Earth True Inheritance is the Blue Dragon Whale. Central Continent's Paradise Earth True Inheritance is the Reincarnation Battlefield. Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance is in Yellow Earth Great World. As for Western Deserts Paradise Earth True Inheritance, it seems to have been taken away. Venerable revival methods were left behind, but they are limited. As long as they can be destroyed in advance, these venerables will not revive. But if these venerables are revived, the difficulty of defeating them will be on a completely different level. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the lower reaches of the River of Time are in chaos. The world is in an unprecedented situation. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Not to mention the past venerables, just Great Dream Immortal Venerable alone, will she not appear? Pseudo-venerables are only pseudo-venerables after all. At this point, I believe that Fang Yuan no longer doubts our sincerity. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable not only used the present to tempt Fang Yuan, he even used the advantage of joining hands in the future and the beautiful future to tempt Fang Yuan. Of course, other than bait, there was also threat. Lu Wei-yin had already told Fang Yuan, "The venerables are going to revive in Crazed Demon Cave. Are you going to stop them? If you don't, you will lose this best opportunity. You will definitely suffer in the future. Fang Yuan, look at what you have done. Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and others have all been greatly offended by you. The venerables will definitely deal with you after they revive. Even if you have no enmity with them, you are a pseudo-venerable, you are the closest to venerable level. Do you think those venerables who revive will allow more people to participate in the competition of the world chessboard? Paradise Earth was a good person, he only knew how to show mercy. However, Paradise Earth's magnanimity and schemes were definitely worthy of his venerable title. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was using threats and promises to tempt Fang Yuan. What would Fang Yuan choose? What else could he choose? Thus, at the next moment, Fang Yuan nodded with a solemn expression. "All right, I will agree to this. Let's sign the alliance agreement." Lu Wei-yin waved his hand. "I absolutely trust Fang Yuan. Why would I need an alliance agreement?" This was pure bullshit. The true reason was that Fang Yuan had methods like myriad beings assimilation transformation. Almost all the alliance agreements in the world could not restrict him. Lu Wei-yin could only show his magnanimity. Fang Yuan was rational. If he was not rational and cautious, he would not have reached this stage. And because he was rational and cautious, he understood the benefits of cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and the disadvantages of not cooperating. This was more effective than any alliance agreement in the world. Lu Wei-yin stood up slowly. "Since both sides have formed an alliance, then Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance will belong to you, Fang Yuan. Please follow me." Fang Yuan moved and followed Lu Wei-yin out of the house, arriving at the peak of the mountain. Outside the house, the sky was high and the clouds were vast. The fields at the foot of the mountain were green. The wind was gentle. The pines were rustling. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the foot of the mountain. "Fang Yuan, firstly, this Mushroom Man Paradise is your asset. You can annex it as you wish. Of course, you can also let it be used as a nail in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World." Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. This was a huge gift. Mushroom Man Paradise had been developed for at least 100,000 years. It had abundant resources, comparable to some of the top grotto heavens of the two heavens. Not mentioning the super resources inside, just the countless mushroom men living inside were definitely unique in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This was the best mushroom man resource in the world. There was no other. Next, Lu Wei-yin handed over more than 10 immortal gu to Fang Yuan. Most of them were Earth Path. Among them, one information path Immortal Gu recorded the contents of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan scanned it with his divine sense. He found that this true inheritance had 3 parts. The main part was the Earth Path True Inheritance. It had the core killer move, Paradise Earth. After using this killer move, the immortal aperture would be free from calamities and tribulations. The second part was related to Human Path. Fang Yuan had seen the contents before. It was the Virtue True Inheritance that Lu Wei-yin obtained from Fang Yuan's dream when Fang Yuan received it. This true inheritance's requirements were quite special. It required the inheritor to maintain justice in their heart, to be a person with morals. The pink sand in the sand table was piled up high. It was at the crucial moment of a breakthrough or collapse. I absorbed Paradise Earth's southern border true inheritance and obtained support. The pure dream doppelganger has the opportunity to break through. But even so, there is still a huge risk. I need to make more preparations. Fang Yuan immediately understood. After cooking Luck Pot reached rank 8, Fang Yuan obtained many benefits from Luck Path. He was increasingly aware of the benefits of Luck Path. It was no wonder that giant Sun Immortal could rise up back then. Crazed Demon Cave was a place he had to go, but Fang Yuan could not go immediately. Right now, his strength was rising sharply. Fang Yuan intended to raise his strength to the limit before going to Crazed Demon Cave. Even though Lu Wei-yin made it sound like the situation was urgent, Fang Yuan could inspect his luck and knew that he still had a precious period of time. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. Let me research dream path methods first and help the pure dream doppelganger ascend to an immortal. Fang Yuan thought about himself. His dream path attainment could be said to be the #1 person in the current world. The knowledge of dream realm exploration brought about by rebirth was still the most advanced research result, but this advantage was rapidly diminishing. However, after rebirth, Fang Yuan also made huge gains in dream path. He originally had the killer move Unravel Dream in his memories. From Shadow Sect, he obtained Lead Soul into Dream, Change Soul within Dream, and Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. From Dragon Palace, he obtained Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Revelation, and Dream Within a Dream. And now, he obtained the Dream Path Killer Move 3 Lifetime Dream Salvation from Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had far more Dream Path Killer moves than Dream Path Immortal Gu. The core Immortal Gu of many Dream Path Killer moves were of other paths. He had no choice but to use a vast number of Dream Path Mortal Gu to replace the effects of Dream Path Immortal Gu. For example, Lead Soul into Dream, Change Soul within Dream, and other killer moves. What I need the most is to use Dream Armor Immortal Gu as the core to create a Dream Path defensive killer move. Secondly, I need to use Dream Path teleportation methods. If I am in danger, I will be able to gain precious time to rest. Thirdly, I need healing methods. And finally, I need to add some offensive methods. Even though Fang Yuan's Dream Path attainment level was ordinary, he was very confident in creating new Dream Path killer moves. The reason was that he had unrestrained heavenly marks. He could create a large number of compound killer moves. Su Hao continued, "All right, this matter is our fault. Fairy Lian Yun, according to our agreement, you helped us with this matter. We do not owe each other anything. But since this matter failed, let's forget it. It is our mistake. We will deal with it as if we succeeded. From now on, we do not owe each other anything." Hearing this, Li Juning had an anxious expression. She opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but Su Hao held her back. Zhao Lianyun's expression eased up. He nodded at the two immortals and left without saying a word. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun had entered the palace on the peak. They had to return. Along the way, Li Juning said angrily, "If not for our help, how could Zhao Lianyun obtain Thieving Heaven True Inheritance Divine Concealment? If not for our help, how could she become our sect's current generation fairy? But now, she wants to draw a line between us. She is truly an ingrate. What is even more infuriating is that husband let her off so easily. You should know that she is our best weapon against Feng Jioga. You cultivated wisdom path in vain." Sigh. Su Hao chuckled, "Wife, don't worry. Even if this matter fails, we will still have great gains. Firstly, we can probe the Celestial Court's intentions from First Supreme Elder and the others. Secondly, we can bind Zhao Lianyun to our side. Thirdly, we can probe a trace of Feng Kim Huang's background. Li Junying was slightly stunned before realizing, that's right, this plan failed, but Zhao Lianyun and Feng Kim Hong also became enemies. Even if we did not find Zhao Lianyun, Feng Kim Hong would still repay her in the future. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, so she is still a member of our side. That is correct. Su Hao nodded. Li Junying smiled. Husband, as expected of a wisdom path cultivator, I have wronged you. Su Hao smiled bitterly with a bitter expression. Feng Kim Hong is indeed Feng Jioga's daughter. Her temperament, talent, and dream path methods are beyond my expectations. Our original plan was to use Feng Kim Hong as a bait to lure Feng Jioga into a rage and attack Spirit Affinity House, thus causing a direct conflict between him and the Celestial Court. Su Hao and Li Junying's target was Feng Jioga from the start. Feng Jioga was strong, and even Su Hao and Li Junying together were not Feng Jioga's match. But was there a need to fight him head-on? Man was the spirit of all living beings. There were many ways to kill an enemy that was much stronger than oneself. As a wisdom path cultivator, Su Hao thought of a plan to use Celestial Court as a blade to eliminate Feng Jioga. This was the style of wisdom path Gu Immortals. They were experts at taking advantage of the situation and using it to succeed. This plan failed because I underestimated Feng Kim Hong. After this, she will definitely hide behind her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. Our chances of making a move will be much lower. Su Hao was deeply worried. Feng Jioga had once suppressed Su Hao, causing his life to be filled with darkness. This was hatred. When Feng Jioga was in Spirit Affinity House, his entire family occupied the cultivation resources, causing Su Hao and Li Junying to cultivate slowly. This was benefit. Feng Kim Hong researched Dream Path and obtained the attention of Celestial Court. She was at the forefront of this era. This was a future threat. Spirit Affinity House and Celestial Court could not be counted on. The only one who could truly represent Su Hao was himself. If he did not fight for it, who would think for him? On the path of cultivation, we need to compete. We need to stake our lives for a chance of victory. Su Hao muttered, his gaze becoming resolute again. Several days later, Eastern Sea. On a small island in the Nameless Sea area, Feng Yuan released his Dream Path clone. Let's begin, Feng Yuan said plainly. Chapter 2109. Kill him. We cannot let him take away the immortal goo. That immortal goo belongs to me, Daoist sect. Don't even think about leaving. The pursuers were already very close. There were 2 tunnels in front of Feng Kim Hong. Only one of them could allow him to escape, while the other led to Dengrai sect's Blessed Land headquarters. Feng Kim Hong did not hesitate. She chose the left tunnel and charged in. With a swoosh, light shone in front of her. Feng Kim Hong was slightly dazed. She found that her soul had returned to the outside world, and the dream realm from earlier had completely vanished. I've made it through this dream. As expected, that wild soul path immortal goo was the key. After her soul returned to her body, Feng Kim Hong had an excited expression. This time, my soul path attainment level rose. With Dream Path Master attainment level, it will be of great help when exploring dream realms. Ever since that dangerous goo refinement secret room, Feng Kim Hong had benefited from the disaster. She became a Dream Path Master. In the final scene of the dream realm earlier, it was the first time that Feng Kim Hong had tried it. She did not know the correct path to escape. But at the crucial moment, her intuition as a Dream Path Master told her, she quickly chose the correct path. It is a pity that the intuition from Dream Path Master attainment cannot be controlled by me. It often appears and disappears. If I can become a Dream Path Grandmaster, This intuition will increase by several times. I will be able to comprehend other paths and use dream path goo worms to form killer moves. I will be able to imitate the specialty of other paths. Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. Becoming a dream path master was already inconceivable to her. She had succeeded because of the danger of death. Feng Kim Hong could clearly sense that all of her dream path understanding, knowledge, and accumulation had been used up. She had barely become a dream path master. If she wanted to raise her attainment level, she would need to accumulate again. It would take a long time. Feng Kim Hong tidied up and stood up, pushing open the cultivation secret room's door. After passing through the corridor, she came to the hall. Fairy Bai Qing had already prepared the meal. All sorts of delicacies filled the table. Seeing Feng Kim Hong coming over, Fairy Bai Qing smiled. Huang Er, have you finished today's cultivation? Judging from your expression, it seems that everything went smoothly. That's right, Mother. The Dream Path Master Realm is indeed extraordinary. It is a great help to me in exploring the Dream Realm. Feng Kim Hong sat at the dining table and talked about the last scene of the dream. If not for my intuition, I'm afraid my soul would have been seriously injured. Fairy Bai Qing's smile faded. Mother has already investigated. That matter is clear. The ones plotting against you should be Su Hao and Li Juning. Li Juning had secretly become a Shadow Path Great Grandmaster, but kept it a secret to make it easier for her to deal with goo materials. But in the end, Zhao Lianyun didn't harm you. Instead, he saved you. This otherworldly demon really made Mother look at him in a new light. No wonder she could obtain the position of fairy. She was not just a lucky person who obtained Love Goo's acknowledgement. Feng Kim Hong had a complex expression on her face. She recalled the scene in the secret room. Even now, her heart was still throbbing. Back then, she had no way to retaliate. She could only allow herself to be trampled on. Her life and death were in the hands of Zhao Lianyun. Even though Feng Kim Hong survived after the incident, this experience had deeply touched her heart. Fairy Bai Qing continued, Huang Er, I have already inspected your body. There are no hidden injuries. Zhao Lianyun's smile widened. You are too polite. Back then in Northern Plains, during the Battle of Snowy Mountain, if not for you protecting me, I would have lost my life long ago. Please come in, let me brew a pot of good tea for you. Bu Zhenzi was a rank 7 goo cultivator. He cultivated Phantom Path. Back then, he was ordered by the sect to protect Zhao Lianyun. He performed well in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He was heavily nurtured after returning to the sect. Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups also considered this. They sent Bu Zhenzi to persuade Zhao Lianyun to stop. When Bu Zhenzi arrived, it was evening. After this tea party ended, the moon was already high in the sky. Fairy, please wait, there is no need to send me off. I will take my leave now. Bu Zhenzi cupped his fists. He had a joyful expression. The conversation this time was very smooth. Zhao Lianyun was much more understanding and easy to talk to than he had expected. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Take care. Bu Zhenzi said sincerely, I have already learned about Fairy's situation and difficulties. I will go back and tell Supreme Grand Elder now. Fairy, don't worry. Zhao Lianyun smiled. Then I will have to trouble you. Zhao Lianyun watched as Bu Zhenzi left. Even when his figure disappeared into the clouds, she still stood at the peak of Affection Peak. Night winds blew. The fog around the peak was still thick, almost completely covering the moon in the night sky. This was Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. The moon in the night sky was only an immortal formation. Zhao Lianyun wore a white dress. The sash of her robe fluttered in the wind. Her black hair was tied up like silk. Her skin was fair. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Her eyes were looking at the night sky. She was now the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had a high status. Even a rank 7 expert like Bu Zhenzi had to be polite to her. She had divine concealment, one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. She had Love Goo. She could call the wind and summon the rain. As an otherworldly demon, it was not easy to achieve this. However, Zhao Lianyun was not happy at all. Now that I have become an immortal, you are not by my side. Sigh, immortals are inferior to mortals. The huge 5 regions and 2 heavens were like a foreign land to her. She could not find a place to rest her heart. Fate had once favored her, letting her get to know Ma Hongyun, giving her a place to rest her heart. However, fate showed a cruel side. She was separated from Ma Hongyun, she was sold publicly, she was bought by Feng Jioge. She participated in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, but she could only watch as Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan. She was used by Su Hao and Li Jun-ying as a chess piece. She knelt on the ground and begged. She tried all ways to obtain the position of fairy. She was given difficulties at Secret Inheritance Peak. The Gu Immortals of Spirit Affinity House had a cold attitude towards her at that time. When she heard that Fang Zheng had passed the tribulation, she came to visit Fang Zheng and brought him a gift. She helped Fang Zheng practice his killer move, Blood Turns Cold. With Su Hao and Li Jun-ying's help, she became the Affection Peak Lord. She knew this Gu Immortal couple's scheme. She had no choice but to agree to deal with Feng Kim Hong. Not only did Feng Kim Hong not die, she even saved him. This was Zhao Lianyun's scheme. Su Hao and Li Jun-ying are using me. In turn, I can use their hatred towards Feng Jioge to manipulate them. If they want to deal with Feng Jioge, they will need to rely on me. And I can use their strength to cultivate faster. It is all thanks to my divine concealment that I can face Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Bu Zhenzi and I have a friendship. We can become allies based on mutual benefits. Fang Zheng has already become the Demon Judgment Board Lord. His previous investment is extremely profitable. Chapter 2110. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. In an ordinary small cave, the 4 obscenities of Zhongzhou State chose to take a temporary rest and reorganize. Eastern obscenity Chen Yin Dao, Western scum Yu Ba Guang, Southern frivolous Shi Bao, and Northern despotic Fan Chun Yao, they were all rank 4 cultivators. They were infamous in Central Continent's Gu Master World. They had ruined the chastity and lives of countless girls. But at this moment, these 4 men were gathered in a circle, staring at an unconscious young man lying on the ground and studying him. Why is he not awake yet? These days, he has been sleeping, he has not eaten or drunk anything, but he is still full of life. Do you think he is an immortal? The 4 Gu masters discussed. Their target was Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was just an ordinary shepherd boy. Fate was cruel to him. Fang Yuan's pursuit battle erupted. The aftermath of the battle caused the mountain he lived in to collapse and destroy. All of his relatives were gone. But for some reason, not only did Wang Xiao not die, he even fell into a strange situation. Think about it. The first time we saw him, the flowers and plants around him were blooming and withering. He might be one of the Gu Immortals who participated in the battle. In the end, he fell. The enemies thought he was dead, but to think that he used some method to preserve his life, but fell into a deep sleep. Yu Ba Guang thought. These 4 Gu masters were too weak. They did not receive the battle reports that the Celestial Court publicized in Jewel Yellow Skies. But if you say he is an immortal, do immortals dress like this? Shi Bao pointed at Wang Xiao's clothes, showing a strange expression. Wang Xiao's clothes were tattered and full of patches. He was clearly one of those lowly commoners. He did not even have the qualifications to cultivate Gu. Fan Chunyao rubbed his chin. If we could soul search him, we would know the truth. But these days we have used all our soul-searching methods. There is no effect. This is not something a Gu master can do. Soul-searching methods, ever since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, had spread far and wide. Because this method was too convenient. Demonic Gu masters who did not know how to soul-search were too embarrassed to call themselves demonic. The 4 Gu masters gritted their teeth. They had never seen such a strange situation. They did not know what to do. 8 pairs of eyes stared at Wang Xiao. Chen Yindao suddenly spoke. Sigh, look at how motionless he is. How good would it be if he were a female immortal? The other 3 looked at each other. In the next moment, they laughed in tacit understanding. After a moment of silence, Shi Bao suddenly clenched his teeth and said, Forget it. We won't make any progress if we just keep watching. I'm going to do it. What do you want to do? Fan Chunyao asked. Shibao sneered, "Do this." Before he finished speaking, he attacked, activating an offensive goo worm and shooting a red light at Wang Xiao. "You're crazy." The others were shocked. But very quickly, all of their attention was drawn to Wang Xiao's body. Silver lines lit up on Wang Xiao's body, and these silver lines easily blocked the red light. The red light quickly weakened and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shibao was dumbfounded, and the other three also had the same expression. Because they knew that this was Shibao's strongest offensive method, to think that Wang Xiao blocked it so easily. Just from his aura, this young man is clearly immortal. But he blocked Shibao's attack in his sleep. Even a rank 5 Gu master would have to focus on defending. If he is not an immortal, what else can he be? This is not something a Gu master can do. Wait, his eyelids are moving. The four of them were horrified, and the cave instantly fell into a deathly silence. Wang Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, his mind was in a mess. He sat up on his upper body. Plop, plop, plop. The four Gu masters knelt down, shouting, "Immortal, spare us." Wang Xiao jumped in fright. "Who are you?" "Where am I? Wait, who am I?" Wang Xiao hugged his head, showing a pained expression. The four demonic path Gu masters looked at each other. The same thought appeared in their minds. Don't tell me, the immortal lost his memories? Several days later, in the valley at night, a bonfire burned brightly. "Come, let's drink." Chen Yindao placed his hand on Wang Xiao's shoulder, giving him the wine that he had kept for many years. Wang Xiao's face was already red, he reeked of alcohol. He had just received the wine bowl when Shibao, who was at the side, was already smiling as he placed the fragrant meat skewers into Wang Xiao's hands. "Come eat, little brother." Shibao's tone was so mushy that he wanted to vomit. This evil person had never been so nice to others before. Not only was Wang Xiao's face healthy, his clothes were also changed. They were made of high-quality materials. He drank and ate at the same time. "My four brothers, you are really good people. Not only did you save me, you are also so nice to me." "Don't say that." Chen Yindao patted Wang Xiao's shoulder. "It is fate that we met." At the same time, his heart was bleeding. "My wine, I have kept it for more than 10 years. I can't bear to drink it. We are both people who have fallen in love. This is nothing." Yu Baguang returned. He had set up investigative goo worms in the surroundings. He had an honest and reliable smile on his face. "We rely on our family at home. We rely on our friends outside. As long as we help each other, I believe this world will become a better place." Seeing that the other three had expressed their stance, Fan Chunyao did not want to fall behind. They were all shocked by the scene in the cave earlier. After confirming that Wang Xiao was an amnesiac Gu immortal, they decided to treat him like a master. If in the future, this Gu immortal Wang Xiao suddenly regained his memories and found out that they were treating him so well, he would not be able to do anything. Wang Xiao drank and ate. After he was full, the four arranged for him to sleep on the softest and most comfortable bed. He had truly lost his memories. Even though he did not lose his ability to speak, he could not recall his past life no matter how hard he tried. During this period, the four Gu masters brought him back to the ruins, but they could not trigger his memories. At most, Wang Xiao recalled his name and told the four great obscenities. Wang Xiao felt that his life was blissful. But the other four Gu masters were living in an abyss of suffering. These four demonic path Gu masters, when had they ever served someone like this? They were ruthless and ruthless. They had always been unbridled. How could they endure such servility? Thus, a few days later, the four Gu masters could not take it anymore. "Everyone, even though I want to know the method of immortal ascension from this immortal. But this life is unbearable. Yes, we have to be careful all day. It is too stifling. What I am afraid of now is, if this Gu immortal really regains his memories, can he really repay us? If he is a righteous path Gu immortal, he can ask around and find out about our past deeds. What will he do to us demonic path members? If he is a demonic path Gu immortal, If he remembers the situation where we attacked him, won't he skin us alive? The four had worked together for many years, they had traveled together, their thoughts were very similar. The four discussed secretly and decided to get rid of Wang Xiao. These days were too painful. Not only was the reward endless, but it might even be his own death that awaited him. Then how can we get rid of Wang Xiao? We cannot be too direct. If he regains his memories, won't he find trouble with us? I have a good idea. Tell us. Our current location is here, Slaughter Soul Plain is nearby, we will enter this place and get rid of this problem. The next day, the four Gu masters brought Wang Xiao deep into Slaughter Soul Crater. Slaughter Soul Crater had a simple terrain, but its environment was very complex. This was part of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. It was originally a plain mountain range. But the aftermath of Fang Yuan's pursuit also affected this place. Back then, Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortals witnessed the formation of Slaughter Soul Crater. Spectral Soul sent out a black soul ball, but Dragon Palace dodged it. The soul ball shot straight into the mountains. There was no sound. In an instant, the surrounding mountains turned into black ash, dispersing with the wind. The originally lively mountain range had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge empty crater. Because the crater was created by Spectral Soul's killer move, it was filled with soul path Dao marks. All the living beings that once lived here were annihilated, but their souls remained. Soul path Dao marks, wind path Dao marks, earth path Dao marks, and others fused together, creating dense soul fog. All sorts of soul beasts started to live in this fog. Whether the surrounding living beings entered by accident or were attacked by soul beasts, they all died here. In short, the more living beings that died here, the more souls stayed here, the thicker the soul fog in Slaughter Soul Crater. The five carefully avoided the powerful soul beasts, entering the middle of Slaughter Soul Crater. Yuba Guang used the excuse of scouting to leave, the other four did not move. Wang Xiao did not understand, he asked now, "Brothers, why are we here?" "To leave you here, of course." "Of course, we will not do it openly, we will lure some soul beasts and pretend that we are not their match. In order to protect you, we will lure these soul beasts away." Chen Yin Dao smiled internally. Other than acting, the four great obscenities also had evil intentions. If this immortal died to the soul beasts, would he leave behind any inheritance? Those in the demonic path were usually very daring. The four great obscenities were among them. Chapter 2111. Slaughter Soul Crater was still in the process of forming. As it clashed with the surroundings, many loopholes would appear. When it fully forms and reaches a balance with the surroundings, the creatures inside would replenish themselves, beast kings and beast groups would take over their territories and fill the crater. By then, outsiders would not be able to enter easily. Right at this time, the roars of soul beasts could be heard. Chen Yin Dao found it strange. This Yuba Guang's ability to lure beasts has increased. But soon they found something amiss. The one who lured the soul beasts here was not Yuba Guang, but a group of Central Continent Righteous Path Gu masters. These people passed through the thick fog and arrived before Chen Yin Dao and the rest. They were overjoyed at first, thinking that they had reinforcements, but their expressions soon changed. Someone shouted, "Oh no, the four great obscenities." Chen Yin Dao observed the situation and relaxed. He snickered as a cold light shined in his eyes. "It seems that my luck has arrived." After an intense battle, Central Continent's four great obscenities won. Not only did they kill a few soul beasts, they even captured some Righteous Path Gu masters who survived. What a coincidence, the remaining five are all women. "Look at this one, she is so pretty. And this one, she looks good too. I like this one, look at her small mouth and big eyes." The more the four demonic path Gu masters looked at them, the happier they became. As captives, the female Gu masters felt even more uneasy. "What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't have any evil thoughts, otherwise, even if I die, I will not let you succeed." "I am a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House, you need to consider the consequences." Facing the threat of the female captives, The four great obscenities laughed wildly instead. Right, this is the tone, this is the gaze. Scream. No one will come to save you. So what if you are from Spirit Affinity House? Back then, we even schemed against Heavenly Lotus Sect's Fairy by Xia. Unfortunately, we were foiled by someone called Fangjing. We will settle the score with him sooner or later. The four great obscenities slowly approached the female captives as they laughed lewdly. Brothers, what are you doing? Suddenly, Wang Xiao'er's voice came from behind. He had a confused expression. The other 9 were stunned. Chen Yindao frowned. The atmosphere just now was destroyed by Wang Xiao'er's words. Shibao walked towards Wang Xiao'er and grabbed his neck, bringing him to the female Gu masters as he chuckled. Brother Wang Xiao'er, I will let you have a taste today. Now you know what is called the bliss of the world. The other 3 perverts looked at each other in dismay. They quickly communicated with each other through their eyes and nodded. Each and every one of them were extremely daring. They had spent many years being wanted by the righteous path, living a precarious life. Thus, they had developed a carefree and unbridled temperament. In any case, Wang Xiao'er was going to be dealt with later. Moreover, it was quite fun to drag an immortal down with him. Just do it. Thus, the 4 great obscenities surrounded Wang Xiao'er. So little brother doesn't really understand. But it doesn't matter, big brothers will teach you. Come on, this thing is fun. You can't bear to give it up after trying it once. Most of the beauty of life is here. Wang Xiao'er nodded with interest. What should I do? Shibao had a muscular body and an impatient personality. He took off his pants. Let's do this. The female Gu masters gasped in shock. Some of them shut their eyes. Yu Baguang had a tall body. He also took off his pants. Another wave of gasps. Fan Chunyao was rather plump. He pouted as he took off his pants and pointed below. Look. The female captives gasped even louder. Shibao and Yu Baguang stared with wide eyes. They showed unwillingness to admit defeat but also helplessness from the truth. Chen Yindao also took off his pants silently. The female Gu master's gasps reached an unprecedented level. The other 3 perverts raised their thumbs as they said in unison, as expected of the boss. Let me do it too. Wang Xiao'er was very excited as he took off his pants. The female captives were all shocked. The 4 great obscenities turned their gazes over. The surroundings fell into awkward silence. Shibao was the most direct. He walked towards Wang Xiao'er and patted his shoulder in sympathy. It's not your fault. It is your parents' fault. Fan Chunyao consoled. It's fine, even though your foundation is not good, it proves that you have a lot of room for growth. I have many good Gu worms here. I can help you. Yu Baguang encouraged. Chen Yindao did not speak. He only thought to himself. This Wang Xiao'er's name is truly like his name. Come, I can't wait anymore. Shibao walked towards the female Gu masters. No, don't come over. The female Gu masters retreated. Some had pale expressions while others were red. Together. Fan Chunyao clapped his hands. But they seem unwilling. This is not good, right? Wang Xiao'er muttered. It's fine. Just follow me. Chen Yindao encouraged Wang Xiao'er. Right when the 5 were about to make a move, they heard a cold snort. In an instant, the 4 great obscenities and Wang Xiao'er turned into statues. They did not move. The female captives were shocked. Next, Zhao Lianyun appeared from the thick fog. She came here to deduce the battle strength of Fang Yuan and the rest from the traces left behind, but the result made her heart heavy. Just as she was about to return, she found that a female Gu master from Spirit Affinity House was in danger. She made a move. Thus, the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent were defeated. After revealing his identity, Zhao Lianyun saved these female Gu masters. The female Gu masters thanked him. The female Gu master from Spirit Affinity House had a look of admiration and excitement. Fairy Lianyun, these 4 great obscenities have committed all sorts of evil deeds. They deserve to meet you. These people have committed great sins. It is not enough to kill them. Zhao Lianyun smiled. Taking their lives like this is too easy on them. How can we uphold justice for those women who suffered earlier? I have a marvelous technique, so please wait and see. Zhao Lianyun waved his sleeves. The five could move again. Even though they were facing each other, they could not see Zhao Lianyun and the rest. They were immersed in an illusion. Beauty, here I come. Shibao pounced on Fan Chunyao. After Fan Chunyao was pushed to the ground, she giggled, "Oh my, you are quite energetic." The five fought together, engaging in a chaotic battle. The female Gu masters were dumbfounded, their faces were flushed red. Oh heavens! Chapter 2113. Meng Qiuzhen was restrained by the Gu worms. His eyes were shut as he was brought to a secret place. All right, number 3, you can open your eyes now. A sharp voice could be heard. The Gu worms suppressing Meng Qiuzhen had been taken away. Meng Qiuzhen opened his eyes and found that he was in a dark cave. Meng Qiuzhen was kneeling on the ground. There was only an old man standing in front of him. The old man's voice was sharp and piercing. His face was covered in paint, giving off a strange and eerie feeling. This is the leader of painted face men, sly heart old man, Meng Qiuzhen said. To think that I could see a legendary person from 100,000 years ago in this dream. Indeed, Meng Qiuzhen was truly exploring the dream realm. This dream realm naturally came from spectral soul. The sly heart old man in the dream cultivated wisdom path and transformation path. He was a legendary person from 100,000 years ago who existed between spectral soul and paradise earth. He created a demonic path organization called Painted Face Men. This organization was like Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect. It was a rare group in history that spanned across the 5 regions. The members of the organization all had paint of different colors on their faces to show their identity. Painted Face Men was an assassination organization. Killing Gu master experts was a common thing. When they were at their peak, they even had Gu immortal experts. As long as they paid the price, they could even kill immortals for their customers. Meng Qiuzhen had been in this dream realm for a long time. He went from the initial 108 to number 3. According to my intuition, if I can become the number 1 in the organization, I will be able to pass this dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen was certain, because his dream path master intuition told him the answer. Sly heart old man took out 3 Gu worms. Number 3, it will not be easy to become number 2. There are 3 Gu worms here, you can choose one. Every Gu worm represents a part of the assessment. Meng Qiuzhen secretly activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu. Almost all other paths Gu worms could not be used freely in the dream realm, but Dream Path Gu worms could. After Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu was injected with Immortal Essence, it vanished into Meng Qiuzhen's Immortal Aperture. Meng Qiuzhen first looked at the Gu worm on the left. In the next moment he saw the Gu worm he had chosen twitching and foaming at the mouth. It died on the spot. Sly heart old man looked at his corpse and evaluated emotionlessly. What a pity, number 3, you specialize in transformation path, but your wisdom path standard is too low. Choosing this path is your bad luck. Meng Qiuzhen retracted his gaze. The scene in front of him disappeared as he looked at the Gu worm in the middle. In the next moment he saw another scene. He had just picked up the Gu worm in the middle when Sly Heart Old Man suddenly attacked. With a loud sound, his palm struck Meng Qiuzhen's chest. Meng Qiuzhen was caught off guard. His ribs were completely shattered, his heart was destroyed, his eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. Sly Heart Old Man sneered, "So you are the traitor, you came for this Gu worm, but you don't know that this is a trap I purposely set up. I spread the news in advance to trap those righteous path pawns." Meng Qiuzhen looked away. Evidently, the first 2 Gu worms could not be chosen, but the 3rd Gu worm might not be the correct answer. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to continue looking, but Sly Heart Old Man urged, "Quickly choose, what are you waiting for?" Meng Qiuzhen was already familiar with the darkness and cruelty of this painted face organization. They treated human lives like grass. He knew that if he dilly-dallied for even a moment, Sly-Heart Old Man would activate the goo worms in his body. He would be punished severely. He might even die on the spot. When intuition worked, Meng Qiuzhen would rely on it to quickly find the correct expiration method. When intuition did not work, Meng Qiuzhen would use Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to explore the path of the dream realm's evolution. He would seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, quickly finding the most suitable method. Like earlier, when he used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate in front of Sly-Heart Old Man, Meng Qiuzhen directly chose the most correct path. If it was before, Fang Yuan would definitely try them one by one. If he made a wrong choice, not only would his soul be injured, more importantly, it would waste his time to heal and he would have to explore the dream realm again. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, his efficiency in exploring dream realms was many times higher than Fang Yuan's main body. Southern border. Central Continent's 4 great obscenities and Wang Shao heir were finally forced into a desperate situation by Qin Wan. Behind them was the pit. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, we will jump down. Wang Shao heir shouted in panic. Qin Wan smiled coldly, approaching them step by step. Then jump, you will die if you jump down. Behind you is Southern Border's Sun Moon Pit. It is unfathomably deep, not to mention Goo Masters. Even Goo Immortals cannot explore it. If you really jump down, you will lose for sure. The 4 great obscenities were injured. They gritted their teeth. Qin Wan, we will remember you, you lunatic. We have already escaped to Southern Border. You actually chased us all the way here. What are you after? Even though we captured Spirit Affinity House's female Goo Master, no matter what relationship you have with her, we did not touch her. Qin Wan, you accepted the sect's mission to kill us. But if we die like this, you won't be able to explain yourself, right? Chen Yindao suddenly said with a deep gaze. Qin Wan's footsteps paused slightly. But in an instant, she understood that this was just a test from the other party. However, she had been tricked, and some of her secrets had been revealed. Qin Wan concealed her frustration. She placed her arms behind her back, looking at these defeated foes. She purposely said arrogantly, "You won't be able to explain yourself? Killing all of you is the best explanation I can give. But if you want to live, it is not impossible. Hand over all your goo worms and surrender. I will bring you back to Central Continent. You will have a chance of survival." Chen Yindao chuckled coldly. "We are very clear of the crimes we have committed. Lady Qin Wan's words have confirmed the conjecture in my heart." Qin Wan also smiled coldly. "So what if you guessed it? Can you turn this around? Do you still have hope?" A strange expression appeared on Chen Yindao's face. "The truth is, we do have a trace of hope. Brother Wang Shao heir, we will be relying on you this time." Saying so, he pushed Wang Shao heir, who had been hiding behind him, to the front. Wang Shao heir was shocked. "Brothers, I am not a Goo Master." Qin Wan was also confused. She had fought with the 4 great obscenities. She knew about Wang Shao heir's mortal background. Acting mysterious, bluffing. Qin Wan was about to attack. But at the next moment, there was a loud explosion. Huge air currents surged, creating intense air currents. Wang Shao heir, Qin Wan, and the rest who were at the edge of the pit were caught off guard. They were blown into the air by the air currents before crashing down. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. Next, the figures of the Southern Border Goo Masters followed this chi wave and flew into the air. The Fate War, the pursuit of Fang Yuan, as well as the recent variant human chaos in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan was the #1 demonic path person. Nobody could shake his position. Not wanting to think about Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping quickly returned to the topic. Kong Sheng Tian is a Qi Path Gu Immortal. He is most skilled in movement methods. The Qi Path movement killer move that he created is called Kong Sheng Tian. It is extremely powerful. If you cultivate this true inheritance, you will be able to move freely and dominate the world. You will have the initiative. Fang Yuan's strength rose again and again. Each improvement was so huge that it was absolutely unheard of. The uniqueness of the sovereign immortal body and the strength of unrestrained heavenly marks had already surpassed the common sense of the cultivation world. Obtaining either would allow one to dominate the world and leave their name in history. More terrifyingly, when the two were combined, they complemented each other. The power they could display was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But no matter how much his foundation and strength rose, Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable. He might be the #1 pseudo-venerable since ancient times, but it was useless. Without becoming venerable, there would be no qualitative change. Fang Yuan cultivated secretly. While annexing immortal apertures, he also inspected his luck. The silver-white light pillar was getting thicker, but the clouds above were also getting bigger. Be it the black cloud that represented spectral soul demon venerable or the golden cloud that represented giant sun immortal, they were all the same. The nebula that represented star constellation immortal venerable expanded by several times, far surpassing the other two clouds. Chapter 21:16. Rotten Mud Mountain was one of the famous mountains in Southern Border. If it was in Southern Border, Eastern Sea, or Northern Plains, it might be even more famous. However, Southern Border had many mountains. It had the highest number of famous mountains in the 5 regions. Rotten Mud Mountain was not outstanding. It gave people a feeling of mediocrity. This place produced rotten mud. It was a common goo material that contained poison path and earth path Dao marks. It was extremely common and had a very low market price. During the rainy season, Rotten Mud Mountain would form a temporary swamp. The rotten mud would turn into rotten swamp mud. The latter was a widely used goo refinement material. During winter, the rotten mud would combine with ice and snow Dao marks and turn into frozen rotten mud. It was also a very common resource. Because it was very fertile, it was mixed in the soil and could be used to grow wheat seedlings, vegetables, and fruits. As a result, many southern border villages used it. Furthermore, frozen rotten mud was the food of the smelly fart fatworm. Thus, Rotten Mud Mountain also produced the smelly fart fatworm. The smelly fart fatworm was a rank 1 poison path goo worm. It looked like black boar goo and was often used by unscrupulous merchants to impersonate black boar goo in goo master markets. In terms of name, smelly fart goo was also similar to the smelly fart fatworm. It was also a rank 1 poison path goo worm. Similar to the smelly fart fatworm, smelly fart goo was also very large in Rotten Mud Mountain. Living off the mountain and living off the river, there were several villages that relied on Rotten Mud Mountain to survive. These villages were scattered around the periphery of Rotten Mud Mountain. Even though they competed with each other, they mostly cooperated. Because Rotten Mud Mountain was a famous mountain, it could produce immortal materials. There were even poison path desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in the mountain. These villages did not have goo immortals. They were at most rank 5 goo masters. They did not dare to set up camp on the mountain. Rumble. At this point, the people in the stronghold all heard the thunder-like sound, and they were all bewildered. What happened on the mountain? Why is there thunder for no reason? The mountain is dangerous. It is not something we goo masters can estimate. Then they heard someone shouting again. Kong Riteng, you can't escape. I know you are hiding here. You can hide for now, but can you hide forever? If you obediently come out now and hand over your goo worms, I can still spare your life. But if you miss this opportunity, When I search the entire mountain and drag you out, you'll wish you were dead." Wu clan's Gu immortals roared, their voices spread in all directions. The people in the villages at the edge of the mountain were in an uproar. "It's an immortal! An immortal has appeared! My God! I know Kong Ri Tian, this devil. He specializes in harming innocent girls. Immortals actually came to find him. He's dead meat. Did Kong Ri Tian obtain the immortal Gu and let the immortals snatch it? But this isn't robbery, this is immortals upholding justice. Do you think we'll be able to see immortals if we go there? Can I obtain the method to become an immortal?" The fated battle made everyone in the world aware of the existence of immortals. Before this, due to the isolation of the environment and other reasons, many people thought that immortals were just a legend. Bitter, Kong Ri Tian was covered in injuries. He hid in a muddy hole and his face was filled with despair. "Sigh, Wu clan's immortals are too domineering. I am a burden to all of you." Kong Ri Tian looked at Wang Shao Air and the four great obscenities of Central Continent, feeling very guilty. Back then, when they came out of the pit, the situation was very chaotic. Wu Yong was extremely excited. There was a fire burning in his heart. He was extremely excited. The legends of Renzu recorded many secluded domains of heaven and earth. For Time Path, there was the River of Time. For Space Path, there was Space Gate, also known as Space Cave. For Chi Path, there was Shi Land and Hu Land. For Rule Path, there was Reverse Refinement River, Chung Bai Mountain, Minuscule Mountain, and others. For Information Path, there was Chen Kun Crystal Wall, Whispering Forest. For Soul Path, there was Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley. There were also some secluded domains of heaven and earth that had Dao marks of many paths, like City Well, Blue Sea of Life, and Ordinary Abyss. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of Dao marks. Even though secluded domains of heaven and earth contained scattered Dao marks, the total number of Dao marks often surpassed rank 9 Immortal Gu. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were not only recorded in the legends of Renzu, in the long river of history, they were also controlled by very few Gu immortals or forces, leaving behind many moving legends. If secluded domains of heaven and earth could be used properly, they would have huge benefits to a superforce. They were very helpful to pseudo-venerables and even venerables. Forget about the distant past, just the pseudo-venerable demon Immortal Chi-Ju in front of him. He used Shi Land to participate in the pinnacle competition of the Gu immortal world after rebirth. Wu Yong was clear. For superforces, if secluded domains of heaven and earth can be developed properly, they will definitely gain huge profits. They can even monopolize the trade, like Dang Hun Mountain. For individual Gu immortals, secluded domains of heaven and earth are a substitute for rank 9 Immortal Gu. They can shake the entire era and lead the trend of the immortal world. Rank 9 Immortal Gu were very hard to obtain. There were not many rank 9 Immortal Gu in history. For example, Fate Gu, Celestial Court had worked hard for millions of years to preserve and repair it. For example, Wisdom Gu, Giant Sun Immortal, spent a lot of effort to preserve it in 88-point Shenyang Tower. There was also Hatred Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had set it up for hundreds of thousands of years before he succeeded. In history, the Venerables had the most rank 9 Immortal Gu, their vital Gu were all rank 9. Other than that, the number of other rank 9 Immortal Gu did not exceed 5. Thus, secluded domains of heaven and earth had great value. Using secluded domains of heaven and earth as the core to use immortal killer moves often had outstanding effects. For example, Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. I have to use all my strength to take down this secluded domain of heaven and earth. I have to do it secretly and prevent the news from spreading. Wu Yong was determined. The secluded domain of heaven and earth had too many implications. If it was exposed, southern border would definitely be in an uproar. The other 4 regions might even fight for it. But now, this secret had not been exposed yet. Wu Yong saw a great opportunity. The other forces only knew of Sheng Tian's true inheritance. They did not know of Hu Land. Earlier, Wu clan's Gu Immortals had already sparred with the Gu Immortals of other clans, forcing them to retreat. There were no lone immortals or demonic cultivators at the scene of Rotten Mud Mountain. If it were in the past, the appearance of a rank 8 inheritance like Sheng Tian's true inheritance would definitely cause a commotion in the whole of Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. All sorts of people would come out to take action. But that was no longer the case now. Inheritances were appearing in the whole of the 5 regions. They were exposed by the Qi tides. Wu clan's Gu Immortals could easily repel their competitors because of this. All the superforces were actively fighting for high-quality inheritances in their own territories and the surrounding regions. Sheng Tian's true inheritance was only one of them. Compared to these southern border righteous path forces, Wu Yong was more worried about the pseudo-venerables. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Qi Si Ancestor are both Qi Path Gu Immortals. This Hu Land is extremely important to them. But thankfully, Demon Immortal Qi Ju has already been suppressed by Divine Emperor City. Meanwhile, Qi Si Ancestor is fighting against the variant human alliance led by Fang Yuan. He has no time to leave. As for Fang Yuan, he had once caused a huge commotion in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. He was chased by several Western Desert superforces. Even though he escaped, when he reached the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River, he was heavily injured and could not recover. At the moment of his death, he secretly made arrangements. Because of his arrangements, this river segment of Red Dragon River gradually became the Fire Thunder River segment. Fire Thunder Divine Lord's methods were ingenious and natural. Even though this was the border between Ba Clan and Xia Clan, these 2 superforces did not sense anything wrong. They thought it was natural. Even though the Fire Thunder River segment produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms, it had never produced Immortal Gu. Thus, Ba Clan and Xia Clan did not care about it. 4 Mortal Gu Masters, even though Fire Path and Lightning Path Mortal Gu were attractive, the environment was dangerous. Few rank 5 Gu Masters would take the risk. Thus, Fire Thunder Divine Lord's true inheritance was hidden for a long time. It was only exposed when the Qi tides swept the world. Fire Thunder Divine Lord was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. The rank 8 true inheritance he left behind was of high quality. Almost all of Southern Border's Righteous Path super forces fought over it. After some probing and competition, there were only 3 parties left. One was Wu Clan, while the other 2 were Ba Clan and Xia Clan. Ba Clan's current First Supreme Elder Bada was 9 feet tall. He had a simple appearance. He had a muscular body with broad shoulders and back. His exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree. There was even moss growing on it. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. His eyes were covered by a black cloth. A large dark green beard hung down to his chest, and his emerald green hair hung down to the back of his waist. Bada floated in the air, shouting at Wu Yong, "Wu Clan, you have crossed the line. This is my Ba Clan's territory. No matter what true inheritance appears, it should belong to my Ba Clan. Wu Yong, you are the leader of the Southern Alliance, the leader of Southern Border's Gu Immortals. Are you not going to set an example and ignore the rules of the righteous path?" Wu Yong smiled and said elegantly, "Since when was this Fire Thunder River segment your Ba Clan's territory? The border between your Ba Clan and Xia Clan is very sensitive. Bada, you need to speak carefully, at least pay attention to the thoughts of our Xia Clan comrades." Before he finished speaking, Xia Clan's Gu Immortal Xia Zhao spoke. "Lord Wu Yong, whether this is Xia Clan or Ba Clan's territory, it is a matter between our 2 clans. Wu Clan's headquarters are far to the south. Even Xiao Clan is not close to Fire Thunder River segment. Although Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation, Xia clan's original first supreme elder Xia Cha had already been turned into a mortal Gu master by Fang Yuan. Thus, Xia Zhao was the current first supreme elder of Xia clan. His status was similar to Bada's. Xia Zhao's words were not abrupt. Xia clan and Wu clan had conflicts since long ago. Their relationship had never been good. Forget about the past, just look at the recent years. Xia clan and Wu clan had fought over Frosty Peak. Back then, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and defeated Xia Fei Kuai, winning this fight. Later, Xia clan even took the initiative to annex Qiao clan's empty return pit. Qiao clan was Wu clan's vassal. Invading Qiao clan was equivalent to offending Wu clan. Thus, after Wu Yong used clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the tide, Xia clan had no choice but to return empty return pit. Xia clan's external supreme elder, Immortal Yan Huang, had once possessed Moon Bowl, but this was also taken over by Wu clan. Thus, although Xia clan and Ba clan had a tense relationship, Wu clan was the strongest. Thus, Xia clan and Ba clan were secretly on the same side. Qiao Si Lu's expression changed slightly. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. Her beauty was on par with fairy Miao Yin. Right now, her cultivation level had already risen to rank 7. This time, Qiao clan, as a vassal of Wu clan, had to do something. Thus, they sent Qiao Si Lu to follow Wu Yong. Qiao Si Lu was well aware of the rules of the righteous path. Seeing that Ba clan and Xia clan were rejecting Wu clan, she felt anxious. Righteous path Gu immortals had their own set of rules. They were not as free as the demonic path, or as free as lone cultivators. Even though Wu Yong was strong and could be said to be the #1 person in southern border, he could not act against the Fire Thunder true inheritance because he did not have the moral high ground. At this moment, Wu Yong's reputation and his position as the Southern Alliance leader had become a restraint on Wu Yong. If Wu Yong really tried to take action, he would lose the support of the people. Southern Border's righteous path would doubt his impartiality as the alliance leader. Wu clan was powerful. They did not cultivate Fire Path or Lightning Path. A rank 8 Fire Thunder true inheritance did not have much meaning to Wu clan. If Wu Yong tried to snatch it, Wu clan's losses would be greater than what they would gain. Facing the combined resistance of Xia clan and Ba clan, Wu Yong's smile became even brighter. Take the person out. He instructed softly. The Wu clan Gu immortal behind him immediately opened his immortal aperture and took out a mortal Gu master. Wu Yong introduced on the spot. This Western Desert Gu master is the bloodline inheritor of Fire Thunder Divine Lord. It didn't matter whether the Fire Thunder River segment belonged to the Ba clan or the Xia clan. What is clear is that the Fire Thunder true inheritance in the river belongs to this young friend. The expressions of Ba clan and Xia clan's Gu immortals changed. Wu Yong smiled again. He said calmly, "As righteous path members, how can we snatch other people's inheritances? This true inheritance has an owner. It belongs to this young friend from Western Desert. As the Southern Alliance leader, I have to be fair. If you suspect his identity, you can draw his blood to prove it." As expected of Lord Wu Yong. So he was prepared. Qiao Si Lu's eyes shined. She felt assured. Now, Wu clan had the moral high ground. They could shut the mouths of everyone in the world. Wu Yong could use his full strength. Instead, Ba clan and Xia clan were in an awkward situation. Bada and Xia Zhao looked at each other. Their expressions were ugly. Wu Yong's preparations were so thorough, they were surprised. Even though Wu Yong had not been in the position for long, the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world knew about his methods. Bada and Xia Zhao understood deeply. Since Wu Yong publicly displayed this bloodline descendant, this descendant's identity was definitely real. Even if Wu Yong faked it, his methods were definitely superb. There were no flaws in it in a short period of time. Bada and Xia Zhao discussed for a while before taking a few steps forward. Bada had a solemn expression. How can Southern Border's things return to Western Desert? Xia Zhao added, since Fire Thunder Immortal Lord died here, leaving his legacy in Southern Border is the will of the heavens. Ba clan and Xia clan could not retreat. The true inheritance was between the two clans. If they retreated so easily, would their reputation be tarnished? Wu Yong was not surprised by these two clans' reactions. He waved his sleeves. Then let's have a match between the three of us. Now that the situation had developed to such an extent, the only way to decide the outcome was to have a competition. I would like to see your skills. Bada shouted, attacking first. Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation level. He immediately retreated to the side and attacked from afar, assisting Bada and restraining Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed heartily. Intense winds blew and the world turned dark. Bada cultivated wood path. When he activated his killer move, countless ancient trees moved and leaves flew in the sky. But under Wu Yong's killer move, the ancient trees were cut into pieces and the leaves fell to the ground. In just 3 rounds, Bada and Xia Zhao were defeated by Wu Yong. They had an obvious advantage. Do you have anything else to say? Wu Yong laughed again. Xia Zhao's expression was ashen. He did not speak. He could not help but recall Xia Cha's situation when she was still rank 8. At least, Wu Yong would not be so arrogant back then. He actually became so strong. Bada's heart shook. He clenched his fists. But I still have a trump card that I have yet to use. If I open my eyes, can I defeat Wu Yong? Bada thought about it. He relaxed his fists. For a mere fire lightning true inheritance, he would not expose the killer move that he had been cultivating for so many years. Ba clan and Xia clan retreated in the end. Wu Yong brought the Western Desert Gu Master to the bottom of the river and took out the fire lightning true inheritance. The Western Desert Gu Master knelt down on the spot, requesting to join Wu clan. Wu Yong immediately agreed. This Western Desert Gu Master was called Zhong Yi. He had good character and talent. With some nurturing, he would become a Gu Immortal seed. He was worth Wu clan taking in. Because of Fang Yuan, many Wu clan Gu Immortals had been sacrificed in recent years. Wu Yong needed more Wu clan Gu Immortals, so he took in the surrounding Gu Masters from other regions as external Supreme Elders. Congratulations, Lord Wu Yong, you easily defeated Ba clan and Xia clan, obtaining the Fire Lightning True Inheritance. Xiao Si Lu congratulated. Tiannan's true inheritance is unique to our Song clan. This advantage might not be apparent in the near future, but in a few decades or a century, our Song clan's strength will definitely surpass the other super forces. But is it inappropriate to offend Qi Si ancestor like this? Think about our current situation. After the Qi tides, all of our inheritances will be exposed. Our super forces will fight for them. Once we reach a stalemate, Qi Si ancestor, as the leader of the righteous Qi alliance, will uphold justice. We need to consider whether Qi Si ancestor will be biased because of this and make a decision that goes against our Song clan when he upholds justice. During this period of time, Qi Si ancestor was really busy. Eastern Sea's righteous path forces joined the righteous Qi alliance. Fighting for true inheritances became the righteous Qi alliance's internal affairs. Someone took the initiative to ask Qi Si ancestor to uphold justice for them, but gradually, more and more forces came to ask Qi Si ancestor to uphold justice. Fang Yuan's political skills were very profound. Qi Si ancestor's upholding of justice often made all the competing forces satisfied. Thus, Qi Si ancestor's reputation grew day by day. It was not strange for Song clan's Gu Immortals to have such worries. Our Song clan can satisfy Qi Si ancestor's other requests. It is not wrong to be on good terms with Qi Si ancestor. But Tiannan's true inheritance, how should I put it? Qi Si ancestor's insight is too good. No wonder he can contend against Fang Yuan. In the past, Eastern Sea's super forces coaxed Qi Si ancestor. wanting to rely on him to resist Wushuai's variant human alliance. But now, after the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, Qi Si ancestor and Fang Yuan became sworn enemies. Thus, Eastern Sea's forces, including Song clan, had many changes in their attitudes and thoughts. Song Xiaqi, you rejected Qi Si ancestor back then, how did he react? Song Qiyuan asked. Song Xiaqi quickly replied, ancestor gave up very quickly, his attitude did not change. He was very reasonable, he even asked me to stay for a cup of tea. His new Qi Path tea is truly amazing. Qi Si ancestor's new tea was called Triple Layer Weather Tea. This tea gathered heaven Qi, earth Qi, and human Qi to form a wondrous tea. In the teacup, heaven Qi floated above like clouds. Human Qi condensed into a lump, like a true pill, it floated in the middle of the teacup. Earth Qi condensed at the bottom of the cup, the fragrance of the tea was contained within, only when it entered the stomach would it spread out, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Song clan's Gu immortals heard Song Xiaqi's description, their uneasiness faded away. Qi Si ancestor is very magnanimous. Our Song clan has always been very respectful towards him. Looking at ancestor's attitude, there is no need to worry. Even if he hates us, he is still the righteous Qi alliance leader, he will not go overboard. Tian Nan's true inheritance has too many benefits, it will become our Song clan's core inheritance in the future, we cannot give up on it. At the next moment, Song Qiyuan found that in Song Yishi's body, there were large numbers of tiny ants moving around, devouring Song Yishi's flesh. What made Song Qiyuan even more shocked and furious was that these ants were actually devouring the Dao marks on Song Yishi's body. What a vicious insect, what vicious methods! Song Qiyuan hurriedly took action. A pure white light engulfed Song Yishi. The white light split into threads that entered Song Yishi's body, killing all the ants on her body instantly. Song Qiyuan cultivated light path, he had a high attainment level, his methods were agile and profound, he immediately suppressed the situation. But good times did not last, new ants quickly appeared and started to torture Song Yishi again. Song Qiyuan frowned deeply, he felt pain and anger, he soon realized something. It turned out that these new ants were coming out from Song Yishi's immortal aperture. My dear granddaughter, endure the pain, quickly look at your immortal aperture. Song Qiyuan tried to speak in a gentle voice. Song Yishi looked at her immortal aperture, she was pale with fright, her eyes turned red. So many ants, Grandpa. My immortal aperture is going to be destroyed by these ants. The terrifying ant plague instantly swept through the righteous Qi alliance's Gu immortals. The grotto heavens of the two heavens were the hardest hit, Old Immortal Hua Yu, Granny Skeleton, Fire Plane Grotto Lord, and others were the main victims. Other than them, there were Song clan, Rua Lai clan, and Kai clan. The other Eastern Sea superforces also suffered from the ant plague, but it was very minor, they were just resource points in the outside world. Once the ant plague appeared, it attracted the attention of the entire righteous Qi alliance. This ant plague is too strange, it is clearly targeting us. We did not discover anything, the variant human alliance is safe and sound. Such powerful ants, even an idiot would know that Wu Shuai did it. To think that Wu Shuai is just a clone of Fang Yuan, he actually has such a terrifying method. The righteous Qi alliance soon found the culprit, they were furious and quickly discussed. Many of the victims displayed the ants in their disaster areas. The auras of these ants ranged from weak to strong, mortal to immortal. The types of ants were also of all shapes and sizes. These ants are very terrifying, the scariest thing is that they can devour Dao marks and refine themselves. They are hard to get rid of, we did not find any ant eggs at all. The most puzzling thing is, how did we get hit? The Gu immortals discussed. Qi Si ancestor sat at the main seat, controlling the situation. He had a worried expression, but inwardly he admired Wu Shuai. I have always wanted to integrate the combat system and create a core killer move. Thus, I asked my main body to obtain Sheng Tian true inheritance. To think that Wu Shuai had already taken a step forward and created an even more troublesome lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Qi Si ancestor knew some details. Even though Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai did not tell him, they did not keep it a secret either. In their past interactions, they revealed some information. It turned out that after Meng Qiuzhen became an immortal, the number of Dream Path Immortal Gu multiplied. His efficiency in exploring dream realms was astonishing. Fang Yuan's Food Path and Poison Path attainment levels rose to Grandmaster level. By sharing attainment levels with his clone, Wu Shuai combined his quasi-supreme Refinement Path attainment level, Enslavement Path attainment level, and Wood Path Grandmaster attainment level, causing a qualitative change and a breakthrough. Originally, Wu Shuai's ants came from Green Ant Ascetic. Even though this method had great battle strength, it was too outdated after all. Needless to say, these Wisdom Path Gu immortals had some ability, they could see this. Thus, Eastern Sea's Wood Path experts were gathered to participate in the research. The research did not succeed. The Wisdom Path and Wood Path Gu immortals felt increasing pressure. They shouted, "Enslavement Path, Enslavement Path." The ant plague contains the profundity of Enslavement Path. These ants are very organized. They move in unison and create a huge chaos. This is the power of Enslavement Path. Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance's Enslavement Path experts were mobilized to participate in the research. The research still did not succeed. The Wisdom Path, Wood Path, and Enslavement Path Gu immortals could not bear the pressure. They shouted, "We need Poison Path experts." There were not many Poison Path experts, but there were some. Under the expectations of the various clans, the Poison Path experts participated in the research together. We also need Food Path experts. These ants need to eat to grow. The Gu immortals who participated in the research called out. But Food Path Gu immortals were very rare. The immortals discussed for a while. They only needed to invite a famous Eastern Sea lone immortal, Zui Xianwang. Zui Xianwang had a wide network. He had connections with all the Righteous Path clans. But he was not in Eastern Sea now. We need Refinement Path help. We found that the core of the ant plague is Refinement Path. Undeniably, after annexing Langya sect, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment is too deep. These ants can devour Dao marks and refine themselves into immortal Gu. It is truly shocking. Eastern Sea's clans quickly sent their Refinement Path Gu immortals here. With everyone's efforts, there was some progress in the research. The elites of these clans had strength indeed. But they could not obtain the most basic results. Just one lingering poisonous ant plague could stop the entire Eastern Sea Righteous Path? That was the truth. The Righteous Qi Alliance's Gu immortals could not believe it, but they had to admit it. Shen Songxing said some insightful words. Now that things have come to this, I can also see some clues. That Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he cultivates all paths, he is an all-rounder. This compound killer move contains the profundities of Poison Path, Wood Path, Refinement Path, Food Path, and Enslavement Path. He ingeniously combined the specialties of these paths together. And us? If he only cultivated one school of thought, he would at most cultivate two. We cultivate Poison Path, we don't know about Wood Path. We cultivate Wood Path, we don't know about Food Path. With so many paths, even if we work together, we cannot resolve the ant plague quickly. Even now, the Righteous Qi Alliance had not discovered that lingering poisonous ant plague contained Heaven Path profundities. However, there had never been a Heaven Path cultivator in history, so it was normal that the Righteous Qi Alliance did not discover it. How can there be such a person who cultivates all paths? Speaking of which, Spectral Soul is too useless. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent hundreds of thousands of years to refine a single rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. They actually lost it. Fang Yuan got a huge bargain. Creating compound killer moves is as easy as drinking water to him. After a period of time, I'm afraid that there will be new methods appearing. That fiend only used a single move, and we're already in a terrible predicament. There's nothing we can do about it. Why does our Eastern Sea have to be the first to deal with the number one demon in the world? The righteous Qi Alliance could not find a way out. They vented their pressure with words. They felt more disdain towards Spectral Soul, more hatred towards Fang Yuan, and even more wariness towards him. They felt like crying about their own fate. Why are we contributing so much? Why are the others contributing so little? Let's not talk about other things, just this clan. Doesn't it have that so-called true inheritance? Why don't we contribute? Look at us, we are even contributing this so-called true inheritance. Because of this, the people at the back of the contribution ranking could only take out some inheritances. This way, the people at the back of the contribution ranking would become the ones at the front. They would feel that it was unfair. If they were still at the back, they would be mocked by the people at the front. They would be urged and even have some insulting words. Your so-and-so clan only has this much foundation? You can't even take out anything? You still have the face to call yourself a super clan? Gu Immortals were astute. When they took out their inheritances, they would think, take out something of equivalent value, as long as the ranking was about the same. But how could that be possible? There were so many rankings on the contribution ranking. What standard could you use to feel that it was about the same? Often, Gu Immortals would feel that it was about the same, but others would feel that they were far from it. Even if everyone was satisfied for now, don't forget who was the expert who judged the inheritance's value. Qi ancestor was trying to mediate in the middle. He was trying to create trouble. Thus, the clans competed and mocked each other. The competition became more intense. The higher the value of the inheritances each clan took out, the more pain they felt, the more they disliked the clans at the back of the contribution ranking. Thus, the situation went out of control. The clans had no choice but to take out their top inheritances. Song clan was not the first. But Tiannan's true inheritance was already a thorn in everyone's side. I have already handed over so-and-so's true inheritance. Why is your Song clan still holding on to Tiannan's true inheritance? My clan has sacrificed so much, we need to make Song clan sacrifice some as well. Song clan's Tiannan's true inheritance has a huge value. Using this chance, we can obtain it openly. It is easy and we have the right to do so. This is great. The clans did not lack Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals were also astute. The contribution of true inheritances became a political struggle of competing, suppressing, and restraining. The righteous Qi Alliance was hurting each other. The one who benefited the most was the high and mighty Qi ancestor. Fang Yuan not only obtained Tiannan's true inheritance, he even obtained several other refinement path inheritances. There were also some food path inheritances. His eyes shined. Undeniably, Eastern Sea was rich. These super forces also had deep accumulations. They definitely had more good things, but this time, they did not need to take them out. If they continued to provoke them, it would be as bad as going too far. What made the righteous Qi Alliance feel slightly gratified was that the clans had paid such a huge price. They finally had some results. Even though they could not get rid of the lingering poisonous ant plague, they had a method to stop the ant plague's development. It was still effective to work together. Fang Yuan's killer move was unique, but with the combined efforts of the entire Eastern Sea righteous path, it was only a matter of time before it was broken. It was impossible to destroy the righteous path of a region with just one killer move. Any killer move was an inanimate object. It would have flaws. Thus, Gu Immortals continued to modify them. Fang Yuan did not place any hopes on this. His true goal was to obtain refinement path inheritances. The other inheritances were just supplementary. He wanted to become venerable through refinement path. He had to become a venerable to have a qualitative change, to be able to fight against Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, and Giant Sunday. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan could not snatch things like Tian Nan's inheritance. His current battle strength was above the entire Eastern Sea righteous path. But firstly, the efficiency was too low. How could it be faster and more convenient than asking them to hand it over voluntarily? Secondly, the true inheritance's contents would also be destroyed. There was a risk. Thirdly, it would waste Fang Yuan's energy and time. It would delay Fang Yuan's progress and cause Fang Yuan's luck to be depleted. The clans all had deep foundations and enormous luck. If he fought with them, Fang Yuan's luck would be wasted. And in this trip to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would have to face venerable level enemies. The safest way was to conserve his battle strength and not waste it. This was also one of the main reasons why Fang Yuan made transactions with Southern Borders Wu clan and Western Deserts Fang clan. The contents of Tian Nan's inheritance were soon learned by Fang Yuan's main body. Among all the inheritances contributed by the Righteous Qi Alliance members, Tian Nan's inheritance was still the most valuable. Thus, on the current contribution board, Song clan was ranked first. Old eccentric Tian Nan had described his grand and insane scheme in this inheritance. He wanted to refine the immemorial 2 heavens and even the 5 regions, turning them into his external immortal aperture. Undeniably, he failed. Even venerables could only refine Dao marks of specific paths in the outside world. But old eccentric Tian Nan wanted to refine all the Dao marks. In Fang Yuan's eyes, in theory, this was completely possible. Wasn't Gu Cultivation about refining all kinds of Dao marks or great Dao fragments? The biggest obstacle in front of old eccentric Tian Nan was Heaven Dao. He found that no matter what he did, he could not refine Heaven Path Dao marks. Eventually, he thought of an extremely risky method, but he failed. In history, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. He failed in his attempt to refine the sky. Someone once said that those who were half a step ahead of an arrow were geniuses, those who were 1 step ahead of an arrow were lunatics. Old eccentric Tian Nan was such a lunatic. Over 2 million years passed. As time progressed, a person appeared and solved old eccentric Tian Nan's greatest problem. That was Limitless Demon Venerable. He succeeded in refining the Heaven Dao. After another 1,000,000 years, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entered Crazed Demon Cave to explore. He obtained Limitless Demon Venerable's method in this aspect. Indeed, this was Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. The Unrestrained Heavenly Mark killer move that Lu Wei-yin taught Fang Yuan had a long history. It was not created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth had only modified it. His source was limitless. What surprised Fang Yuan was that this Tian Nan true inheritance also contained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's notes. Fire Plane Grotto Master started to feel anxious. He had to break this battlefield killer move as soon as possible. Even if he could not, he had to create an opening to ask for help. Fire Plane Grotto Master started to use his methods to attack the surroundings, trying to break the battlefield. But it was useless. His methods were useless. The surrounding blue fog seemed to be endless. From time to time, mysterious children would appear from the blue fog. They were male and female, all with blue pupils. They surrounded Fire Plane Grotto Master and continued to attack. Fire Plane Grotto Master could clearly sense their appearance, but he could not kill them in advance. They could only hit him each time. This battlefield seems to be a wisdom path battlefield. It is affecting my thoughts, causing me to be a step slower each time. I cannot attack in advance and stop them by killing. Fire Plane Grotto Master was thinking when his expressions suddenly changed. He sensed that a fire path immortal goo in his immortal aperture was stolen by the mysterious child. Fire Plane Grotto Master quickly attacked this child, but the surrounding blue fog surged and swept away the exposed fire path immortal goo. Fire Plane Grotto Master chased for a while but could not find it. Oh no! This battlefield is Theft Path. These mysterious children's attacks can steal the immortal goo in my immortal aperture. I cannot stay here for long, there is great danger. Originally, Fire Plane Grotto Master felt that even though these mysterious children could not be defended against, their attacks were not strong, he could last for a long time. But after this change, the Fire Plane Cave Master was horrified. All the hair on his body stood up, and his expression became extremely ugly. He also had a rather bad guess in his heart. This is a compound battlefield of Theft Path and Wisdom Path. It definitely includes Theft Path and Wisdom Path. I have never heard of such a compound killer move. If this is a new killer move, then the killer move's owner is most likely Fire Plane Grotto Master thought of a name. His heart shook uncontrollably. Just this name made him break out in cold sweat. He thought that he had guessed wrongly, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. Fate was so cruel. Gue Fang Yuan. Fire Plane Grotto Master sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared with wide eyes, looking at Fang Yuan blankly with a pale expression. The number 1 demon of the current era had appeared in front of him with a smile. This is my new killer move, how is its quality? Fire Plane Grotto Master, hand over your immortal goo and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, I will allow you to surrender. Fang Yuan said calmly. The surrounding blue fog surrounded him, making his smile seem somewhat eerie. This battlefield killer move was Fang Yuan's latest creation. Fang Yuan had extended his demonic claws into the domain of battlefield killer moves. It was very effective. This time, the killer move used Sneak Attack Immortal Goo as the core. It was a compound battlefield killer move of Wisdom Path, Theft Path, Refinement Path, Time Path, and other paths. This time, after obtaining Fire Plane Grotto Master's route from Qi Ancestor, Fang Yuan had been waiting. He used this method to see the effect of this new killer move. Gue, Fang Yuan, I am not your match. Your request, let me think about it. Fire Plane Grotto Master's voice was hoarse. He lowered his head. But at the next moment, from Fire Plane Grotto Master's body, a blazing red flame burst out. Immortal killer move, Furious Red Heart Flame. Fang Yuan. Within the flame, Fire Plane Grotto Master shouted, "Don't force me." With just a thought, my goo worms and the resources in my immortal aperture will be burned by this flame. Let me go. Let me live. Let me leave this battlefield. Only then can I give my goo worms to you. Fire Plane Grotto Master had a twisted expression. He knew Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and ruthlessness. He was trying to use this method to survive. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "You think I care about your immortal goo? Or the resources in your immortal aperture? Hehe, go ahead and burn them. If you can burn your entire immortal aperture, I will show you how capable you are." Fang Yuan, however, did not make a move personally. His figure dissipated in the vast blue fog. Soon after, a large number of blue-eyed children came out one after another, continuously attacking the Fire Plane Cave Master. Chapter 21-25. The empty immortal aperture floated in the air. Before it could open and absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi, Fang Yuan grabbed it. This was an immortal killer move. It could capture and relocate the immortal aperture. It originated from Blazing Heaven Demoness Flaming Hand killer move. As for now, this method had already been modified by Fang Yuan into a compound killer move. Its power rose sharply and its effect became even more shocking. Next, Fang Yuan stopped the compound battlefield killer move and used heaven and earth travel to leave. Soon, the immortal aura leaked and attracted many ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Fang Yuan could not conceal his aura yet. He was not good at it. After arriving at a safe corner, Fang Yuan tossed Fire Plane Grotto Lord's immortal aperture into the sky. This was a rank 8 grotto heaven. It was attached to the 2 heavens and would not fall into the 5 regions. The grotto heaven's entrance opened and started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi. It quickly settled down and stabilized at this spot. Fang Yuan did not move forward. He only sent his subordinates in his immortal aperture to search the grotto heaven. Fang Yuan had annexed some grotto heavens during this period of time. His Dao marks had increased greatly. If he entered this unstable grotto heaven, it would definitely explode. Not long after his subordinates returned, they did not bring back immortal goo and few immortal materials. Flames are burning everywhere, everything has been destroyed. Only these are left. Please forgive us, Master. The newly born heavenly spirit is also actively destroying everything in the grotto heaven. This seems to be the obsession of that rank 8 Gu Immortal. The subordinate Gu Immortal reported. Fang Yuan did not care. He let them return to the sovereign immortal aperture. After the grotto heaven stabilized, Fang Yuan started to forcefully annex this grotto heaven. Even if the heavenly spirit was unwilling, Fang Yuan had methods to suppress it. He had already modified them into compound killer moves. The domain that Fang Yuan modified into compound killer moves could only be used in normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves. When activating normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves, the goo worms used were all in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With the support of unrestrained heavenly mark, the power of compound killer moves could be unleashed. Ancient battle formations, current goo formations, and immortal goo houses all used goo worms in the outside world. Without the unrestrained heavenly mark environment, even if these methods were modified into compound killer moves, they had no practical value. Fang Yuan annexed grotto heavens as he recalled the previous battlefield compound killer moves. This killer moves offense was not enough. Its strength lay in the cooperation between wisdom path and theft path. But in practice, this battlefield killer moves effect was not very good. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was only an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal, but Fang Yuan had only stolen one immortal Gu from him. Immortal Gu were too easy to destroy. A Gu Immortal could self-destruct with just a thought. Even if Fang Yuan used his wisdom path methods to their limits, he could only disrupt the speed of a rank 8's thoughts. He could not obstruct all of his thoughts. It was extremely difficult to achieve this step, unless there was a huge gap in strength. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was a rank 8 Gu Immortal after all. He had dense Dao marks, he had a natural defense. Furthermore, he had a proper defensive killer move. In all of history, there were almost no Wisdom Path Gu Immortals who could do this to other rank 8 Gu Immortals. This danger is too great. It might cause our Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to be doomed. Quickly contact the Grotto Heaven Lord, only he can make such a huge decision. Will the Ant Plague continue to erupt? Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals were very anxious. They quickly took action. Oh no! Lord Grotto Heaven Lord's Soul Lantern Gu is extinguished. His Life Tablet Gu is also destroyed. What? How can this be? Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's Immortals were stunned. Next, they found a huge hole in the sky. Fang Yuan used heaven form. He did not want to conceal it, he used it openly. If Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord was still around, he could use the Grotto Heaven's terrain to resist Fang Yuan and hold on for some time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. But now, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord was dead. Fang Yuan, it is Fang Yuan. Seeing the figure outside the hole, many Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals wanted to cry. How did we offend this demon? Even more Gu Immortals had pale expressions, their bodies were shivering. Grotto Heaven Lord is dead, it is likely this demon Fang Yuan's doing. What should we do? Everyone, we have already asked for reinforcements from the Righteous Qi Alliance. Now is the time for us to fight with our lives on the line. This is our home. We were born, we grew up in this place, our family and friends live here. We cannot retreat. We can't give up our homeland and let that devil devour it. After the Immortals panicked, they mobilized their battle intent, they united and resisted Fang Yuan together. It is a pity that I cannot go in now. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, looking at the huge hole created by heaven form. He could only stand outside. He had too many Dao marks on him. According to his estimation, even this Fire Plane Grotto Heaven could not hold them. As long as Fang Yuan went in, the conflicting Dao marks would cause countless cracks to appear in this Grotto Heaven. the fire path Dao marks would be repelled and scattered. Seeing that the fire plane Gu immortals were determined to fight to the death, they flew into the sky and attacked heaven form. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He opened his immortal aperture. At the next moment, with Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and the rest at the lead, the Gu immortals flew out of the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture, attacking fire plane grotto heaven. The two Gu immortals engaged in an intense battle. At once, flames flew everywhere, lightning rumbled. Figures flew around in the sky, splitting and regrouping. The air exploded, killer moves bloomed like fireworks. The lives of the Gu immortals who were caught in the dazzling scene dissipated. Immortal killer move, wondrous hand profound sound. Fairy Miao Yin wore a pink dress. Her 2 arms were white as snow. The other 6 arms were translucent pink. They were formed from the killer move. The profound sound was graceful, attacking in all directions. Once Fairy Miao Yin arrived, she created a huge battlefield, trapping the 3 rank 7 experts of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. After several rounds, the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were still at a disadvantage. There was a reason why Fairy Miao Yin did not hesitate to expend her primeval essence to fight so desperately. She had once been captured by Shadow Sect. She had no choice but to cooperate and provide clues for Fairy Myrtle to deduce Fang Yuan's whereabouts. Her attitude was in stark contrast to Lady White Rabbit. After returning to Fang Yuan's side, she had been suppressing her anger. She wanted to perform well and make up for her previous mistakes. Fairy Miao Yin wanted to perform. The other Gu immortals also had the same thought. Bing Yuan led the Snowman Gu immortals, using Frost Chi to attack the enemies. Shi Zong commanded the Rockman Gu immortals to summon a large number of meteors, causing the enemies to be distracted. Inkman Gu immortal Mo Tan Sang also cultivated Chi path. He waved his hands with vast Chi currents. He attacked with great force. The Fire Plane Gu immortals were unable to maintain their formation. In comparison, the Hairy Man Gu immortals were slightly weaker. After all, almost all of the Hairy Man Gu immortals cultivated path. But there was no lack of eye-catching performances. For example, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hair was like golden threads. He held a large hammer and charged forward like a fierce general. He had a fierce aura and raised morale. Hair Monster Grotto Lord was covered in black hair. He activated the incomplete Immortal Gu House Black Emperor building and charged forward. He had already crushed a Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Gu immortal to death. Their Golden Fur Grotto Heaven and Hair Monster Grotto Heaven had already been annexed by Fang Yuan, becoming a part of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the future, after becoming venerable, Fang Yuan would need to break through the heavenly Dao blockade. These human path methods would need to be improved as well. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan annexed these Gu immortals' immortal apertures one by one. Finally, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. He moved most of the resources in the Grotto Heaven to Mini Red Heaven. Because he had been annexing apertures recently, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had undergone a huge change. Its development rate had risen to 80%. The sovereign immortal aperture's Gu material treasury was already filled to the brim. More than 10 more were added. Be it the Mini 5 regions or the Mini 9 heavens, they had a large number of resource points, hundreds or even thousands of them. After meticulous deductions, Fang Yuan managed to arrange these resources properly. Mini Red Heaven is almost full. The entire sovereign immortal aperture is almost full. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. During this period of time, he felt like a big fatty with an empty stomach, overeating and eating too much at once, causing him to have indigestion. Normally, Gu immortals cultivated one path. Their immortal aperture had a single environment. It was easy to manage. Most Gu immortals did not have large apertures. Space path Gu immortals usually had the largest apertures. Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths. His immortal aperture's environment was very complex. Resources of all paths could be stored inside. At the same time, his sovereign immortal aperture was the largest. It was unprecedented. Even a venerable's grotto heaven might not be as big as it. Chapter 21-27. Fire path resources could not be too close to water path resources. If they were too close, they would affect each other. Not only would their production decrease, they might even perish. But it was not good to gather all the fire path and water path resources together. Because the fire path resource points affected each other, they were not all living in harmony. Moreover, there were many immortal materials, like giant disaster blazing wood, which had fire path and luck path Dao marks. Many Gu cultivation resources had 2 or more types of Dao marks. Some resource points that produced immortal materials needed a large area of ordinary Gu materials to be produced. Some resources required special wind and water to be watered. There were also resources that could move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. For example, frost ice flame needed to produce a fire path immortal material from a place with dense ice and snow Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan had the foresight. Long ago, when he annexed immortal apertures, he split them up and distributed them all over the sovereign immortal aperture. All in all, Fang Yuan was imitating the structure of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. For example, Mini southern border was mountainous. Fang Yuan placed his earth path resources there. Or for example, Mini red heaven was fire path. Fang Yuan placed most of his fire path resources there. Fang Yuan could feel the profundity of the 5 regions and 9 heavens structure now. According to this structure, he could divide the resources into different categories. It could reduce the amount of deductions he had to make. He could easily control the negative effects of these resource points. But it was far from enough. Every time Fang Yuan annexed a grotto heaven, the Dao marks of a certain path would increase sharply. The increase in Dao marks would last for a long time. It would affect the entire sovereign immortal aperture. The last time he annexed Qi Xiang's Qi Si grotto heaven, the sovereign immortal aperture's Qi path Dao marks increased sharply. Qi currents were produced everywhere in the immortal aperture. There was the most heaven and earth Qi. The sovereign immortal aperture did not need to open its entrance to absorb heaven and earth Qi from the outside world. Next were profound Yin Qi, luck Qi, blood Qi, earth Qi, astral Qi, tyrannical Qi, life Qi, death Qi, righteous Qi, orchid life Qi, autumn old Qi, and other immortal materials. Dao marks affected every corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. The empty areas of the sovereign immortal aperture would gradually produce resources. First, mortal Gu materials. After accumulating, the quantity would trigger a qualitative change, turning into immortal Gu materials. These resources were naturally formed because of the Dao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture was gradually filled up like this, reaching its current 80% development. In addition to producing resources, the surge in Dao marks would also have an impact on the existing resources. This time, after Fang Yuan devoured Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and the others, his fire path Dao marks increased by a large amount. The temperature of the entire immortal aperture rose. Many water path and wood path resource points would be greatly impacted. The metal Dao was austere. If the Dao marks increased explosively, it would quickly produce large amounts of minerals in the soil, causing the soil to deteriorate and affecting the forest above. The number of water path Dao marks increased, the amount of rain increased, and if the rain continued, it might even form a huge flood. With the increase in poison path Dao marks, some viruses and plagues that were previously limited to a small area would now erupt violently and spread rapidly, covering a large area. With the increase of transformation path Dao marks, many life forms started to mutate. Their forms and temperament would change, causing their original race to suffer a calamity. Thus, recently, the sovereign immortal aperture was not peaceful. From time to time, strange things would happen. For example, not long ago, Yuchen Feng had appeared in the small eastern sea. The Chen Feng blew dust everywhere. causing small islands to form on the surface of the sea. But within the range of the Qinfeng, these sea areas did not need islands. The earth path Dao marks on the islands would obstruct and suppress the waves, while the soul path Dao marks on the islands would kill the weak life forms in the sea area, gradually forming soul beasts and changing the ecology. Fang Yuan first suspected two neighboring sea areas. They were at the center of the Qinfeng Sea. They were the biggest suspects for the formation of the Qinfeng Sea. But after some tests and deductions, Fang Yuan found that the two sea areas were very far away from each other. Their Dao marks interacted with each other. It was as if they were resonating with each other, creating the Qinfeng Sea between the two. As for wild beasts that mutated, beast groups that were heavily injured, plagues that spread wildly, or veins that invaded the Rockman's territories, forests that caught on fire for no reason, icebergs that fell from the sky, and so on, they were all happening one after another. The Gu Immortals who were defending their respective areas were extremely busy. They took action everywhere to make up for the situation. Fang Yuan's main body also took action frequently. He set up immortal formations around the important resource points. It was like he was patching them up. The unstable factors caused by the increase in Dao marks can only be slowly digested over time. The sovereign immortal aperture's environment will continue to change and gradually accept it. Originally, the sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space and sparse resources. It was hard for them to influence and interact with each other. But now, the sovereign immortal aperture is already 80% developed. There are too many resource points and the distance between them is too short. The interaction between them is not purely two aspects. They are all affecting each other and mixing together. What's worse is that I use time difference Grotto Heavens method to create a year essence subpool and create a time path subpool. The time flow is different in different places. It makes my deductions more complicated. If I add more immortal materials in the future, the difficulty of this deduction will increase by 100 times. It will far surpass my deduction ability. The difficulty of this deduction was increasing exponentially. Fang Yuan felt helpless. And even if I get the result, I will need to adjust the original resource points. Every adjustment is like a major surgery. It consumes a lot of resources, time, and energy. I'm afraid that 80% is my limit. After realizing this, Fang Yuan looked at the 5 regions and 2 heavens and could not help but feel admiration. The space of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was much larger than the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, each of its resource points was just right. They interacted with each other in a stable and harmonious manner. Even when the 5 regional walls disappeared and the earth veins and heaven veins merged, these resource points were not affected much. They were not affected much. I understand this is Heaven Dao. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook. He deeply understood the principle of balance in Heaven Dao. If my Heaven Dao attainment level could rise to master level, I would be able to resolve my current predicament. I would be able to continue developing the sovereign immortal aperture. It is a pity. In history, there had never been anyone who cultivated Heaven Dao, even limitless demon venerable who created unrestrained heavenly mark cultivated rule path. As for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he cultivated Earth Path. Fang Yuan was likely to be the Gu cultivator who had the deepest understanding of Heaven Dao. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again to check his luck. He saw that on the silver-white light pillar, there were still 3 different colored clouds. They were all getting bigger. Meanwhile, the silver-white light pillar that represented Fang Yuan had expanded by more than 4 times. Originally, it looked thin and long, but now, it was emitting a thick feeling. This was because he had just annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Because Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord all had luck, after Fang Yuan slaughtered them and annexed many Grotto Heavens, his luck was greatly expended. After some time, Fang Yuan's luck would recover even more. According to the increase in luck, Fang Yuan was clearly superior. It seems that my strategy of resting was correct. My development has far surpassed the 3 venerables during this period of time. Fang Yuan pondered. He acutely realized that even though his silver-white light pillar expanded by more than 4 times, it was not as condensed as before. It was very loose. the silver-white light was also not as clear as before. The reason why my silver-white light pillar expanded so much is because I annexed many grotto heavens. My foundation rose sharply again and again. Other than that, I created and modified many compound killer moves. My time path clone also refined many rank 8 immortal goo. But these things are only quantitative, there is no qualitative change, they are very loose. For example, the sovereign immortal aperture is very unstable, the resources have not fused together yet, I only used my methods to forcefully put them together. If I am not careful, it will lead to a disaster and huge losses, causing my luck to fall. And even though I have more rank 8 immortal goo and compound killer moves, I do not have a combat system to organize them, I am unable to form a cohesive whole. Thus, the silver-white light pillar is loose. Fang Yuan felt the beauty of luck path cultivation again. Through luck inspection, he could not only understand his current situation, he could also find out his flaws and weaknesses. Next, he had a direction to cultivate. Fang Yuan looked at the luck of his clones. Qi Si Ancestor, Zhan Budu, Meng Qiu Zhen, and the rest's luck rose slightly. Their connection with Fang Di Chang also became clearer. But Wu Shuai's ant dragon luck was in a disorganized state, it was showing signs of breaking apart. What is going on? Don't tell me, after creating lingering poisonous ant plague, there is a negative change? Fang Yuan quickly denied this guess, he was very puzzled. Among the doppelgangers, Wu Shuai's situation was the most stable. Qi Si Ancestor's identity was exposed. Meng Qiuzhen explored dream realms, they were filled with danger and fortuitous encounters. Zhan Budu had already been arranged by Fang Yuan to hide in a foreign land. Li Xiaobai was only a mortal goo master, he had no choice. The time path clone was using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine rank 8 immortal goo, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level, if there was a mishap, he would die from the backlash. Even though Wu Shuai was actively looking for a way to grow stronger, he was mainly in charge of the variant human alliance's governance. How could there be danger? And this danger was a huge danger that could cost him his life. Central continent. Deep in a cave, an elderly goo immortal with a brandy nose laughed loudly. I am finally here, my days of sleepless nights were not in vain. In front of him was a goo immortal rank 8 true inheritance. The sleeping will woke up, he looked at the elderly goo immortal. Future person, if you want to accept our true inheritance, you have to agree to a condition. What condition? The elderly goo immortal squinted as he asked. Chapter 21-29. Fang Zheng blinked, understanding a little. Lord means that even if golden bottle drunken wine is effective and kills Wu Shuai, it will only kill one of Fang Yuan's clone, it will not deal a huge blow to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan Dragon Palace is destroyed now, Wu Shuai's greatest use has already been lost. As for Wine Man Immortal Goo recipe, it is the symbol of human path's prosperity, it is the future strategy of our celestial court. Qin Ding Ling patted Fang Zheng's shoulder. You are worth teaching. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is not a threat unless he becomes venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable has already been captured in Crazed Demon Cave. The most important thing now is to welcome her back. No matter how much of a commotion Fang Yuan makes, it will only last for a few days. I am not Fang Yuan's match, Celestial Court cannot afford to lose again. Thus, I have been putting up with Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance. Right now, we need to use all our strength to fight in Crazed Demon Cave. It will not be easy to bring back the Star Venerable. We need to conserve our strength and focus on this. As long as star constellation Immortal Venerable enters celestial court again, even if there are 10 more Fang Yuans, they will not be able to do anything. Yes, Lord is right. Towards Qin Ding Ling's strategy, Fang Jing did not refute it, nor did he have any doubts. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, history had already proven her contributions. After primordial origin Immortal Venerable, she stabilized the gains of humanity. She also carried on and expanded the cause of humanity's rise from central continent to the other 4 regions. Before her death, she schemed against the 3 demon venerables. When the 3 venerables attacked Celestial Court, she protected Celestial Court. She had made great contributions. Fang Zheng sighed internally. Fang Yuan, I am not your match. The current Celestial Court is also not your match, but there will always be someone who can deal with you. Since ancient times, righteousness has always prevailed. If star constellation Immortal Venerable wants to deal with you, can you resist? You are finished. Although I understand you, I do not sympathize with you. You deserve it. The crimes you've committed are too numerous to list. Fang Yuan checked the inheritance in his hands. His speed of reading was extremely fast. With Meng Qiuzhen's help in exploring dream realms, his attainment levels of all paths increased at an astonishing rate. In Fang Yuan's eyes, the various legacies that relied on these realms were mostly superficial. Occasionally, there would be some that would make his eyes light up. These inheritances mainly came from Qi-Si ancestor and the variant human alliance. Because of the Qi tide, the inheritances that were exposed in East Sea were basically all gathered into Fang Yuan's hands. Of course, there were bound to be some peak inheritances that the inheritors had hidden away, not handing them over. Fang Yuan didn't mind. At this point, most of the inheritances in the world were worthless to him. His realm was profound, and he only needed a few breaths to create a superior inheritance. These inheritances were just a small supplement to enrich his theory and knowledge base. Jewel Yellow Skies also has inheritance transactions. This is truly rare. Fang Yuan suddenly thought he could trade most of the inheritances he had. The main purpose of the transactions was not to obtain anything, but to let others obtain suitable inheritances to help them cultivate. Because this was beneficial to Fang Yuan's venerable ascension. Among the 4 conditions to become venerable, one was to break through the Heavenly Dao blockade. The Heavenly Dao emphasized balance. It had always been suppressing Gu immortals and venerables. The more these inheritances spread, the stronger the cultivators, the more effort the Heavenly Dao would have to put in to balance them. This way, when Fang Yuan breaks through to venerable in the future, the Heavenly Dao's blockade would weaken him. Throughout history, there was no lack of proof of this point. The eras of the 10 venerables were filled with countless geniuses. Heroes emerged one after another. There were countless heroes in the sky. Breaking through the Heavenly Dao blockade, other than luck path, there is also human path. Divine Emperor City is the sacred land of human path. If I can obtain the human path essence inside, it will be of great help to me. Fang Yuan thought. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. At the entrance of the city's market, a crowd was gathered, watching the performance at the center of the empty space. A middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy body wore beast skin. He held a leather whip in his hand and continuously swung it. The whip lashed in the air, making cracking sounds. And below the whip was a leopard. It kept crouching and jumping along with the sound of the whip. The middle-aged man suddenly put away the whip. He stretched his head into the leopard's wide-open mouth. The leopard opened its mouth. Its sharp teeth were only millimeters away from the middle-aged man's head. The crowd gasped in shock. But the leopard did not bite. The middle-aged man waited patiently for a while before slowly retracting his head. Immediately, thunderous applause resounded. The middle-aged man took out a bronze gong from his back. He walked around the crowd with the back facing up. He walked quickly, holding the bronze gong in his hand as he shouted, "Fellow villagers, if you have money, please support me. If you don't have money, please support me. If you think it is interesting, please reward me a bit more." The middle-aged man's spectacular performance had won everyone's favor. At once, a large number of yuan stones were thrown out. landing on the bronze gong and producing crisp sounds. Not far away, at the upper floor of the tea house, the human path great expert, Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal Xianxia, watched in shock. This is the reason why I invited you here. Fang Dichang sat in front of Xianxia, drinking tea as he spoke. Xianxia finally retracted his gaze. Amazing, amazing! He praised endlessly. So this divine emperor city painting world is so amazing. The middle-aged man was a beast tamer. This profession had never appeared in the painting world before. But when the 10 children of Human Path led a large group to explore Growling Beast painting world and returned in defeat, during the process of recuperating, this profession appeared. And in the market, other than the original hero Gu, scholar Gu, soldier Gu, and craftsman Gu, another type of Gu was added, Beast Tamer Gu. Once Beast Tamer Gu was activated, it could turn into a Beast Tamer. Beast Tamers were the best at restraining wild beasts. They were most skilled at taming wild beasts and using them for their own use. The Celestial Court had Divine Emperor City. They had this huge advantage. As for Food Path, this path had been created since the olden antiquity era, but it had not been widely spread. Now, without the restriction of fate, it was finally showing signs of prosperity. The world was already in chaos because of Feng Yuan. Those who should die had to revive. Those who should not prosper were rising up. Future? Fang Dichang shook his head inwardly. The future was too complicated and chaotic. He could not see it clearly. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. He Lulan was summoned by Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Chapter 2131. He Lulan sat on the stone bed, cultivating. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. She lowered her head and saw that there was a totem on her chest. The totem was very simple. There were only a few strokes, but the lines were powerful. With just a few strokes, it depicted a black cat. The black cat was young and naive. Its tail was raised as it squatted down. Its front paws were on the ground, as if it was going to pounce at the next moment. Desolate Extremity lent me a complete set of goo worms. Using these goo worms, my totem killer move's first form has already formed. He Lulan calculated the time in her mind. From the time she came here to the time she cultivated the totem's first form, 30 days had passed. In these 30 days, He Lulan did not leave the house. Other than eating, drinking, and going to the toilet, she was cultivating. She did not relax for even a moment. She was extremely hardworking. Suddenly, there were sounds of argument outside the tent. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, you are too much. That's right. These last days, how many ingredients have you used in the tribe's storage just for your illegitimate daughter? At the start, you used the ancient desolate beast single-horned deer's meat to make soup for your daughter. Then, you cooked a snake and rat soup, using ancient desolate beast snakes and rats, just to find the most accurate recipe. Over the next few days, you almost emptied our tribe's storage. The ingredients you used were at least desolate beast level. We elected you as the tribe leader, but you are using favoritism. You have let down the tribe's expectations. He Lulan heard this and had a strange expression. It seemed like the elders of the tribe were raising an uproar to question the chief, Lu Tonglan. Speaking of which, I have used a lot of immortal materials these last few days. Is Desolate Extremity unable to control the situation? He Lulan guessed. At the next moment, Lu Tonglan's voice could be heard. Elders, don't be angry. The reason why I'm doing this is also for the sake of our tribe. Come out. He Lulan heard this and walked out of the tent that she had been in for a month, making her first appearance. This was a valley with lush greenery. Not far away was a river. It was surrounded by tents of all sizes, forming a tribal gathering place. He Lulan's tent was located in the center of the colony, the safest place. At the same time, this tent was also the largest one. In the open space in front of the tent, a group of people confronted Lu Tonglan. These people were dressed in beast skin, exposing most of their bodies. Most of them were elderly, they were Gu immortals. What attracted He Lulan the most were the various totems on their bodies. Lan, come here, Lu Tonglan called out. He Lulan remained silent and walked to Lu Tonglan's side. The eyes of the tribal elders were all focused on He Lulan. No, to be more precise, it was focused on her chest. The expressions of the elders began to change. Some people found it hard to believe, while others began to get excited. This is... Are my old eyes failing me? Who can tell me if this is the Yudu Power Tiger? Lu Tonglan smiled. That's right. This is the Yudu Power Tiger totem. All the elders were silent. They were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. Lu Tonglan continued, I know what you want to ask. Since my daughter has the Yudu Power Tiger totem, you should know that she has the sacred physique. Only the sacred physique can cultivate the Yudu Power Tiger totem. The elders were in an uproar. Lu Tonglan waited quietly until the voices of the elders quieted down. Then, she continued, now, do you still think that I'm playing favorites for my own benefit? Of course not. An elder shook his head, he had a firm attitude. This is the sacred physique. She can directly advance in the myriad tribe's ceremony and challenge predicaments. An elder stared at He Lulan with a heated gaze. As long as the sacred physique survives the myriad tribe's ceremony, our entire tribe will receive preferential treatment and become one of the candidates of the sacred race. An elder was already looking forward to the bright future. Sacred physique? Are you talking about my great strength true martial physique? He Lulan's heart calmed down. She knew that the entire situation was still under Lu Tonglan's control. Lu Tonglan's lips curled up. Why can we only be candidates and not directly become the sacred race? The elders' expressions froze before they shook their heads. Tribe leader, you can't be so impatient. Your daughter has rank 7 cultivation level, but to become the final victor of the myriad tribe's ceremony, her cultivation level is still not enough. We need to be patient. As long as she grows to rank 8 in the future, there will be no challenge. According to tradition, she will be the sacred king. As long as we protect her and nurture her, we will become the sacred race. Why take the risk? Lu Tonglan was silent for a while before nodding. Elders are right, I was too impatient. But undeniably, the stronger Lan is, the higher her ranking in the myriad tribe ceremony, the greater the benefits our tribe will obtain, right? The elders nodded. Of course. Lu Tonglan suddenly bowed. So from now on, please help Lan to raise her totem. The more benefits she obtains, the more benefits our tribe will obtain. The elders reacted, some nodded in agreement, while others pointed at Lu Tonglan and laughed. So everything was within Blue Phoenix tribe leader's plan. Under Lu Tonglan's meticulous arrangements, the first time He Lulan appeared, she was accepted by the entire tribe. He Lulan also understood one of the reasons why Immortal Zombie Giant's son sent her here and valued her so much. It turned out that the great strength true martial physique was so popular in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Afterwards, He Lulan asked Lu Tonglan why the great strength true martial physique was considered a sacred physique here and was treated so well. Lu Tonglan told her, according to the rumors here, reckless savage demon venerable has the great strength true martial physique. I cannot confirm whether this rumor is true or not. This rumor was not important. He Lulan quickly threw it to the back of her mind. She continued to cultivate her totem killer move. This time, not only did Blue Phoenix tribe leader Lu Tonglan help her, the entire tribe's elders also contributed generously. He Lulan's totem quickly grew from a small cat to the size of a black panther. At this point, the support of the elders also began to weaken. During this process, a huge amount of immortal materials were consumed. Great God Reckless Barbarian, Purple Gold Tribe offers 30 golden sand carps. Great God Reckless Savage, the Ice Lake Tribe offers 3 baby lions. Great God Reckless Savage, Yellow Bell Tribe offers a group of vast heaven sparrows, 10-eyed dazzling vines, and an outsider. All the tribes took turns to slaughter and offer up their offerings on the large open space in the center. Some tribes were weak, they could only offer desolate beasts. Some tribes were not as strong as Blue Phoenix Tribe, they could offer ancient desolate beasts. And the strongest forces like Yellow Bell Tribe offered large numbers of ancient desolate beasts, desolate plants, or even several immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. From time to time, outsiders would be captured and killed in front of everyone. These outsiders were all Gu Immortals. They had rank 7 cultivation level at least. The outsiders that Yellow Bell Tribe killed even had rank 8 cultivation level. If these things were used as ingredients for me to eat, my totem would grow even more. He Lulan felt that it was a great pity. Be it the corpses of desolate beasts or Gu Immortals, once they landed on the yellow soil, they would melt like wax and seep into the soil. The entire ground was like a silent giant beast, silently devouring all the offerings. This moonfield slope is hiding a huge secret. It is not as simple as it looks on the surface. He Lulan thought. She watched as these offerings seeped into the yellow soil. After a while, the blood-stained ground returned to its original yellow color. The offerings of outsiders, regardless of their cultivation level, would attract the cheers of all the tribes. The cheers were like tsunamis. It was shocking. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had existed for so many years, there were naturally rumors about it. Immortal Zombie Giant's son had a way to send people in, so did others. Good kill, good kill. These otherworldly demons deserve to die. History records that every time the Myriad Tribe's ceremony is near, these otherworldly demons will appear. We should kill all of these outsiders. They actually dared to invade our world. He Lulan heard the conversations of the surrounding people as a peculiar feeling emerged in her heart. The natives of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven treated this grotto heaven as a large world. They treated all the outsiders as otherworldly demons. They had no idea that the outside world was even bigger. This made He Lulan involuntarily think of the marketplace in The Legends of Rinzu and the small people living in the marketplace. The offering lasted for a day. Other than the super forces that could publicly offer offerings at the central empty space, the other tribes could only offer offerings in their own territory. On the night of the sacrificial ceremony, there was a large bonfire celebration. Cowhide drums were beaten loudly, thousands of bonfires burned, countless people dressed in beast skins and feathered ornaments surrounded the bonfires, laughing, singing, and dancing enthusiastically. Chapter 2133. With desolate extremity Lu Tonglan's help, He Lulan gathered a large number of immortal materials and devoured them. After digesting them, her totem was finally completed. Very good, your Dark Capital Strength Tiger totem is completely formed. With just this move, you are definitely a peak expert among rank 7s, even in the outside world of the 5 regions. Lu Tonglan was very pleased. Next, if you are interested, you can try it out. The Myriad Tribe ceremony had already entered a very cruel competition segment. Every day, a large number of tribes were destroyed, experts were injured, and clan treasuries suffered huge losses. Some even took the initiative to seek revenge. The condition of the challenge was not immortal materials, but someone's life. What made He Lulan feel a chill was that any Gu Immortal who died in the Myriad Tribe's ceremony would be sacrificed on the spot, fusing into the yellow earth. Blue Phoenix Tribe's situation was very good. Because He Lulan was a sacred child, as long as she did not die, when she became a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Blue Phoenix Tribe would automatically become a sacred tribe. It would have a high status and authority. Thus, almost no one dared to provoke Blue Phoenix Tribe. Even if someone was jealous and wanted to attack the immature He Lulan, they would be very wary. They would not attack the sacred child at this crucial moment in the sacred land. This would be a huge disrespect to reckless savage god. During the day, over 10,000 tribes challenged one another. At night, countless tribe leaders and elders conversed privately, forming alliances. Lu Tonglan and Jiao Hua had been communicating secretly. Whoever wanted to deal with Blue Phoenix tribe would likely contact Fire Blend tribe, and vice versa. Blue Phoenix tribe, which had a sacred child, was secretly envied and hated by many. Some were even people who were close to Lu Tonglan. Fire Blend tribe was not having a good time either. Half a year ago, they had lost almost half of their elders, their strength had weakened, they had to rely on Yellow Bell tribe. But Yellow Bell tribe had its opponents too. The experts of the various tribes continued to compete and fight. Fortunately, because they could only use totems to fight, the casualties were greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, they would still use other killer moves in a real battle. Totem killer moves were only a trump card. Normal methods were also trump card methods. He Lulan's horizons had been broadened over the past few days. She had seen all kinds of totems and had gotten to know many outstanding powerhouses. Her totem was already completed, and the next step was to continue eating. With the Yudu Power Tiger as the foundation, she would fuse the other Dao marks and gradually transform it into a totem that was suitable for He Lulan. But there was another route, which was to construct a second totem, and then a third totem. Warriors with many totems had more tricks up their sleeves, but because their energy was divided, the quality of their totems would be slightly lower. When the same amount of energy and resources were invested, it was obvious that a single totem would be stronger than multiple totems. As for which path to choose, He Lulan was still pondering. According to historical records, the reckless savage demon venerable had countless totems, and each of them was extremely powerful. They had at least rank 8 battle strength, some even had pseudo-venerable battle strength. It seems like reckless savage archdevil ancestor chose the second route. Days passed, and the situation of the myriad races changed with each passing day. Firstly, those ordinary tribes that only had Gu masters started to merge with each other intensely. Next, this phenomenon started to spread to the super forces. Her eyes shined with bright light. This means I can obtain the legendary ability Gu and Effort Gu? Lu Tonglan replied, that will depend on your fortuitous encounter. If these Gu worms really exist, I am sure they are in the latter half of the heavenly road. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She had already made up her mind. I cannot let go of this fortuitous encounter. The famous Gu worms in The Legends of Rinzu are almost all top-quality Gu worms. They are either terrifying in power or have amazing effects. Ancestor Giant's son is right. I can only surpass that guy Fang Yuan if I grasp this peerless fortuitous encounter. He Lulan started to trudge forward. Lu Tonglan guided her. Don't walk downhill, try to walk uphill as much as possible. This is master's guidance. He Lulan was a little bewildered. According to common sense, walking downhill would consume less energy. The most reasonable method was to walk downhill until the latter half of the heavenly road before walking uphill again. But Immortal Zombie Giant's son gave her a completely different hint. He Lulan hesitated for a moment before deciding to believe Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. She and Lu Tonglan tried to walk uphill as much as possible. They found Gu worms and Gu materials along the way, but they were mostly mortal materials. Not long after, immortal materials started to appear among their gains. And many Gu immortals who were traveling alongside them had walked downhill for a long time. Their gains were very little, they were also limited to mortal level. He Lulan realized at once. So the heavenly road is not measured by length, but by the quality of the journey. Heavenly road does not have a front or back. It only depends on whether we walk with all our strength or not. If we put in all our effort, we might have a good harvest. But if we slack off, we might use up all our strength and not gain anything. He Lulan and Lu Tonglan moved forward. When they found their first rank 6 immortal Gu, the first predicament also appeared. Predicaments had different shapes. They were translucent and had different colors. The predicament blocking He Lulan was light brown in color. It looked like a leopard cat. Its body was like a small mountain. It blocked the heavenly road. Predicament, a wild beast recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu. It is extinct in the 5 regions. To think that there would be one here. But since it is the heavenly road, it is not strange. He Lulan breathed in deeply. She attacked the predicament together with Lu Tonglan. The predicament roared as it charged towards He Lulan and Lu Tonglan. The two's vision blurred. Their vision changed as they arrived in a light brown independent space. This is the predicament. We were eaten by that predicament. Lu Tonglan immediately said. Predicaments were very mystical. Rumors said that the predecessor who created the battlefield killer move got inspiration from studying predicaments. Every predicament could be seen as a natural battlefield killer move. Within the predicaments, calamities and tribulations formed and descended. Lu Tonglan went up first. I will block the calamities and tribulations. He Lulan, you will break through the predicament. He Lulan was stunned. What should I do? You have the great strength true martial physique. According to the Legends of Rinzhu, you are the best at breaking predicaments. I don't know exactly how to do it, but you can try it. But remember, you cannot drag it out for too long. The calamities and tribulations within the predicament are endless. Lu Tonglan instructed. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She tried to use strength path killer moves and attack everywhere. A moment later, joy flashed on her face. She felt the space around her loosening. The calamities and tribulations became stronger. Chapter 2134. The predicament roared. It held its wounds in pain. The dark capital's strength tiger totem created a huge hole. Its condition fell rapidly. Its body continued to shrink, like a leaking balloon. It shrunk until it was about half its original size. Only then did the edges of the large hole close together, mending and mending. The predicament stabilized itself, but it did not dare to fight He Lulan anymore. It screamed and escaped. He Lulan did not chase it. She picked up the rank 6 immortal goo on the ground and continued to move forward with Lu Tonglan. The two walked on the uphill road with all their strength. They gained more and more. After a while, there were 2 rank 6 immortal goo and 1 rank 7 immortal goo. Their encounter made the others realize it. They started to walk on the uphill road with all their strength. Gradually, some people expended all their strength and fell from the heavenly road, landing on Tianyu tall slopes yellow soil. Some people encountered predicaments but could not break out. They died in the predicament's stomach. Even though some defeated the predicaments, their strength was greatly expended. They had a worried expression. The predicaments were mystical beasts. As long as their battle strength surpassed their limits, they would lose. But strength path methods were more effective. He Lulan found it harder and harder to walk. When she defeated 2 more predicaments, she found that out of the original 88 people, there were only 30 or so left. I can't walk anymore. I expended most of my strength, but the predicaments are getting stronger and stronger. With my remaining battle strength, I can only defeat 1 predicament. He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling indignant. Don't worry, I have a way. Let's continue. Lu Tonglan patted He Lulan's shoulder. She had an optimistic attitude. When they encountered the predicament again, Lu Tonglan used the Blue Phoenix Totem and the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem to defeat the predicament. Be careful, don't let it go. This time, Lu Tonglan reminded, she attacked in time and killed the predicament before it escaped. Eat. Lu Tonglan dissected the predicament's flesh, handing a portion to He Lulan. He Lulan had read the Legends of Rinzhu. She gained some understanding. Every time she ate a piece of the predicament's flesh, she could feel her strength rising. By the time she and Lu Tonglan had divided the predicament, her strength had almost recovered. However, this method would also be exposed. Many goo cultivators saw this and started to follow suit. But a portion of the goo cultivators were not surprised. They knew about this method long ago. You can't eat too much of the predicament's flesh. Eating too much isn't good either. It will cause your heart to burn and your mind to collapse. Lu Tonglon sighed. Let's keep going. Another 30 minutes later, Jiaohu caught up with He Lulan and Lu Tonglon. What do you want? Lu Tonglon pretended to shout. Jiaohu snorted coldly. There are only 7 of us left. Of course we want to cooperate. The enmity between us can be settled after we leave this place. But now, we should look at the big picture. Lu Tonglon was silent. Patriarch Jiaohu is right. The predicament is getting stronger and stronger. We should work together. Yellow Bell tribe leader also followed. He looked at He Lulan. Holy Son, hello, you are qualified to cooperate with me and travel together. Next, Yellow Bell tribe leader looked at the others. Since we have come this far, we are qualified to work together. What do you say? Among the remaining 7, 1 was rank 6, 2 were rank 8s, and the remaining 4 were rank 7s. Everyone looked at each other. They were silent for a while. If we work together, we can go longer. But how do we split the immortal goo and immortal materials? The rank 6 goo immortal asked the crucial question. If they fought for them, he would not be able to win. Yellow Bell tribe leader pondered for a while. There is no need to fight for the immortal goo and immortal materials. We can take turns to get them. As for the order, we can discuss it. If anyone does not follow the rules, they will be our common enemy. The heavenly road only appears once every 10,000 years. Anyone who goes against the agreement will be hunted down by us. Sure. Another rank 8 goo immortal agreed. But the order was still something that everyone argued for a while. The people who got it first would naturally have lower value. The goo immortals who got it later would have higher value than the ones who got it first. But who had the confidence to last until the end? Right now, everyone was at their wits' end, otherwise, they would not be forced to work together. If the order was too late, they would be eliminated before they could get it. That would be a huge loss. Everyone thought about it carefully before deciding on the order and moving forward. After defeating 2 more predicaments, the first rank 8 immortal goo appeared. According to the order, it was the rank 6 goo immortal. Under everyone's gazes, the rank 6 goo immortal picked up the immortal goo while trembling. The 2 rank 8 goo immortals did not fight for it, they were at the back of the group. At the same time, this rank 6 goo immortal had a high status. His father was a famous rank 8 expert. The appearance of a rank 8 immortal goo made the group of 7 nervous. After walking for a while, there were no more predicaments blocking their way. They found a stalk of dragon horngrass. Dragon horngrass was an immemorial desolate plant. It was shaped like coral and resembled a dragon's horn. Every time it was cut into a finger-length segment, it would grow another segment every month. According to the order, it was Jiaohu's turn this time. Jiaohu put away the dragon horngrass, feeling helpless. He hoped it was an immortal goo. Longevity heaven did not lack such immortal materials. Everyone, I can't go on anymore. I am truly sorry, please check carefully, I am not trying to slack off. After walking for a while, the rank 6 goo immortal's expression was pale, his body was shivering. Yellow Bell tribe leader nodded. Go back, if you continue, you will die of exhaustion. The rank 6 goo immortal bowed deeply before falling down from the heavenly road. While in the air, he fainted, but thankfully, there were people on the ground who were waiting for him. The rank 6 goo immortal's departure was like a start. People reached their limits one after another. First was the rank 8 goo immortal, followed by Lu Tonglon. That rank 8 goo immortal was at the back of the group. He was eliminated before his turn, thus he had an ugly expression when he left. Lu Tonglon was also exhausted. She could only tell He Lulan to be careful. She had no choice but to leave. Strong goo encouraged great strength true martial. O human, go and walk uphill. Even though it is hard to walk uphill, there are usually good things there. Great strength true martial nodded. Experts love to walk uphill. Great strength true martial finally managed to climb up the slope. He looked around and shouted, "There's nothing here at all." "No, it is right beside you, quickly pick it up." Strong Gu reminded. Great strength true martial squatted down and touched the ground. As expected, he found a hard and formless Gu. There is something good here after all. Great strength true martial suddenly smiled. So it is effort Gu. Rin Zhu felt strange. "My son, how did you know? We can't even see what it looks like." Great strength true martial scratched his head. "The moment I got it, I saw what effort Gu looked like. As for why I know it is effort Gu, it is because experts know how to work hard. This is natural, there is nothing strange about it." Others' effort could not be seen. The father and son continued to set off. "This is great, I have effort Gu now, it is of great help to me." Great strength true martial walked as he looked at effort Gu. He was very happy. He always chose to walk uphill. Ren Zhu asked curiously, "Is effort Gu very powerful? Can it directly bring you success?" Great strength true martial shook his head. Effort might not lead to success, but effort will definitely have a result. Regardless of the result, it is different from not working hard. Ren Zhu was worried. "My son, you have just been born, don't be deceived by Gu. I was once deceived by wisdom Gu. I see that every time you walk uphill, you are covered in sweat and gasping for breath. I do not see effort Gu helping you at all. I have also heard rumors that effort Gu can lie at times." Great strength true martial shook his head, wiping his sweat. "Father, you cannot see my effort, so you misunderstood. You cannot understand how much effort I put in to walk uphill. Actually, the result of my effort is below my feet. I can walk higher with each step. There are many good things on the uphill road. People cannot obtain them without effort." "Is that really the case?" Ren Zhu was skeptical. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial continued to walk. Great Strength True Martial kept walking uphill. His status became higher and higher. Thus, he obtained Authority Gu and Fortitude Gu. Later, on the way, he found Modesty Gu and Original Forgiveness Gu. These two Gu worms followed Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial asked them the reason. They replied naturally, "Because humility, forgiveness, is the privilege of experts to begin with." Because Great Strength True Martial kept walking uphill, an Ability Gu appeared in his body. Great Strength True Martial pointed at Ability Gu, saying to Rin Zhu, "Father, look, this is the result of effort Gu. It unlocked my potential and allowed me to have my own abilities." Rin Zhu asked, "Then what is the use of this Ability Gu?" Great Strength True Martial shook his head. "I am not sure. Only by using abilities can one know what their abilities are and how strong they are. But it is definitely useful, it can help me for life." Rin Zhu shook his head. He felt that his child was deceived by Gu. Rin Zhu and Great Strength True Martial continued to walk. The road conditions became worse. Uphill was easy, but there were fewer and fewer downhill paths, while there were more uphill paths. Not just that, there were more and more predicaments on the road. "Isn't there an easier path?" Rin Zhu felt helpless. Cognition Gu flew back to Rin Zhu. "Oh human, there is no helping it. The higher the value of the thing you are pursuing, the more uphill paths you have to walk, the more predicaments you have to overcome." Rin Zhu and Great Strength True Martial had to continue walking. As expected, like Cognition Gu said, they encountered more and more predicaments, to the point where they were completely blocking their path. Rin Zhu said, "Don't be afraid of predicaments, we have always had hope. But hope alone cannot defeat predicaments. At this time, I am needed." Great Strength True Martial's Ability Gu spoke. Great Strength True Martial used his ability to defeat many predicaments. Rin Zhu sighed. "My son, your Ability Gu is too amazing, it actually reached this stage. It seems that I underestimated your hard work and ability." Great Strength True Martial smiled. "Many times we do not lack abilities, we only lack opportunities to use them." Strong Gu shouted excitedly with great ambition, "Kill them, eat them all." That way, we will become stronger. Great strength true martial killed many predicaments, he started to eat their losses. This is the suffering? It is really bitter. But I can feel that I have become stronger. He ate the losses of the predicaments again. Great strength true martial immediately spat out the losses. Experts do not like to suffer losses. He even ate the flesh of the predicaments. Strong Gu became bigger. Great strength true martial also became stronger than before. Strong Gu was satisfied with this change. In this world, as long as you are strong enough, you will not be bullied. Great strength true martial gave some of the flesh to Renzu. Father, eat some too, you are too skinny. Renzu was so skinny that only bones were left. Finally, great strength true martial threw ability Gu into the calamities. Ability Gu went through a lot of difficulties, but it got bigger and stronger. All of the calamities and difficulties were opportunities to train, stimulate, and increase one's abilities. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan looked at the 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu in his hands. They were Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu. This time, Zhan Budu's clone did a good job. He made a huge contribution. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. It turned out that not long after the Fate War, Fang Yuan had arranged for Zhan Budu to go to Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Fang Yuan already knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had relevant information. Ma Hongyun had once entered it and walked on the heavenly road, obtaining Fortitude Gu. Even though Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was secretive, there were ways to enter it. If not for this, there would not be so many outsiders sacrificed in the Myriad Tribe's ceremony. Before annexing Langya sect, even though Fang Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, he did not have a way to enter. Langya sect, however, had a way. Land Spirit of Langya had once wanted to recruit Chudu, and even wanted to use Fang Yuan's help to achieve this. Because Langya sect also had this method, they wanted to send Chudu in and obtain benefits from it. The most popular paths in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven were Food Path, Strength Path, and Transformation Path. Chapter 2136. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Meng Qiuzhen explored another dream realm. Deep in the clouds, Meng Qiuzhen sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff. Below him was a rumbling waterfall. Immortal, immortal. A young man covered in injuries crawled towards Fang Yuan, begging to become his disciple. You want to become my disciple? Meng Qiuzhen smiled. He was surprised as he tried to guess the rules of this new dream realm. If it were before, Fang Yuan could only test it with his own body. But now, Meng Qiuzhen had a Dream Path Immortal Gu, Dream Butterfly. He immediately activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate while trying to stall for time. You are just a mortal. Since you went through so much trouble to come to me, it must be fate. I have 3 paths, I can teach you one of them. The young man was overjoyed. He kowtowed as his forehead hit the hard rock, creating a dull sound. Meng Qiuzhen continued. The first path is Formation Path. Formation Path pays particular attention to... Meng Qiuzhen spoke slowly. He was telling the truth. There were no lies. The young man nodded hesitantly. Lord Immortal, even though Formation Path cultivation is complicated, I will work hard to learn it. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, saying, no rush. I have a second path, it is Strength Path. Strength Path is fierce and direct. Its advantages... After Meng Qiuzhen said this, the young man became even more excited. I want to learn Strength Path. Meng Qiuzhen smiled again. I have a third path, Wisdom Path. Strength Path is very common, but Wisdom Path is very rare. It has a long history. Among them, after a long speech, the young man was extremely excited. Lord Immortal, I want to learn Wisdom Path the most. Please help me. At this time, Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu finally finished investigating the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm was not small, it had 8 scenes. It turned out that the Immortal had once unintentionally destroyed a mortal village. The young man's parents were among them. The young man was alone. He had tasted the bitterness of the mortal world. He did not know who his enemy was. The young man went through countless hardships and finally became the disciple of an immortal. He was talented and had one of the 10 extreme physiques. He was extremely compatible with wisdom path cultivation. The young man finally found out that his enemy was his master. He took revenge. The final scene was the battle between the master and the disciple, which was extremely difficult. No matter what I teach, this disciple will learn it 100%. Moreover, he will bring forth new ideas from the old, surpassing the master. Moreover, he also cultivates wisdom path and possesses powerful wisdom path methods. So, this first scene is the best chance to weaken this disciple. Meng Qiuzhen understood. Without dream butterfly immortal goo, he could only test it with his own body. According to normal calculations, he would not be able to pass the first time. His soul would be injured. Meng Qiuzhen needed to recuperate. This was a waste of time and resources. Then he would regroup and explore the dream world again. But now that he had dream butterfly immortal goo, he had the initiative and was no longer so passive. Even though dream butterfly immortal goo could only investigate, the value of crucial information was hard to estimate. Looking at the young man in front of him, Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and smiled. Then I will teach you wisdom path cultivation methods. This method isn't my original creation, but I've improved it. I call it the 9x9 multiplication formula. 9x9 multiplication formula? The young man's eyes shined. Just hearing this name made him feel that it was grand and immortal. These innate abilities had their own profundities. For example, the upper extreme heavenly eagle could enter grotto heavens and blessed lands. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had dense space path Dao marks. These Dao marks were arranged in accordance with the rules of space path. Thus it had the innate ability of freely entering grotto heavens and blessed lands. Thus, the most primitive form of killer moves were Dao marks. In this aspect, totem killer moves are the closest to this primitive form. Fang Yuan praised inwardly. Totem killer moves were developed in myriad beast fusion color heaven. There was no other use for them. Totem killer moves had a high status. They were on par with normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves. They had the same status. As for using goo, other than using single goo, there were normal killer moves, battlefield killer moves, ancient battle formations, current era goo formations, and immortal and mortal goo houses. But now, on top of this foundation, there was a brand new category, totem killer moves. Compared to other methods of using goo, totem killer moves had many obvious advantages. The most obvious point was that it was more convenient to use. It could be said to be used by fools. Totem killer moves required very few thoughts. They relied more on primeval essence or immortal essence. It was not like normal killer moves. When activating each goo worm, the steps were also very different. Secondly, totem killer moves had low requirements to create. The maintenance cost was also low. Normal killer moves required the goo cultivator to feed the corresponding goo worms. If the goo cultivator wanted to find a suitable goo worm, they would need to spend some time. But to cultivate totem killer moves, they only needed the corresponding food ingredients. Goo materials were naturally much easier to find than goo worms. The cost of feeding goo worms was huge, but once a totem killer move was created, it could be hidden in the body. There was no need to feed it. Of course, after it was damaged, it needed to be repaired. At that time, the goo cultivator would need to eat the corresponding food ingredients again. Thirdly, totem killer moves could be easily popularized. Many people could use them at the same time. Totem killer moves were compatible with all paths. Of course, totem killer moves had disadvantages. For example, the cost of creating them was not low. Another example was that after a totem was added to the body, it would have a huge impact on the goo cultivator's future cultivation. After all, they were Dao marks. Another example was that even though totem killer moves were powerful, they were fixed and could be easily countered. This was similar to goo houses. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that behind the totem killer moves, there was a hint of beast strength phantoms. The talents of these demon venerables and immortal venerables are immeasurable. Even though reckless savage demon venerable's nature is somewhat unexpected, his scheming ability is also amazing. Originally, reckless savage demon venerable's grotto heaven only had strength path and transformation path Dao marks. But Fang Yuan learned from old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance that reckless savage demon venerable made use of the beastman's ultimate method to fuse his own immortal aperture into the gluttonous demon frog. This was simply a stroke of genius. It was indescribably wondrous. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary food path immemorial beast. With its immortal aperture and reckless savage demon venerable's method, myriad beast fusion color heaven had a food path environment. This food path environment was extremely crucial. Precisely because of the food path Dao marks, the Gu cultivators in myriad beast fusion color heaven could use refinement path methods to create all sorts of food to cultivate totem killer moves even though their food path attainment was extremely low. Chapter 2137. Soon, Fang Yuan put aside the matter of raising his wisdom path attainment level. He continued to comprehend it. Be it reckless savage demon venerable or paradise earth immortal venerable, they both have deep understanding of food path. In this aspect, reckless savage demon venerable cannot compare to paradise earth immortal venerable. After all, he only used the gluttonous demon frog. But his plan to use the food path environment to nurture totem killer moves is truly ingenious. Even a person like Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. Purely cultivating totem killer moves required the Gu cultivator to constantly deduce them. But in myriad beast fusion color heaven, the Gu cultivator only needed to consume Gu materials and use the food path environment to let their bodies select the most suitable nutrients. Then let those Dao marks form naturally and form all sorts of totems. This was like using food path to make up for the lack of wisdom path, accumulating countless totem killer moves like 100 flowers bloom. And where did the Gu materials that the Gu cultivator consumed come from? It was naturally the continuous evolution of myriad beast fusion color heaven itself. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had a lot of transformation path Dao marks. There were many beasts and plants that mutated here. It had already formed a strong ecosystem that surpassed the 5 regions. Most of the beasts and plants that lived in myriad beast fusion color heaven were unique. There were no other branches of them. When the Gu cultivator ate these constantly mutating Gu materials, the totem killer moves they formed would also transform and become stronger. From this perspective, the Gu cultivator was using the natural evolution of myriad beast fusion color heaven to allow the totem killer moves to evolve along with it. Eventually, it would accumulate into an astonishing result. Just from the information that Zhan Budu had obtained during his infiltration, there were more than 9,000 basic totems in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Dark capital strength tiger, rain eagle totem, thunder fish totem, and golden bell totem were just one of them. Not to mention using these basic totems as the foundation to create personal special totems. These totem killer moves are not of much help to me, but the value of their recipes is extremely high. Fang Yuan had a portion of the food path true inheritance that came from Shadow Sect. It was the most authentic food path. Not long ago, Fang Yuan obtained Southern Borders Paradise Earth true inheritance. He obtained all sorts of food path killer moves, tea recipes, which could increase the number of Dao marks on a Gu cultivator's body. Now, Fang Yuan obtained all sorts of recipes. He could draw out totem killer moves. Combining all kinds of accumulations, the path of food had already opened its mind and revealed its true profundity to Fang Yuan. All along, I thought that food path was best at raising Gu. It could reduce the burden of raising Gu. But in reality, this was only one of the advantages of the food path. The other amazing aspect of food path is to help Gu cultivators gain Dao marks and increase their foundation. Food path's advantage was to maintain the survival of the Gu cultivator and Gu worms. They could also use all sorts of special methods to strengthen their targets. Fang Yuan already had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. His Wisdom Path deduction attainment had risen by a huge margin. Thus, Fang Yuan could modify and deduce all sorts of food path killer moves from countless recipes. There was a huge difference between food path killer moves and the killer moves of other paths. Most of the food path killer moves were used on one's own side. Chapter 2138. Seeing that the tribulation lightning was about to hit Li Xiaobai, Su Qihan flew into the sky. She disregarded her own safety and charged forward, wanting to sacrifice herself to block the tribulation lightning. Sigh, silly child. A figure suddenly appeared and blocked Su Qihan. Su Qihan saw the person and was overjoyed, calling out, "Father!" The person was the current Imperial Minister Su, a rank 7 Gu Immortal of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Li Xiaobai is the son-in-law of our Su clan. How can I ignore him? Just stay here and don't cause trouble. Imperial Minister Su consoled Su Qihan while sighing internally. A grown girl could not be kept at home. Even though Imperial Minister Su thought highly of Li Xiaobai's potential, he had objections to his actions. Originally, Imperial Minister Su wanted to recruit Li Xiaobai as Su clan's son-in-law and teach him Su clan's inheritance, allowing Li Xiaobai to become an immortal and arrange for him to become an official in the imperial court, paving the way for him and building a pillar for Su clan. But Li Xiaobai was always wandering around outside. He did not want to become an official. This made Imperial Minister Su feel disgusted. He had tried and worked hard, but Li Xiaobai had high standards. How could he care less about a small imperial court in profound literature Grotto Heaven? He was one of Gyue and Fang Yuan's clones. He had great ambitions. Profound literature Grotto Heaven could not restrain him. Even though this lad does not understand the situation, he is still a member of my Su clan, the man my daughter loves. Even though his immortal ascension was too rash, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But I still need to protect him. Imperial Minister Su sighed internally, waving his robe as a bright rainbow light shot out, intercepting the 3 pale green tribulation lightning bolts. Damn it, damn it. It is Imperial Minister Su after all. Du Zhishao saw this and trembled with anger. He shouted, I am not resigned to this. Li Xiaobai, you are too lucky to be favored by such a major character. I hate you, this is too hateful. Du Zhishao saw that his scheme was about to fail, but at this time, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground on his left. This figure flew into the sky. It was a Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal had his face covered as he attacked Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su could only fight him. He had an angry expression. Good. I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? He actually has such a method. The masked Gu Immortal purposely made his voice hoarse. Minister Su, you are an understanding person. You have a good son-in-law, but this son-in-law is too outstanding. It's better if your Su family doesn't become so powerful. From now on, don't even think about helping him. Someone is helping me. Ah, good, very good. Du Zhishao was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed and couldn't help but dance with joy. Father! Su Qihan exclaimed from the ground, quickly help Xiaobai. Swoosh! The tribulation lightning arrived again. Li Xiaobai could only activate his killer move and form a poem wall. Du Zhishao screamed, don't even think about blocking it. Gray smoke rose from his body once more, and he actually unleashed the power of the calamity once more. The tribulation lightning destroyed the poem wall. Even though most of its power was neutralized, there were still some green flames that stuck to Li Xiaobai's body and started to burn. Xiaobai. Su Qihan turned pale with fright and was about to rush over without a care for her own safety. This again, I was subdued by Li Xiaobai's poem talent again. I cannot accept this, I cannot accept this. This treatment should belong to me alone. Du Zhishao screamed as a wisp of gray smoke appeared on his body again. At the same time, Du Zhishao's youthful face turned old. He turned from a young man to a middle-aged man. The gray smoke flew into the air and was finally discovered by Minister Su. You were the one behind this? Du Zhishao, you were once the #1 scholar in the world. You actually did such a thing. Du Zhishao smiled bitterly. #1 scholar in the world? I am no longer one. I will reclaim this title. Minister Su shouted. It seems that I have to kill you today. Wishful thinking. Suddenly, another person flew out from the valley on Du Zhishao's right. This Gu Immortal was also masked. Someone is helping me? Du Zhishao was overjoyed. The masked Gu Immortal and Minister Su fought. Minister Su was held back and could only watch as the gray smoke fused into the tribulation luck. The tribulation's power rose. This time, 3 pale green lightning balls shot towards Li Xiaobai. Minister Su was furious. I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? The masked Gu Immortal smiled coldly. So what if you guessed it? Your son-in-law will not be able to block this tribulation lightning. He is dead for sure. Xiaobai. Su Qihan shouted. Her voice was mournful and her face was filled with despair. But Li Xiaobai stretched out his hand again. In this situation, in the face of danger, my emotions are surging, inspiration is flashing in my heart, I have the urge to recite a poem again. You are still doing it? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Du Zhishao shook his head frantically. Minister Su was worried. The stimulation of danger can cause the Gu cultivator's inspiration to burst forth. They can create a masterpiece on the spot and change their situation. Looking at the history of the dynasties, this has happened many times. But such things usually happen when one's potential is squeezed to the limit. It is something that can only be chanced upon. Li Xiaobai is in danger now. Xiaobai, I believe you, quickly recite it. Su Qihan was full of confidence. Li Xiaobai coughed, sighing internally. He did not want to be so high profile, but he had no choice. His methods could not block the tribulation, he could only rely on profound literature Grotto Heaven's killer move, aid to literary talents. This killer move was used by the original owner of profound literature Grotto Heaven. As long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would remain effective. The original owner's immortal killer move. Any pure-blooded human, as long as they created or recited an outstanding poem, regardless of the topic, they would be able to obtain this Grotto Heaven's perception and reward. Earlier, Li Xiaobai had recited a poem and obtained the reward, dispelling the pale green flames on his body. Thus, Li Xiaobai recited again, 8,000 mountains with no birds, 10,000 paths with no traces of humans. A fisherman on a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Once the poem was recited, the tribulation lightning faded. The effect was incredible. Good poem, a peerless poem. Fishing alone in the cold river, tranquil and cold. 1,000 mountains and 10,000 paths with a lone boat fishing. The word extinction showed extreme silence, absolute silence. Against such a backdrop, the extreme of yin gave birth to yang, and the extreme of all things reversed. Fishing in the snow immediately came to life. The painting floated, and everything became exquisite and translucent, showing the poet's ethereal and pure feelings of aloofness that transcended the mortal world. I understand, I really understand. Li Xiaobai, you never had the ambition to become an official. A person like you, such talent, I cannot bear to kill you, I'm leaving. The second masked Gu Immortal sighed deeply. After praising Li Xiaobai for a while, he left. Du Zhishao spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. This again. I know his poems are good, they are really good. But the better they are, the worse my heart feels. I am tired of hearing these praises, I am sick of hearing them. I want you to die, I want you to die. Du Zhishao activated the gray smoke again, turning from a middle-aged man to an old man. Li Xiaobai was in danger again. Is there a need to do this? Li Xiaobai felt a headache. You want me to recite poems again? He did not want to do this, it was too conspicuous and eye-catching. It would arouse suspicion. Thus, when he became famous in the world, Li Xiaobai controlled himself and only recited 3 poems. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, he recited 2 new poems. It seemed like he was going to recite another new poem. I really don't know what to do with you, recite it. Li Xiaobai glanced at Du Zhixiao, who was lying on the ground, feeling helpless. Li Xiaobai recited loudly, the white sun shines on the mountain, the yellow river flows into the sea. If one wishes to see 1,000 li, one must ascend to the next level. Li Xiaobai's crisis was resolved, his tribulation luck dissipated, the 3 chi fused and formed an immortal aperture. He became an information path gu immortal. Oh heavens, since I was born, why was Li Xiaobai born? Du Zhixiao shouted loudly. He was extremely miserable. He had an expression of grief, indignation, helplessness, and hatred as he breathed his last. From today onwards, you are poem immortal Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su floated towards Li Xiaobai with a complex expression. He sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time, so I have been underestimating you all along. I had wanted to arrange for you to become an official in the court, but you have such great ambitions. Compared to you, I am just an ordinary person. What a joke, what a joke. From today onwards, you can travel all over the world as long as you do not let down my daughter. What? Li Xiaobai opened his mouth. He wanted to say that becoming an official was not bad. He had resources and connections. But the poem had already been recited, his ambitions had already been expressed. Thus, Li Xiaobai could only say, Father-in-law, don't worry, I will protect Han Heir. Li Xiaobai and Imperial Minister Su landed on the ground. Darling Li, you are too amazing. Your talent is as vast as the sea, you cannot be judged with common sense. Su Qihan flew to Li Xiaobai's side. Imperial Minister Su heard his daughter's words and felt a little uncomfortable, but he could not refute her. After all, he had seen everything with his own eyes. Chapter 2139. On Du Zhixiao's corpse, an immortal gu appeared on his chest. This immortal gu seemed to be made of crystal. It was shaped like a flea and was as big as a fist. It was curled up into a ball and did not make any sound. It was very silent. Because of this immortal gu, a mortal like Du Zhixiao was able to affect the calamities and tribulations. Li Xiaobai cleaned the battlefield. He naturally found this immortal gu. To activate immortal gu, immortal essence was needed. However, there were some special cases that were not bound by this rule. It seems that even mortals can use this mystical immortal gu. Su Qihan said, This immortal gu is very rare. Let me check it. Imperial Minister Su looked at this immortal gu as he showed a peculiar expression, using an information path method. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path grotto heaven that had always focused on searching and accumulating information. Although Profound Literature Paradise lived in seclusion, it had never been bold enough to shut itself off from the outside world. It had always maintained close contact with the outside world. Moreover, Minister Su was an important minister of the imperial court and had a high level of authority. He could investigate many secrets and important news of the imperial court. Soon, he got the result. This immortal gu is actually Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu? This was the first time Su Qihan had heard of it. Imperial Minister Su explained in detail. Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu is a Heaven Path Gu worm. Similar to it are Heaven's Fury Immortal Gu and Heaven's Sorrow Immortal Gu. This type of Heaven Path Immortal Gu cannot be activated even by rank 9 Gu Venerables. Father, your information is wrong, right? We clearly saw Du Zhixiao using this Immortal Gu earlier. We are making things difficult for Brother Li. Su Qihan immediately retorted. Minister Su shook his head. I'm not done yet. Immortal Gu like Heaven's jealousy was quite special. It could resonate with jealousy and be activated by itself. But the price was huge. the lifespan of the goo cultivator needed to be shortened. Because of this, Du Zhixiao turned from a young man to a middle-aged man, and from a middle-aged man to an old man. Su Qihan was stunned. She couldn't help but think of the Legends of Rinzhu. She said, I remember that the Legends of Rinzhu has a similar record. Don't tell me Strength Goo and Wisdom Goo are also Heaven Path Goo worms? Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. I can't be sure either. Even though this is what is written in the Legends of Rinzhu. But Heaven Path Goo worms could not be used by goo cultivators. The most famous example was Fate Goo. You've all witnessed the scene of the fated war. Su Qihan pouted unhappily, thinking, I thought this immortal goo would be useful to Li Lang, but to think it is a Heaven Path immortal goo. This immortal goo needed jealousy to activate on its own. But my dear Li is a magnanimous man, a remarkable man in the world. How could he have such emotions? Moreover, the price of activating Heaven's Envy immortal goo is too high. I will lose too much lifespan. Imperial Minister Su saw his daughter's disappointment. He smiled and said to Li Xiaobai, Xiaobai, this Heaven's Envy immortal goo is yours. How you deal with it is your business. But if you can hand over this goo to the Imperial Court, according to our Imperial Court's calendar, we will give you some compensation. Su Qihan's eyes lit up. Li Xiaobai pondered, then can we exchange for Information Path immortal goo? Minister Su hesitated. This, Su Qihan quickly grabbed Imperial Minister Su's sleeves and said coquettishly, Father, our Heaven's Envy immortal goo is rank 7, we will suffer some losses and exchange for a rank 6 Information Path immortal goo. Imperial Minister Su lightly patted his daughter's forehead, scolding her with a smile. You little girl, you think too highly of the Imperial Court. Do you think these goo immortals are so stupid? Even if a Heaven Path immortal goo is rank 8, its practical value is very low. It cannot compare to a rank 6 Information Path immortal goo. Su Qihan did not want to give up for her beloved. Father, you are the current Imperial Minister. Imperial Minister Su sighed. Su Qihan was his beloved daughter. I will think of a way to fight for Xiaobai. He could only say this. Su Qihan laughed happily, continuing to exert pressure. Father, I believe you can succeed. Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. Little girl, I have never had such confidence in your father before. Li Xiaobai maintained his calm, thinking, my father-in-law has many political enemies. If I follow his path and ask for the immortal goo from the Imperial Court as a reward, I will face many difficulties. The chances of success are not high. Even if I succeed in the end, father-in-law will lose a lot of political leverage. This is not a wise decision. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobai said, Father-in-law Han Er, I don't want to hand it over for now. Why don't I sell this Heaven's Envy immortal goo in jewel yellow skies first, and see if anyone wants to buy it? Imperial Minister Su nodded. That is a way. But Xiaobai, don't be too optimistic. Even though Heaven Path immortal goo are rare, everyone knows that no one can directly use them. Who would use an immortal goo that they can use to exchange for a useless Heaven Path immortal goo? Su Qihan sighed. That is true. Li Xiaobai nodded. I just want to try. Imperial Minister Su reminded, don't overdo it, there is a fee to sell the immortal goo in jewel yellow skies. Li Xiaobai suddenly had a stunned expression. Someone is buying Heaven's Envy immortal goo. What? Imperial Minister Su was stunned. Su Qihan shouted in joy, what price did they offer? Li Xiaobai could not conceal his excitement. I have already made the transaction. The other party actually took out rank 7 poem wall immortal goo. I cannot reject this condition. During Li Xiaobai's immortal ascension, he did not have any excess heaven and earth qi to raise his vital goo. The main reason was Heaven's Envy immortal goo. Li Xiaobai did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The blessed land he obtained was only a high-grade blessed land. But because of this transaction, Li Xiaobai obtained his first immortal goo, and it was a rank 7 immortal goo. Imperial Minister Su looked at the poem wall immortal goo in Li Xiaobai's hands and stared in disbelief. Someone is really buying Heaven Path immortal goo? They even took out an information path immortal goo of the same rank? Which idiot could it be? The idiot that Imperial Minister Su was referring to was none other than Gue and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to Li Xiaobai's situation all along. If I continue to add unrestrained heavenly marks, will I be able to continue refining heaven's envy immortal goo until I completely refine it? Wait a moment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. It was like lightning striking the darkness, causing a loud explosion in his mind. At this moment, Fang Yuan's lips turned dry. Heaven's envy immortal goo is a heaven path immortal goo. Fate goo is the same. Since I can refine heaven's envy immortal goo, does that mean I can also refine fate goo and control fate? Southern border. The calamities and tribulations were rampaging. Wu clan's goo immortal Wu Zhen was controlling the situation. He was looking at the chi cocoon in the air. The person inside the chi cocoon suddenly shouted, exploding her immortal aperture and becoming an immortal. It was Wu Ji. In this immortal ascension, not only did she obtain a super-grade blessed land, her vital goo also became an immortal. Wu Zhen sensed Wu Ji's aura and sighed, Wu Ji, you chose strength path in the end. Wu Ji did not regret it, she laughed loudly, this is the path I want to walk. On Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei gathered all his children together. He had died in the battle of Yitian Mountain, but because Fate Goo was destroyed, he was revived by Shang clan's Goo immortals. Right now, he was sitting on the main seat. His body was covered in a layer of blood-red light. Congratulations to Father for your immortal ascension. You have left the mortal realm and become a blood immortal. As the eldest son, Shang Qiu congratulated first. Next, the other children congratulated him. Shang Xianxia was among them. Chapter 2141. Shang Xianxia had a benevolent nature. When she attacked now, she was extremely domineering, instantly suppressing the entire situation. The Gu cultivation world was like this. The strong were revered. But even though Shang Xianxia imprisoned everyone, she did not punish them. Instead, she promised in front of everyone, she would compensate them with double the price. And even though she knew that there were people with ulterior motives, she did not attack them. Instead, she let them go. Shang Xianxia, I actually let these people go. Soft-heartedness. She actually did not attack. If it were me, I would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one go. Shang Yazi and the rest discussed secretly, expressing their disdain, concealing the uneasiness in their hearts. Shang Qiu, however, had a complex expression. Maybe, this is where Shang Xianxia is different from us. This is also why Father values her and made her the clan leader. Shang Qiu, what are you saying? Someone immediately retorted. Shang Qiu said plainly, you all saw it earlier, Shang Xianxia is so strong, she definitely surpasses any of us. When she was the clan leader earlier, she controlled Shang clan well, all of their businesses were doing well. Even though the slave trade was banned, Shang clan's profits only fell for a period of time before rising again, surpassing the previous time. We have to admit, Shang Xianxia's ability surpasses us. Right now, her benevolence are even more widespread. Because of this, Father passed the clan leader position to her. It is not an act of favoritism. Shang Qiu had revived. The experience of death was his precious asset. He could look at things more rationally and calmly. But soon Shang Yifan sneered, "Boss Qiu Niu, even if you are speaking the truth, so what? Whoever becomes the clan leader will be nurtured by the clan to become an immortal. This is an immortal opportunity. Even if Shang Xianxia's ability and virtue surpass us, so what? Are you going to compete for this immortal opportunity or not?" Shang Qiu was silent for a while before nodding, saying with a solemn expression, "Compete." After Shang Xianxia let go of the troublesome Gu cultivators, she appeased the sellers in the shop. An old man trembled as he came before Shang Xianxia and expressed his gratitude. "If it wasn't for clan leader coming here today, I'm afraid this old man would have suffered a calamity. Alas, it's all because I'm blind and blinded by greed. I listened to rumors and bought a batch of low-priced goods. I didn't expect these goods to be fake." Little Butterfly curled her lips. "Old man, you've been in Shangliang Mountain for several years. You've been running the shop for a long time. Why are you still so short-sighted?" The old man's face was filled with shame. "Xiao Dai." Shang Xianxia expressed her understanding. "It is not easy for the Gu cultivators living here. If it were me running this business, I would naturally want to earn more. This is human nature." Xiao Dai angrily looked at the old man. "Old man, consider yourself lucky to have met our young miss. From now on, keep your eyes open. Don't be greedy for petty gains. Do you hear me?" I heard you, the old man replied hurriedly. "Miss, let's go. Looking at these people makes me angry. If they were not greedy for petty gains, why would there be so many fake goods in the market?" Xiao Dai turned around and looked at Shang Xianxia. But the old man suddenly said, "Lord Clan Leader, please wait a moment." Shang Xianxia asked, "What else do you want to say?" The old man stammered, "I'm ashamed, I'm truly ashamed. I bought such a large batch of fake goods, I can't sell them anymore in the future. But if I destroy them, it will be a huge loss. Lord Clan Leader, didn't you promise to compensate us earlier?" "What?" When Xiao Dai heard this, she immediately exploded in anger. The old man's smile became even wider. "In this world, it is not easy to be a bad person, but it is even harder to be a good person. Because when a good person wants to defeat a bad person, they also need to hold onto their morals and conscience. Shang Xianxia, this old man is only giving you a method. What you want to do will depend on your own will." Shang Xianxia did not hesitate. "Thank you, senior. Your method is very good. I have decided to give it a try." "Very good." The old man laughed. "This is what I admire about you the most. You have a kind heart, but you are not inflexible. You know how to be flexible. You can use all kinds of methods to deal with evil. In this world, being a pure good person is suicidal. They might even harm themselves and their friends. But you're not. You're a practical, genuinely useful, good person." The old man finally said, "This goo worm contains a goo immortal true inheritance. I think this is the most suitable cultivation path for you. You can take a look. Whether you want to cultivate it or not, it is your choice." Saying so, the old man's image quickly vanished. At the same time, a goo worm slowly flew up from the pair of goo worms on the table, floating in the air. Shang Xianxia carefully received it and looked at it with her mind. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she muttered, "Good deed, goo." Shangliang Mountain was divided into outer city and inner city. And the inner city was further divided into first, second, third, fourth, and fifth inner cities. The first inner city was the center of Shang clan's political power. It was also an important military area, and Xianxia's residence. The second inner city was also known as Famer City. It was only provided for Shang clan disciples to stay in. They needed tokens to enter. Feng Tianyu stayed in the third inner city. In the third inner city, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The whole of the inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking at it, there was a sea of starlight. One's vision was clear. There were few people on the streets here. It was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. There were no inns, only gardens. The rent for small gardens was 30 yuan stone per day. Large gardens even cost more than 100 yuan stone per day. Feng Tianyu stayed in one of the large gardens. He drank high-quality tea, lying on a soft bed with the door wide open, looking at the cool breeze and light rain in the courtyard, as well as the beautiful scenery of the swaying bamboo forest. Brother Feng is really in a good mood. Xianxia's voice suddenly resounded. Feng Tianyu's body and mind shook. He almost fell off the bed. But at the next moment, he reacted. The goo worms in his aperture were ready to attack. He slowly turned around. Seeing Xianxia, he forced himself to calm down. So it is Shang clan leader who has come. It is my great fortune. I was able to see through your identity this time because I asked the hairy man goo immortals under Lord Feng Yuan. I handed over a set of fake goo. That hairy man goo immortal also praised me. He said you are a talent. If you can improve in the future, you might be able to gain Lord Feng Yuan's approval and become his subordinate. Really? Is this true? Feng Tianyu was extremely excited. His face was flushed red. Xianxia laughed lightly. Why would I lie to you? Since I can find you, I can definitely take you down. Why would I waste my time talking to you? You should be clear about my situation. The reason why I could become clan leader was because of my relationship with Lord Feng Yuan. I am not afraid to tell you, my Shang clan has already secretly cooperated with Lord Feng Yuan. Feng Tianyu scoffed. What is Shang clan? Right now, Lord Feng Yuan is the #1 demon in the world. If Lord Feng Yuan wants to take away Shang clan's things, would Shang clan dare to say no? But what I admire the most about Lord Feng Yuan is his refinement path attainment. Back then, on Three Kings Mountain, I was fortunate enough to witness Lord refining fixed immortal travel immortal goo. This is truly a blessing that I have accumulated over several lifetimes. I had once refined a rank 5 goo worm with rank 3 cultivation level, but it only lasted for half a day. But Lord Feng Yuan, as a goo master, directly refined an immortal goo. And under such a dangerous situation. His aptitude, his talent, his strength, his intelligence, they are all #1 in the world. From then on, I believed that Lord Feng Yuan would definitely inform the 5 regions and 2 heavens in the future. As expected, Lord Feng Yuan defeated the celestial court in front of everyone in the world and destroyed Fate Goo. What is even more amazing is that the method he used to destroy Fate Goo was refinement path. From then on, Fate Goo will never reappear again. From now on, all of us are free from the shackles of fate. He is a fighter, a brave warrior, a great man. He has made the greatest contribution to the entire human race in history. But the world does not understand him. They even attribute him to the demonic path. Too shallow, too narrow-minded. Lord Feng Yuan is definitely an unprecedented hero, a hero that only appears once in 100 million years. But I also understand those so-called righteous path. These lowly people are afraid. This group of shameless cowards, after being unable to harm Lord Feng Yuan, they can only slander him by all means possible. They are the sinners who obstruct the rise of humanity and the development of the world. Lord Feng Yuan is truly too outstanding, too amazing, too noble. If I can follow him, follow such a noble person, I really don't know what to say. Huff huff. Amazing, this is too inconceivable. Today is simply too wonderful. Unbelievable, Lord Feng Yuan recruited me as his subordinate. This is too inconceivable, heavens. It is Feng Tianyu after all. Why is this refinement pathmaster here? I just recognized him. It really is Master Feng. The surrounding voices became rowdy. Xianxia could not take it anymore. He took a huge step forward and blocked Feng Tianyu behind him. Zhou Quan, you are slandering me, slandering my best friend. This matter will not end here. Because this matter is far more serious than you slandering me. If you don't have conclusive evidence to prove that these fake gu were refined by Brother Feng, then I will definitely request to see my father and beg him to uphold justice. Zhou Quan laughed. Of course I have evidence. Speak, Feng Tianyu, did you refine these fake gu? Xianxia and the rest were stunned. Then, this group of people heard Feng Tianyu say in a very calm and natural tone, Chief Steward Zhou is right. I was ordered by Xianxia and his group to refine these fake gu, to disrupt the market and harm Shang clan leader. What? Huh? Brother Feng? At once, the entire place went into an uproar. Shang Yifan and the rest stared at Feng Tianyu with disbelief. Xianxia turned around, his face filled with anger and shock. Feng Tianyu actually betrayed them? What was he after? How could this be? Did Xianxia give him a higher price? This was impossible. To get Feng Tianyu to help, Xianxia and the rest had almost emptied their pockets. How could Xianxia gather enough chips in such a short time? But that was exactly what had happened. This was a fatal blow to Xianxia and the rest. No, you are not Brother Feng. Xiangxia's expression contorted. He wanted to struggle. You must be an imposter. Even if you are real, you are probably controlled by that evil woman Xianxia. Xiangxia's shout was so weak and powerless at this moment. Zhou Quan continued. Don't worry, Master Feng Tianyu is not my only witness. What do the rest of you say? At the next moment, Shang Qianyo sighed deeply. I admit, we did commit such a crime. Shang Qianyo. Boss you? Are you crazy? However, Shang Qianyo was not the only one who went crazy. Shang Qiwen also went crazy. She stood up and admitted Zhou Quan's accusation. Xianxia almost spat out blood on the spot. Shang Yifan's body trembled in anger. You too, this matter was ruined by you too. Shang Qiwen smiled lightly. Not just us. She was once in charge of the battle stage, and had a good relationship with Xianxia. Back then, Xianxia's information business also helped her grow. Shang Qianyo shrugged. Not long ago, Feng Tianyu and Xianxia found me together. Since Master Feng has already joined Xianxia, what else can we do? We have no chance of winning. With Xianxia's methods, the clan leader position is not something we can shake. We have failed, admit it. Thus, the key to everything was still Feng Tianyu. Xianxia understood this. He stared at Feng Tianyu with a murderous gaze. Feng Tianyu, give me an explanation. I know that you are not a person who covets beauty. You have such a noble nature, you are only interested in refinement path. I do not believe that Xianxia's charm is so great that she can completely recruit you. Tell me, why did you do all of this? Feng Tianyu sneered. Mere mortals, how can they understand my pursuit? Hurry up and surrender. All of you die. Xiangxia's mind exploded. He immediately attacked. Shang Yifan and the rest followed closely behind. Shang Qianyo, Feng Tianyu, Zhou Quan, and Wei Xian were already prepared. A chaotic battle erupted between the two sides. Shang clan leaders were still watching. No one intervened. The situation is clear. To think that Xianxia is so powerful. This is truly a miracle. Someone actually convinced Master Feng Tianyu. Lady Wuji had once tried to recruit Master Feng. She offered a high price in front of everyone. She was very sincere, but Master Feng Tianyu ignored her. Xiangxia, Shang Yifan, and the rest soon fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Quan and the rest came prepared. Shang Qianyo, Shang Qiwen, and the rest even defected. All of this happened too suddenly. It was too strange. Xiangxia and the rest were caught unprepared. I cannot lose. I still have trump cards. You forced me, you forced me. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Shang Yi Fan suddenly shouted, throwing out a mortal goo house. The mortal goo house was like a cage. It exploded and released a mud monster. This mud monster was not ordinary at first glance. It had a vague human shape. The mud on its surface moved as countless faces appeared. These faces were twisted and sinister, filled with extreme hatred. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill in their heart. You wretch! The mud monster suddenly shouted, pouncing at Zhou Quan and the rest. Zhou Quan and the rest fought against it. They were immediately at a disadvantage. The situation of the battlefield was reversed. Let's go! Shang Yi Fan shouted. The mud monster did not differentiate friend or foe. It had terrifying strength. It charged into the crowd and slaughtered the innocent. The scene was in chaos. Using the chaos, Shang Yizi and the rest escaped. They could not stay on Shangliang Mountain anymore. They escaped and became demonic goo masters. Meanwhile, the mud monster caused huge losses and chaos in Second Inner City. Not only did it have terrifying battle strength, it was also almost unkillable. Its recovery speed was very strong. Eventually, Zhou Quan, Wei Xen, and the rest used all their strength. With Shang Xenxi's help, they sacrificed more than 10 goo cultivators to barely seal the mud monster again. The fake goo storm calmed down. Not only did Shang Xenxi keep her position as clan leader, she even took in Feng Tianyu as her subordinate. Her reputation rose greatly. But Shang Yifan's counterattack also left Shang Xenxi with a huge problem. Shang Yan Fei smiled after receiving the report. Shang Xianxi's performance not only did not disappoint him, he even felt a sense of joy. He had never thought that Shang Xenxi could do this. What made him most satisfied was that Shang Xenxi did not attack Shang Yizi and the rest. She only dealt with the troublesome mud monsters. As for Shang Yifan, Shang Yizi, and the rest, since they were not strong enough, they became demonic goo masters. That was good too. They have my blood path methods in their bodies. They can protect themselves in times of danger. Qi tides have blown away the dust. Immortal opportunities and inheritances are everywhere. If they want to become immortals, it will depend on their own efforts and fortuitous encounters. Shang Yan Fei never spoiled his children. Back then, in order to ascend to the position of clan leader, he forced his brothers and sisters to commit suicide. Chapter 2144. In the number 1 inner city of Shangliang Mountain, Shang Xenxi was handling government affairs. Second, the inner city has been repaired. The fake goo incident has also been dealt with. Shang Xenxi looked at an information path mortal goo in her hands as she smiled. Next, she used her primeval essence to add new information to this information path goo worm. She set down a policy. In the name of making up for the losses caused by the fake goo incident, all goods in Shang clan stores were discounted. In this way, not only can the Shang clan's reputation be greatly restored, but we can also earn a sum of yuan stone to make up for the deficit in the clan treasury caused by the double compensation. Shang Xenxi's fingers relaxed slightly. This information path mortal goo flashed with light as it flew out of the study room. Shang Xenxi took out another information path mortal goo from the table. The information on the mortal goo came from Shang Qiwen. After Shang Buli resigned, Shang Xenxi handed over Shangliang Mountain's market to Shang Qiwen to manage. The information in the information path mortal goo said that there was a group of sellers who were hoarding goods in the market to raise prices. Shang Qiwen's proposal was to kill them all. Alas, for the sake of their own selfishness, who knows how many commoners have been harmed by these people? Shang Xenxi sighed. After thinking about it, she added new content to the information path mortal goo. Only kill the main culprit, let the rest go. After releasing this information path goo worm, the third letter goo sent a distress message. At the border of Shang clan's territory, a village was facing a beast tide and was in danger of being destroyed. This village was a vassal of Shang clan. but it only had a few rank 3 Gu masters and its presence was rather low. Saving people is like putting out a fire. This kind of distress message should be sent urgently. Why did it go through the normal political channels? Xianxia frowned. She understood the reason behind it. The subordinates all knew Xianxia's character. They knew that she would do her best to save them. But in the current situation, all kinds of inheritances were being fought over. The great era was about to begin. Shang clan's immortals and mortals were all extremely busy. It was a huge waste of manpower to do such a thankless rescue job. It was a huge loss of future profits. Looking at the time, I'm afraid it's already too late. The human heart, the human heart. Xianxia often felt insignificant. Just like now, she could only sense the thoughts of her subordinates, but she couldn't change them. The longer she sat on the Shang clan leader's seat, the more powerless she felt. Compared to the Shang clan and the world, she was nothing. Maybe this is the reason why almost all Gu cultivators desperately pursue strength. Xianxia thought about it for a while, before finally dispatching a group of Gu masters to travel 1,000 li to rescue them. Even if it was very likely that by the time the rescue team arrived, the village would have already been destroyed by the beast tide. In the 4th information path Mortal Gu, there was a good thing. Around Shangliang Mountain, they discovered a new Qi path resource point. They needed to station a force in Shangliang Mountain or support a nearby village. Information path Mortal Gu. After Mortal Gu were released by Xianxia, Gu worms flew into the study room from time to time. Unknowingly, the night passed and it was already dawn. An information path Mortal Gu shining with golden light flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It's a mission from above. Xianxia quickly received it and probed it with her mind. This information path Mortal Gu was indeed talking about a huge matter. It was related to the fight for the fur paradise. Chapter 2146. Ni clan's Gu masters were resisting the Gold Fragment River with all their strength. They first used Mortal Gu to build a grand dam, then dug a ditch and diverted a portion of the river. The rising Gold Fragment River's surface level gradually decreased. However, there were many living beings living in the Gold Fragment River. Ni clan's army invaded the territory of the fish beasts in the river. The diversion made these fish beasts even more terrified. All sorts of fish beasts came out of the river to attack from afar, while some ran ashore and roared as they attacked Ni clan's Gu masters. Ni clan mainly cultivated Earth Path. Their most basic Gu worm was the rank 1 Mud Gu. Earth Path was good at defense. Ni clan's Gu masters had already formed defensive lines and were ready for battle. But the fish beasts were not only numerous, there were also powerful myriad beast kings. Under the frenzied attacks of the fish beast army, Ni clan's Gu masters' defensive lines were broken one by one. Persevere. Take revenge for our clansmen. Persevere to the end and create the future of our clan. Mud and blood splattered. Gu masters took turns to resist the fierce attacks of the fish beasts. Ni clan's clansmen had come to the sovereign immortal aperture and were secretly nurtured by Fang Yuan. Thus there were many Gu masters. Together with the strong pressure of survival in mini-yellow heaven, these Ni clan clansmen had no choice but to unite and quickly developed a harmonious clan atmosphere where they helped each other. In this defensive battle, Ni clan's army displayed astonishing battle strength and tenacious fighting spirit. Finally, the fish beasts gradually thinned out and Ni clan's army managed to hold on. Ni clan's army started to counterattack. The fish beasts did not have much internal organization to begin with, and now, their situation turned for the worse. They were quickly defeated. Ni clan's Gu masters chased and left behind countless fish beast corpses along the way. These corpses were Gu materials. They were rich battle spoils. Ni clan's Gu masters fought their way to the gold fragment river surface. All sorts of Gu worms attacked the river, creating countless golden waves. We won. Quick, set up the Gu formation. Now is not the time to celebrate. Yes, we need to set up the Gu formation as soon as possible, otherwise, new fish beasts will come from the main river. Ni clan's Gu masters set up the formation with all their might. They had prepared for this operation for over half a year. They already had a mature plan and deployment. However, just as their Gu formation was about to succeed, the whole of Gold Fragment River and even the cloud soil under their feet started to shake. What's going on? Are there more fish beasts attacking? Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. Look up, my God. The Gu masters gasped. They raised their heads towards the sky and froze like rocks, because they saw the meteor shower falling from the sky. Some of these meteorites were only 1 mu wide, while others were as large as mountains. There were tens of thousands of meteorites. A large number of meteors whistled through the air, dragging long scarlet flame tails behind them. They pressed against the air, carrying with them an unstoppable momentum as they heavily smashed down. It's over. Countless Ni clan Gu masters had pale expressions, without a trace of blood. Does heaven want my Ni clan to perish? In the deathly silent battlefield, an elderly Ni clan Gu master suddenly cried out in grief and anger. I can't accept this. The current Ni family's clan leader, who was also the current Ni Xiang, clenched his fists tightly. The plan is already halfway successful. Our clan has made such a tragic sacrifice to finally stop the flood, and a beautiful tomorrow is already waving at us. But today, we are going to perish. Everyone felt despair in their hearts.